Welcome home, gamer. Welcome back to Mechabellum for Weekend Tournament European number 104, coming up in about 25 minutes. Do a quick little one-player warm-up. Hello, hello, baller. How are you? I am so sorry you missed your slot last night. I was really disappointed. I was looking forward to seeing you. We have Rotten Shrey. You had an alarm on your phone, just didn't wake up to it. Turned it off while you were, yeah, like if like an alarm, if it goes in the like your sleep schedule's like you do this rhythm that's like 80 minutes or so. They gotta, depending on the person, it's like 75 minutes 90 minutes. And if you're in the deep sleep cycle, an alarm doesn't really wake you up, you know. You're in the deep side of it. So that can be very frustrating for sure. I'm so sorry, man. What are we gonna do with a quick supply specialist today? Yeah, no, as soon as he woke up, I'm sure. Ugh. Let's try this. Let's go with this, shall we? Amplify specialist for Raw and Shrey. Now, I do want to apologize to anybody that was on last night. At the end of the stream, I managed to log off without saying the thank yous and all of that. I'd actually intended to hit the quit recording button and keep streaming for a couple of minutes, but managed to hit the end broadcast, and yeah, apologies for that. I did kill one. We'll get the others, though. They're not gonna really level off of it. Oh, they got my stupid arc light. No. Yeah. Boom, boom. Love it. Let's go, guys. Hmm. Expect he took the Phoenix, which might let him win the... No, it won't let him win the round because we've got this thing, right? So, it should be fine. Should be fine. No Phoenix. He took the marksman, added himself a pair of marksmen, a Mustang, or no, a Fang, and a extra pack of sledges. Hmm. Let's go, Farseer. You're doing good there. Yeah, okay. He wins again. But we get a level. What? Maybe we transition to Assault Fort out of this. I don't mind transitioning to Assault Fort. Fun. Okay. Is this guy getting locked? We needed an earlier, well, we can just sell this guy, right? That'll be our first sell off the front line, because it's just getting rocked there. Hello, welcome in, Jerry. How you doing? Got about 18 minutes till tourney. Even better, right? Hmm. Yeah, that changed the way everything engaged. We need this. Okay, so I think we start the. Do we start the forts from the right? I think we start the forts from the right-hand side, not the left. He's just watching the Illuminati Thanos game on repeat. Love it, Ted. Wait a minute. Okay. He's added the super ranged marksman on this side. You do yourself a favor and watch that game or the VOD of Clint's streams. You guys are in hysterics. Okay, I will watch that. I will watch that. That sounds fun. Hmm. I'm getting it done so far. It's the melter. Oosh. Wait, you know what? Alright, Tourney Reg is open. Tourney Reg has just opened. The melter's unfortunate, yeah. That's why we took extra deploys, or extra, yeah, basically 20 extra bodies with the hounds. Did we just lose? 7. It's not done. Yeah, we need, I think we're needing Mustangs at this point, right? He's gonna barrier that. Oh, that's gonna hurt. I think that is GG. All right. That went poorly. That's all right. Today's not about me. Today's about the. Today is about the tournament, and the tournament is coming right up. Let me turn that off. Okay. Tournament is in 10 minutes, folks. 10 minutes out. Already have 123, including a Poochie, Red Scare, a Rooster, and Arctorius. Baller, Coldfire Dachshund, Kazeel, Codius Prime. Let's go. Hello, hello, Whiskey Jack. So, I did want to apologize now that there's a few more people here. I did want to apologize for anybody that we failed to do our thank yous at the end of stream. Last night I hit end stream when I meant to hit end recording, so my bad. Apologize. All right, we have our second group. Oh, we're casting the Europe. We always cast Europe. Should, in fact, be joined by a co-caster today. I'm expecting one. It hasn't shown up yet, so we'll see. We shall see. Hopefully we get everything set up properly. Just waiting for tourney to start. I mean, we can always throw something on, but yeah, Kitty versus Shadoff for a moment, maybe. Kitty on the near side running the forts, Shadoff on the far side, a Sabertooth specialist with double tech sabers. Ranged and double shot versus the ranged forts. Am I actually 81 hamsters in a trench coat pretending to be a human? I don't think I own a trench coat. Does it have to be something else? I'd have to be wearing something else for that to be correct. That's exactly what the hamsters would say. Of course it is. Sigh. But why would I need the trench coat? There's no there's no webcam shot. What's the trench coat for? Well, it's from the number at the end of the name, right? Amarok 81. It's not, you know. Oh, the trench coat's for getting into the movies. Okay, that does make more sense. To deceive ice. Sigh. Too soon. Too soon. No, it's all right. Yeesh, this went poorly for Kitty. One gets missiled out. The other is going to die to that. The same fight on this side as happened last time. Basically. Oh no, is Kitty stabilizing? What? He is stabilizing. Ah, let's go. Man, if you ran EM on your fortress, you'd be in really good shape, Kitty. What's with this rocket punch? A fun fact, Baller: the city of Santa Cruz has made nuclear weapons illegal in the city of Santa Cruz, like in within city limits. I am pretty sure it's a meaningless vote. All right, Kitty going for oil or smoke. Surprised the smoke isn't on the Farseer over there. That's where I would have put it. And we're going to mobile beacon down the line here. Fun. With an item on the Overlord. We've got all the fort levels if you want them. Punch and range on the same fort bar is a bit weird, yes. Yes, it is. There's the levels. Okay, let's go. But we're not taking temp range. Oh my goodness, why? Does get a backside tower take. I think it's kind of hilarious. I don't think this was in range on the without with launcher overload. I don't think that tower was going to be in range, but because it gets EM'd by the overlord or by the farseer, I think it does wind up getting back in range. Same with those shots, right? Those shots aren't actually in range. 2 minutes till this tournament starts. No co-caster. 1 minute. We're gonna have to abandon this. We won't find out who wins it. And I did exactly what I was worried about. I did not want to. I wanted to run a 3-minute ad. I missed it. Ran a 90-second one. One minute to go, folks. We have 312 participants. So 316 now is going to be 3 groups of over 100 for a weekend tournament. 104 European. Welcome in, Dorgon. Welcome home, gamers. Ladies and gentlemen, start your mechs. We have European Weekend Tournament 104, starting Zemp against Demandrid, Arbiter against Baru, Red Scare versus Sten. There are some good matchups in round one here. That looks like a lot of fun. Zeal and Godius Prime is a tough matchup. Diana facing AWM. River Skende against Baller. Well, love it. Fab4, thank you for the subscription. Much appreciated. Let us get in and cast Forgotten Arbiter against Baru. For Baru, yes indeed. Round one submissions are open. This might not be the best of matchups, but it is fun and it's two well-known names, so we'll take it. We'll take it. Welcome to round one of Weekend Tournament European number 104. We've got two big names. Baru, famous streamer Admiral Baru, Farside and Red. Generalist, plays a whole lot of games, loves his Mechabellum. Nearside, in blue, Forgotten Arbiter. Name everybody should recognize. A Sabertooth Specialist with a Tarantula start for Baru. Arbiter takes the Fire Badgers with Hounds and Storms, and this, I would almost guarantee, is a lot less about the Fire Badgers, a lot more about the Hounds and the Storms for early rounds. Arbiter is the mini-tournament champion from this week, looking to add the weekend tournament to the title. And Baru is, Baru is the streamer we know and love. We'll get a vote in and hide the chat window. So Arbiter starting in a standard formation. He's got the Storms in front of towers, and the Hounds just on that tower line, right, along the middle. Figures, I think this is intentional. He's got the figuring Baru is going to be offset on one side or the other, so he wants the Hounds to be able to interact with it, whichever side they're coming from. For Baru, he does not unlock anything. Could have unlocked, for example, Marksman, but takes 5 Crawlers and 2 Tarantulas for round 1. I'm just going to try and keep the Storms from ever engaging with the Tarantulas. Give the Tarantulas enough time to clean up. He's got Crawlers in on the Stormcaller. That was this outside Crawler. The Tarantulas are doing their work on the Hounds. Baru gets the tower first. Tower timing just about equal. So there will be a brief moment where, where Arbiter's units come to full strength. But they both get the second tower at the same time as well. Pretty funny tower timings. But round 1 does go to Admiral Baru. Somebody points out, Baru has more people watching him play Mechabellum right now than are actively play Mechabellum. Probably not true. The number of people actively playing is still pretty high, but the number of concurrent players, true. We get a round 2 unit drop. If you're new to Mechabellum, of course, some point in rounds 2, 3, or 4, there will be a reinforcement unit pack. There will be another one somewhere in rounds 5, 6, and 7. Another in rounds 8, 9, and 10. Forgotten Arbiter takes the Typhoons. Baru with a takes the Rhino pack. Okay, puts the Rhino in the backside corner. So what he was thinking here is protecting against the flank possibility. Arbiter, both sides unlock and buy a Phoenix. Both of them were looking at complete lack of upshoot on the other side. Arbiter, of course, took the Typhoon, which is solid for protecting that outside corner. Also is going to be useful for protecting against a flank. Baru still getting it done. Those Phoenix came in. Still getting it done. Those Phoenix came in. Still getting it done. Sorry there. Phoenix came in very useful for him. Be heavy armor for one of the tarantulas, I would assume. For Forgotten Arbiter, on round 3, I think it's additional deployment slot. That is most likely what he would take. And Ted, we do have a co-caster for the tournament. They have not arrived on time. Heavy armor. Also the take for Arbiter, I'm surprised. I thought he was going to take the extra deployments. Extra deployments so valuable, but because it takes the armor, puts it on the Typhoon. Baru has the round 3 Sabertooth from his Sabertooth specialist, and here's what he's gone for. A heavy armor Saber, a Tarantula, and a Crawler, all on the flank to address that Typhoon. For Arbiter, it's 2 more Phoenix, and that is actually going to shut this flank down on round 1. We'll even shut it down on round 2. There's nothing that shoots up. So, well, on round 3, I guess. And Arbiter also levels this tower, levels both towers, and takes the 1-on-1 as well. So, lots of good value. He's funded that by selling the Stormcallers from early on, and left his Fire Badgers out here on the far right to clear the way for the Phoenix to go straight in on the tower. It takes forever for anything to chew through a heavy armor, and Crawler's chewing on a heavy armor Typhoon left it barely alive after the heavy armor Saber goes down. And we're left with an air war. Phoenix gets stuck on the Tarantulas from the right side. But it's 3 surviving Phoenix and a Typhoon. Arbiter stabilizes. Baru down to 3750. Arbiter at 3952. And you gotta figure, once Arbiter gets into the lead, this is going to be trouble for Baru. Now, if Baru's really solid, he takes redeploy and starts coming back out of this flank. This flank is doomed, right? So he could redeploy out of it, sell one of them, um, and just basically get this investment back into the rest of the board. That would be the play I would recommend for him. We'll see if he does it. Redeploy is one of those really high skill elements. Some people are comfortable with, some people are not. You can see, here's the difference, right? Here is the difference in MMR between these two. Arbiter takes the redeploy. He's going to be able to jump things around where he needs them, while Baru does not. Baru takes the takes a second heavy armor, puts it down in the flank. So it's a huge flank, 29,000 hit points of Tarantula, 29,000 hit points of Sabretooth. He's added a Phoenix, he's added a Crawler, and Arbiter using the positioning, the ability to reposition the Typhoon to put it perfectly where he wants it, where the Tarantula will engage with the heavy armored Typhoons, while Crawlers engage with the Saber, and the Saber engages with the Crawler. And he's got the Hounds in case somebody added some more chaff clear. You can see what's happened here. We've got the Saber is connected to the flank, to the Crawlers. There's more and more Crawlers coming in. Now, Baru is winning the main fight. If you're watching this, right, he's winning the main fight, but what's happened? His main push has come in and done a full U-turn instead of going to the tower. So, where Baru would have wanted this all to go straight to the tower, it's just skipping it because of Arbiter's positioning. Arbiter's defensive line positioning is just pulling everything across, and that wins the game. Wins the round for him, at least. Baru down to 2950. But again, this is these Hounds from the middle that we talked about on round 1, creating that pull across the board. Arbiter takes the improved firepower control. For Baru, it's tempting to take that shield airdrop to be able to shield the flank. Instead, he amp cores something. What are we going to amp core down there? We're going to amp core a level 2 Rhino and add the level 2 Rhino to the flank with Whirlwind. Oh dear. I feel like this flank is just a lost investment. I was saying, I think he should have taken the redeploy and gotten back into the front line, leave Arbiter down in this defending the flank as heavily as he is. That has not happened. Arbiter brings over the level 2 Phoenix from the right side to the left, so adding additional single target. As it turns out, they'll be nicely lined up on that Rhino. Maybe, indeed, exploding head guy. Maybe Baru just turned the board 90 degrees by accident and hasn't noticed yet. Don't think that's how it worked, but, you know, it's possible. It's possible. Pair of sentry missiles just demolishes the Crawlers, allows everything to lock on the flank, and the flank is just crushed. Crushed. And again, look at that pull from left to right. Baru could solve that with a mobile beacon to ensure that his units went straight in on the tower. He has not done so. And Arbiter with a flank in the back corner, and that has pulled a Phoenix. There's one Phoenix left. I don't think one Phoenix can handle this whole board. Did level this far side tower. Of course, bumping the towers up to higher level. I think Arbiter has pushed the near side tower to level 3. Baru has pushed the far side tower to level 4. So, Lightning Storm, the big spell to finish, one would think. Knowing Lightning Storm is up, you could get some value out of Advanced Shield Device as well. That's exactly what Arbiter's going to do. He's going to have his shields up to protect against the Lightning Storm. The poor Phoenix are exposed. C'est la vie. But these shields that Arbiter's going to put up are going to have 56,000 hit points instead of 40,000. Baru takes the storm. It's the correct choice. Puts it over the, the large clumping of units that Arbiter has down in that corner. He's also doubled down on the Rhino, so he's got 2 techs on the Rhino with Photon Courting and Whirlwind. He does add a second Rhino up here, so should come out of that flank a lot quicker this round. Yeah, a steel ball coming in on this could take that tower pretty easily. All sorts of different ways to get in and take that tower, but it is mattering less and less, right? Because a level 1 tower, when you take it, it debuffs the opponent's units for 9 seconds. The level 3 tower debuffs the opponent's units for 5 seconds. Baru's level 4 over here debuffs them for 3 seconds. So that debuff is already worn off. It's not nowhere near as big of a deal to take a high-level tower as it is to take a level 1 tower at the very start. A lot of the top players at this point just routinely improve the tower from level 1 to level 2. So if you're not doing that, you're down at, 1100 MMR or whatever, and you don't spend any monies on upgrading your towers, that might be one thing to consider adding to your game. Arbiter has brought Baru down to 260 hit points. 3950 for Arbiter. This game is all but over. Arbiter could get his Stormcallers back if he wanted. Baru could have taken the steel balls. That was, as somebody had called out, you could run the steel balls straight in on tower. He's gonna try. This is cheeky. He doesn't know the steel balls are here, so he's looking at a unprotected tower and thinking, I could get a tower snipe. But the steel balls placed to prevent the tower snipes by Arbiter. They're going to draw. Oh, nope. Now there will be a tower snipe. So by that I mean the Stormcallers are locked onto this tower, and their first volley will be straight on the tower. So they might get the debuff instantly, and that debuff would be 7 seconds for the entirety of Arbiter's army. That affects, everything playing defense, affects everything playing, off the flank. Arbiter's already out of this, used to the redeploy this hound down over here to the far right, and has taken an extra mech rage for the hounds now, missiling out the chaff and also missiling the rhino. The rhino now has a armor enhancement, so we've got triple tech on 2 rhinos while never teching the 3 tarantulas that we have or anything. Does add launcher overload on his phoenix, so he's got 4 of those now. So this is one thing, if you're thinking of techs as a force multiplier. That first volley damaged the tower but didn't kill it, and those storms are just overwhelmed. So never a doubt for Arbiter here. And that, using his steel balls to get the level 4 tower. Of course, the way that steel balls do damage, they ramp up exponentially the longer they're locked on, just like a melting point. So they don't care about the 100,000 hit points that this tower has, 131,000 to 59,000 for a level 3, versus 23,000 for a level 2, 3,000 for a level 1. So, and then the debuffs would be 9 seconds, 7, 5, 3, and of course the highest level you can get is level 5 with a 1 second debuff. But yeah, a comprehensive victory for Arbiter. What I was going to try to say here is, if you look at where the number of units on board times the number of techs, right? So 1, 2, 3, 4 times 1 tech is 4. 2 units times 3 techs is 6. So Baru has, call it a 10 points of teched units, where Arbiter has double teched on 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and double teched on 1, 2, 3, 4. So call it, what, 22? 22 tech points to 10 tech points, if you will. That is, that's the difference, right? So Baru invested a lot of money into putting techs on 2 rhinos. 1 rhino is answering a flank that at the end of the game cost 100, and this other rhino It's got an item, it's got photon, it's got armor, it's got 90,000 hit points, and it just dies to the Phoenix, and that are just able to instant lock it because it's the thing on the front row. So did 12,400 damage the entire game. Yes. Yeah, it never really, I mean, if he'd been able to line it up opposite the Typhoon, maybe it's doing real damage, but you know, here you go. This Phoenix did 107,000 damage last round, and most of that is going to be the 94,000 hit points of this one Rhino. Arbiter, a comprehensive round 1 win, and betting on that at the start gave us a whopping 72 insight. All right. Let's see what else is going on. Red Scare beats Sten. Sten, very solid player, but plays a lot more 2s than 1s, and Red Scare, of course, one of the tops. Forgotten Arbiter beats Baru. Zemp, your number 1 seed, beat Demandrid. Sob losing out to free MMR donator. Arptorius, who made it to the finals of the Mecha Mini Masters last night, beats Ksil. Well done to Arptorius. He's climbing right now. He's really he's spent a lot of time playing 2v2. He has really devoted himself to his 1v1 game recently, and you can see how much it's paying off. Yuan beats Lucario. Scale with the upset over Angry Korea Man. Okay then. Zendria upsets Tasty Bait. That is a tough match to pull off. Amos over a bunch of 1s. The Sparty gets the win. The Magician over Rocky Heart. Godius Prime beats Azil. Two of my favorite folks in this middle of the pack here. So both of them long time followers here. Fresh Pro over Arya. Rakamakaphon beats Dorgon. Thonix over Zenix. Is this B-Man? B-Man is the 22nd seed now. That is surprisingly low. Raketo with a win. Doxson beats Znart. Diana is holding on. Diana has 14 hit points. Do we get a miracle comeback if we jump into that game? Somehow I doubt it, but Valar beats Riverskinde. Fleet Command over Balnaric. Horrible Will beats Fiddler. Lowercase Dragon Lord upsets Rooster. Wow. And hold on. Apucci on 114 hit points? Wait. Apucci, the number 2 seed and the Mini Tournament Americas champion this week. Farside Red started as a fortified specialist, has advanced missile devices, so his missiles do a extra amount of damage. They'll be able to take out this Farseer instantly. Boom. And he does use that to bring the shields down to make sure that his EMP lands. And whatever Carlos was doing relied on those techs, for sure. Whatever was happening down there really relied on the techs. Pucci going to win this round solidly. And Carlos was in line for a major upset at round 8. Now down to 771 hit points. Apucci at 114. Does Apucci just win it from here? You get a unit drop. Three level 2 steel balls, very strong. If somebody is relying on, doesn't have any anti-air single target, an armored Wraith is ridiculously good. Carlos doesn't even run armor. You can see what Carlos's loadout is from the mouse over. This is not Apucci's loadout. There's a bug there where it shows the first player's tech loadout for both players. So we don't get to see what Apucci could potentially put on from mousing over. But Carlos takes the Wraith. Might do degen, might be selling it because it's the free value, the best sell value. Apucci also takes it. Well then, that is a flank and a half, Carlos. 2 level 1 Wasps, and the level 4 Wraith, and a mobile beacon at towers. He's also going to go for oil and a Vulcan's Descent in the back, light everything on the ground on fire. So that'll just take care of Apuchi's deep, um, deep chaff. All the chaff is going to turn around in that direction. Apuchi has hounds to put out fires. He's got sprinkler on them. Oh no. And it's ranged and charged shot, so he was worried about the Wraith, I think. But what Apuchi does not have is any kind of Mustang or Fang that would handle the many wasps out there. You can see the charged shot is going to take care of the Vulcan there. Charged shot Phoenix is doing their job. Apuchi gets the far side tower with what must be an Overlord call-in, I think. And that is just going to collapse the entire board and allow Apuchi to get the job done. The Phoenix finish off the Wraith. There are some Phoenix to answer the Wasps. Carlos says it's a spectacular. And Apuchi wins in 10 rounds. So, number 2 seed in the tournament, Apuchi. Probably one of the favorites to win it, and of course, famous streamer. Wonderful to watch if you enjoy your Mechabellum content. Especially if you enjoy this kind of mellow voice that I've got, you'll enjoy Apuchi's luscious locks and style. Dillo did come back to beat Tala, or did win against Tala. What else was going on? AWM finished off Diana. AWM very, very strong. What else was still in action? Ubon over Lucario. Shadoff finished off Shepherd. So lots of the big names win. A couple of upsets, the biggest of which would be Rooster. At the bottom half of the table, Pelisek, Zenzuzex, Sledge Hamster, Amunitron, Tavion, all with wins. We don't know this name, but it is a streamer. So let's do some. Whoops, we have just banged something into the mic. Apologies. Let's take a look at Google Lens here. What is that? Chaos Warmaster. So Chaos Warmaster with the win over Eisenschattel. D-Unit, Night Fury, Rassel, Moonplant, Lavamancer, all getting wins. Alexander from Ukraine with the win. Pancake Samurai, that's a great name. Pancake Samurai, love it. Let's go. Yeah, pro streamer. Exactly, Godius Prime. I literally banged the monitor into the mic instead of the other way around, right? Mind's Eye beats Kira. Tridevil beats, know that name? Alone Fire, who we had on the other day, gets a win in round 1. Dirk over Becca Stone Warden beats Ian S. Flashmaster Zero. Ivan Grozny. Dreadmaker. Beer Hunter. Metakim. Tom Owns You. Ringo. I don't even know if Ringo stuck it out because Wojak didn't ready up. So Ringo might have also abandoned. And I'm Just a Cat. Hey, we played I'm Just a Cat recently. I'm Just a Cat and Teddy are the 2 bottom seeds. Teddy, of course, streaming, but also a viewer here. So these 2, the very bottom seeds. Now, I'm Just a Cat is a cute profile pic and lovely individual. Their reward for beating Teddy in round 1 is going to be a match against the number 1 seed, Zemp. Yikes. Yoinks. Congrats to those of you who wagered 52,000 rocks in order to win 3,000 rocks by betting on Forgotten Arbiter at 1.06 to 1. You guys have paid out. Our top 10 at this point are Zemp, Apucci, Forgotten Arbiter, Math is Might, Red Scare, Dillo, Shadoff, Free MMR, Arctorius, and Fleet Command. With the OG top 10 included Rooster, right, at 8. And Horrible Will at 10. Where did Horrible Will go? Did Horrible Will abandon? Yeah, Horrible Will gets a win and abandons. All right. We'll have our next matches coming up. Let's see if there's anything interesting. Rooster will be facing Angry Korea Man, right? Unit against Magician could be interesting. Of course, round 2, Onyx against Night Fury could be fun. Well, maybe we'll do that. Well, Doxson and Alexander are also really good. Yeah, Zemp against I'm Just a Cat. Ouch. ouch, ouch, ouch. Let's go ahead and do, we'll do our... Where's that one? This one. We're going to go with Thonix against Night Fury for game number 2. Welcome back to those of you that saw ads. We're in round 2 of tournament. Of course, round 2 of tournament batches up the very bottom seeds who won their first round match against the very top seeds. So you get a lot of the most lopsided matches in the tournament. Picking one of the round 2 matches that's actually going to be halfway decent is one of the skills of casting this. And our round 2 match will be Thonix against Night Fury. Both solid players. Both folks that have been around in chat. And names we should recognize. Night Fury, of course, named after the dragon from How to Train Your Dragon. And Thonix, somebody you'll know in chat as Tomsy. Thonix coming off of a Advanced Group 2 runner-up in the mini-tournament. So that would have been the group that included 17th through 32nd seeds, and came second out of all of that. Sabertooth Specialist near side with a Sledgehammer and Crawler start. He loves his hounds. For a while, he was running the Hot Dog, Light the Ground on Fire. He has switched from lighting the ground on fire to Armor Enhancing Hounds, which he beat me with on Friday, so that was fun to see. And then he's recommending changing out of getting out of the fire meta and into the armor enhancement, because being able to spam out a 100 cost unit that can level up pretty quickly and be providing level 2 or level 3 armor to just negate things like fangs, even crawlers, just kind of completely negate them. Can be really, really valuable. Fangs, crawlers, mustangs, little things like that. And then Thonix says, only watch my game if you want to see hound supremacy. So we're going to watch and see how is the Fire Master has transitioned to being the Hound Master. Let's see how it goes. On the far side, we've got Night Fury, also with a sledge start, had sledges and fangs, added a pair of crawlers. The additional hounds, going to take care of the crawlers, and then it's going to be sledge versus sledge at the end. But the difference is, the hounds, well, no, both sides had some surviving crawlers. But the difference is, Night Fury's hounds are wounded, Onyx's are not. Or Night Fury's sledges, even, are wounded. Onyx's are not. So, Onyx wins round 1, 4,100 hit points. Night Fury at 4,480. Reinforcement drop, Fire Badger, Steel Ball, Tarantula, and Storm. Tarantula, the choice for Thonix. Is this a sell? We know he wants to go Heavy Hound. So you could take that for a round and then sell it to fund more hounds or hound techs when it's time. Night Fury's going to give it some thought. Night Fury, playing a Fortified Specialist, decides to take the level 2 Fire Badger, which is a whole lot of hit points, right? 12,000 hit points each, and dropping them on a flank. So, kind of like it, I kind of don't. I think everybody knows how to answer a Fire Badger flank now. It is throw down a Rhino, and you're basically going to force your opponent to spend 50 to unlock the Rhino to go handle the flank. And that's about what you get out of this. You sell yours, he sells the Rhino, and he's down 50 economy. Night Fury, a 19th in the this weekend tournament, but the April Elite tournament, the end of April. The last tournament of every month is a Elite tournament, so you'll see a lot of folks wearing a badge. Your streamer took 11th in Americas. Now, what did Night Fury do? He added a Phoenix. There's no real upshoot on the board, and not a whole lot of those drops offered any upshoots, so he figured, Onyx wins round 1, I'll win round 2 by virtue of flying. We all know flying is cheating. Hounds can't shoot up, sledges can't shoot up. No honorable unit knows how to shoot up. Check it out. Oh, he's got the beautiful Sakura skin. So Night Fury over 100,000 combat power for the season. Unlocked the gorgeous skin giveaway for round 1. Nano repair kit for Thonix. Night Fury, again, going to take his time. Thonix playing pretty quickly. Puts the nano repair on the Tarantula. The Tarantula was, a big hit point buffer, but was straight opposite those Phoenix and just got chewed up. I don't know if nano repair is going to be enough to keep it alive. For Night Fury, he takes the heavy armor, puts it on the Fire Badgers that are on the flank. Instead of doing the flank Rhino, Thonix has gone for a flank Saber and a missile. The missile, of course, to blow out any chaff that's put in front of the Fire Badgers. So it'll do 5,000 damage to the Badgers, but the Badgers have 20,000 hit points. No biggie. It is a biggie, because with the heavy armor, they'll be down just under 15,000, just over 15,000. That's going to let the Saber kill them in 2 shots instead of 3. So, needs 1 more shot to kill that one. Boom, and then it'll be 2 shots each on the rest of them. Onyx's answer to the upshoot problem, to taking care of the Phoenix, is the Fangs. And, oh my. This, with the heavy armor, that Fire Badger tanked everything, wins the round, and the Fangs on the far side are also going to be down. So, again, there's no upshoot left for Thonix, and Phoenix have been locked onto this tarantula for the entirety of the round, but eventually they get the job done. So they're the gold damage dealer, but keep in mind, most of this 70,000 is damage into that healing unit. Onyx skips. I do love Assault Fortress, but not right in this board, I think. Night Fury adds the Incendiary Bomb cells out of his flank. Now that he's kind of drawn units out of position over there. Thonix is just building a solid chaff board. Has 4 hounds now. Adds some Phoenix, so he's got a single target damage dealer that flies over there that the Fire Badgers wouldn't be able to handle. And it handles the Phoenix for Night Fury, so solid answer. Night Fury has built a honorable sledge line. 4 across now. Hasn't teched any of them yet. This is looking a lot like a sledge Phoenix build at the moment. Onyx adds a second Phoenix left side, so air support on both sides. Puts a shield up. It's on the wrong side, unfortunately. Now, fire going to be very nice for getting things locked on the tarantula immediately. These Phoenix should get through that tarantula much quicker at level 2 and with no chaff protecting it. And Night Fury put up 2 shields. Both shields will come down, right, due to the Phoenix having really good shield break. So he's down a whole bunch of money for this round. 200 plus the cost of the call-in. He really needs to win. And he's going to get to bring down Thonix's shield and win the round, indeed. Actos, thank you very much for the sub. Tuzzle asks, what do you think about the Assault Sniper buff? Worth a shot. I have lost to the Assault Sniper since that buff. The answers to Assault Sniper are the same as they always have been, right? Which is to hit it from range, but I think it could be worth a shot, right? And it depends what techs you're going to have on the bar. If you want to be running a full Assault Mode Marksman tech line on the bar. Night Fury again plays around the spell with a pair of shields. So 200 in shields on round 4, 200 in shields on round 5. But he's playing the if you see a spell, play around the spell game. And Mech Rages the sledges. Mech Rage Sledge is going to be very good against the hounds. So getting that done. Onyx has had to kind of abandon his round 1 plan, which was to go massive, heavy, dominant hounds, and adds Scorpions. Scorpion with range for both the shield break and the anti-sledge. If you guys have watched me play sledges, I actually love it when somebody brings Scorpion out because the Scorpion rate of fire is so low. And my plan will be to just keep throwing more chaff that runs past the sledges, range the sledges, and eventually EMP the Scorpions. And, of course, rely on the Phoenix to be the single target that'll whittle them down. So again, if there was a Phoenix on this left side, that would be engaged with the Scorpion already. But here, where there is a Phoenix, Night Fury gets the job done. And wins round 5. So Thonix hemorrhaging hit points, but Night Fury is hemorrhaging economy. Right? Thonix is down to 2,000. Night Fury is now down 400 in shields. Raiden's doing work against Assault Marksman. Yeah, the game that I won Feb 4, that's exactly what I did. It was Raiden's with, I think it was Fork and EMP, and then they would just turn off the assault mode of the Marksman. It's range on the hounds now. Range on the sledges. This is what I was talking about, right? So, we've added range on the sledges. Now, Thonix has quietly been leveling... No, just took the level 3 storms as the drop. It's the level 2 wasps as the drop for Night Fury. And 2 more scorpions. Onyx up to 5 fangs. That'll be his hope against the wasps. Adds one more pack of hounds. So he's built into the hounds eventually. And it's like I was saying, the hounds, the protection for the sledge line is going to be all the chaff running past it. The hounds are the kind of answer to all of that chaff to try and keep the scorpions able to engage. And he's just really committed to it. Four scorpions, let's go. But Night Fury, a bit of a step ahead in terms of having the wasps. The fangs, on this side at least, had to run through the smoke, so they got exposed. That allows the wasps to get all the way in on tower. And now it turns, ooh, very nice. So Thonix sold the Tarantula, moved a Nano Repair Kit onto this level 2 Scorpion, wins the left side, and wins from left to right. Fury down to 3780. And we get an electromagnetic impact to turn off key techs on 2 Scorpions and a Hound. So Night Fury is taking the spell every time it's offered right now, if you're scouting that player. For Thonix, it's a intensive training, but he did not intensive the Nano Repair Scorpion. What did we intensive here? Did we just intensive a Hound? I think we did. And adds a pair of Mustangs with range. That'll be the Wasp answer. And he's in much better shape now that there is no smoke, no fire. And he knows those are coming up in the next 2 rounds, so he'll definitely know to shield, pay the shield stacks. 2 more wasps with range, so Night Fury trying to finish out with the wasp answer. Kind of abandons what has been his weak side. He does add a Phoenix to it, but you know that wasn't able to clear through the Nano Repair Scorpion, so he's just going to try to win this right side harder. With the Armored Sledge at 22,000 hit points. Just barely not able to survive 2 shots from Scorpion. If he added field maintenance, it would be able to survive 2 shots from a Scorpion and be healing from them. That is a little bit worrisome. Mustang's the perfect ad for Thonix in terms of opponent brought in more wasps. The Mustangs just handle it, and the Mustangs will also be able to handle the Phoenix. He wins the left side tower, shreds the wasps everywhere. Didn't even need to elite recruit these. They are going to level easily off of feasting off of that many high-level wasps and high-level Phoenix here. The Night Fury down to 3178. Thonix on 2032. Oh, well, we knew he needed shields because the armor, or the incendiary and the smoke are coming. So he's going to want to throw shields up the next 2 rounds anyways. He gets the advanced shield device just to strengthen and protects. This deep one is to protect the Mustangs. So you can't do like the, well, yeah, I have a sneaky little flank and fire across the middle sort of thing. This Mustang will be a little exposed. If the flames happened to be back here, you could conceivably have gotten away with putting it a little closer to the shield bubble if you wanted, but he's trying to keep them out of range of the sledges, wants to make sure they're behind everything. He's mech raged the hounds now, and it looks like, even though the scoreboard would say 3178 to 2032, that early econ penalty that Night Fury was paying as starting to pay off as a toll, and Thonix is going to sit on 4 shield bubbles, so that's the same expenditure that Night Fury had made earlier. Pair of anti-missile devices. This is really good thinking. Just finish off the Stormcaller shots here. Make sure that those storms aren't landing, because the storms did real damage last round. 83,000 on this side. Yeah, 4 anti-missile devices will prevent any of those shots from landing. Both sides lose a shield bubble. But Night Fury loses 3 of the 4 anti-missile devices. Onyx now ahead in economy and in on the board. And this game should be just about over. 2,000 hit points for Thonix, 1,500 for Night Fury. Night Fury really needs something to turn it around. He's got a drop. Vulcans, Rhinos, Marksmen, or Phantom Rays. And he'll take the Phantom Rays. I presume he runs armor enhancement on them. So armor on the Phantom Rays would shut down the Mustangs. But Thonix can preemptively counter that with Phoenix. Just buy 2 more Phoenix down the middle. Thonix also picks up the Vulcans, so has some chaff clear and tankiness out front. This is a lot more about the hit points, just tanking and do a little bit of clear, than it is about anything else. Oh, no, he's going to protect them. So Tech with range at 135 meters. They'll actually wind up behind the Hounds. I thought he was going to leave them out in front of the Hounds. At 135, they have, well, now 150, right? They have the same range as the Mustangs. You kind of don't want to be lined up at exactly the same depth with something, because that'll be valuable for the sledges. Allows the sledges to do a lot more. But Thonix takes... Okay, there's your finisher for Thonix. It's portable shield on the Fangs. The sledges will be stuck on that. Night Fury took a pair of Rydens. Rydens are terrible against shield Fangs. Doesn't look like Thonix might have just not respected the smoke. He's going to let it land. That's bold. I don't think I would have. I would have been thinking of selling the Vulcans and shielding the smoke, so... we'll see if that gets punished. The Phantom Rays do have the armor that we were expecting that is going to tank the Mustangs for a long time before the Phoenix can finish them off. And that has kept these ranged Wasps alive to do a ton of damage. First time that we've really gotten to see the ranged Wasps doing their work. And even so, it is going to collapse on Night Fury. Oh, so close. Onyx after 9 rounds at 2,032. Night Fury down to 137. He's got electromagnetic impact up this round anyways. He could have dropped another one. 2 electromagnetic impacts. They each do 35,000. 2 would have brought a shield down guaranteed. If there was a reason to do that, you might have wanted it. Is that even this? There's a lot of places on this board that I might have chosen, but that is just not it. Possibly here. Force this guy to walk out in front and just clip the edge of this shield, possibly. I clip a shield by habit. The Thonix takes the oil. That is going to get lit on fire over here. Now, Night Fury did also take advanced shield device, so if he throws down shield across the line, it'll be fine. We'll see if he does. Oil on the Phantom Rays is an interesting choice. Don't create fire anywhere. We're just slowing down the push, I guess. And Thonix has shielded where I would have put it as well, so nicely done. Where are the shields? Also, I like that Thonix took the electromagnetic impact knowing that Night Fury had one, and that he's got multiple units you can hit with it. Here is EMP on the sledges. This is what we thought we were going to see from much earlier. And 2 more sledges in the middle. No shields. So that oil is going to land and be devastating. Boom, it gets lit on fire. There will be no chaff for those sledges out there, and that is just going to let those left side scorpions have a feast. So the only concession that Onyx made to those to the level 3 armored rays was, oh, okay, fine, I will level the Phoenix if you insist, and EMP'd the armor on one side. Comprehensive win for Onyx. Like we said, he was behind on the hit point bar, but ahead in economy after about 5 rounds, and stabilized at the end of 5. Wins from 6 through 10, and says, "How can you not trust my scorpions?" Well, fair enough. But did we? The question is, did we manage to pick one of the best matches of round 2? And you know, number 10. And we had a 10-rounder, but it does mean we missed a major upset. You can't always pick them. Red Scare of 94 loses to Beer Hunter. This was a close match, so this, I do wish we had seen that. Yeah, Onyx, that's exactly what I'm saying. You were ahead in point, or he was ahead in points but behind in economy, and it was very expensive for him. Zem beat I'm Just a Cat. Forgotten Arbiter beat Tom Owns You. Beer Hunter, the upset win over a Red Scare. This would be to like the number 102 seed or something. The original number 101, 102 seed gets the upset. Shadoff over Ivan. Arctorius beats Stone Warden. Alone Fire is on a verge of another. He took a big scalp last week. He had a big upset last week. He's on the verge of another one. AWM with the win. Doxson and Alexander. I wanted to show that one. It has ended. Doxson has won it. So that I actually almost picked that one. That was the other one we were thinking about. Camelos with the win over Moonplant. Thonix over Night Fury. Fresh Pro with the win over, I think this was Pancake Samurai. Rakamekaflon. Sledge Hamster. Telasek, all with wins. Scale ups a second win. It's a win over Zenzuzex. Sparty over Amunitron. Godius Prime 2-0. The Magicians 2-0. B-Man beats Rassel. Raketo, Coldfire, Baller, Elite Command, Free MMR Donator, Dillo, Math is Might, and Apucci, the favorites, all getting wins down that line. We'll take a look at Alone Fire. Do we know who MMR Donator is, by the way, guys? Is that Skay, potentially? Alone Fire was the rookie group 2v2 tournament champion in the 2v2s. Let's go. It's Fanatics! MMR Donator is Fanatics! Okay, that's fun. That is fun to know. Well, the scoreboard looked good for Alone Fire, but this round does not. This round looks very, very good for opponent. Wins the tower on the right. Has the Rydens doing work. Rydens are strong right now. In part because hounds are strong, right? But, there we go. The round goes to you, Ben. Alone Fire will be down to 1272. I am a little disappointed, Baller, that you did not make the trolling yourself today and playing under the name Sleepy with the dwarf from, from Snow White as your PFP. But I guess they took away your ability to do custom PFPs, so you really couldn't do it. Never mind. I see why you didn't. It makes sense. Class Control Specialist for Alone Fire with Efficient Tech and Efficient Light. Amplify Specialist with none of the above for Yuban. Yeah, using the line of wasps to shield the Rydens. The Rydens are triple teched now. Doesn't range, EMP, and chain, so they can chain. If you don't know, you can hit a front unit and then it jumps to the next one. That does deliver the EMP. You can see the melting points have been EMP'd, turned off. Key techs like range, etc. get turned off, and that just breaks their locks. And since they depend on that mechanic of the ever-increasing damage dealt the longer they're locked, breaking the lock is the way to break them. Alone Fire goes down. So, not going to get the amazing wins back-to-back weeks, but well played. Props for the effort. We'll be right back with round 3. Well, Skay got bored of. Yeah. So Fanatics, what did happen with Skay? What's going on there? All right. The way that minor points work, a couple of our top seeds don't have minor points from their first rounds. So Pucci, Mathis-Might, and Dillo, who would have been 2, 4, and 6 in the original seedings, are dropped down to the middle of the pack at 9, 10, and 11. Along with Fanatics, who was the number 9 seed originally. So that's going to allow Forgotten Arbiter, Shadoff, and Yuban to jump on up. Arctorius is down there with the rest of the group in the middle of the board, so that's kind of where your best matches are going to come from, I would expect, is that middle of the board, right? So you get Arctorius, who is the original number 11 seed, facing the original number 9 seed, free MMR donator, or Fanatics. That might be our best matchup. Apucci versus Coldfire, Dillo versus Fleet Command. The other one's Amathis-Might against AWM is a tremendous match. Yoinks. Zemp, where did Zemp go? Where is Zemp? Did Zemp abandon? Zemp, B-Man, and Scale have all abandoned. Zemp goes 2-0 and abandons. B-Man 2-0 and abandoned. Forgotten Arbiter, now your number 1 seed. But we're going to take a look at Arctorius against Fanatics. He just doesn't enjoy playing the meta, Fanatics. That makes sense. Welcome back to those of you that saw ads. Channel point predictions are up for our round 2 match. Or round 3 match. Sorry, round 3 match. So get your bets in. Good luck. Have fun, everybody. Whoops. Actually, let me reset that one. We'll just switch which player's on which side there. Welcome to round 3 of our weekend tournament European number 104. We've got Arctorius versus Fanatics. Arctorius, you guys saw last night in the Mecha Mini Masters, will be near side blue. And Fanatics, playing under the name Free MMR Donator 69, is far side and red. Arctorius, again wearing that European 2v2 tournament champion that he and Alpha Titan won together. Near side, Farseer specialist with storms and crawlers, adds the pair of hounds between the towers we've seen from a lot of players. Fanatics on the far side, a cost control specialist, took a hound sledge start, thinking about what he wants to do there. Has not yet unlocked or purchased the unit. Channel point predictions are up. And it's 2 more hounds for Fanatics. So, line of 5, and this is that current meta positioning for those hounds. We saw it from Forgotten Arbiter in round 1. We see it from Arctorius here. We see it from Fanatics here. We actually saw it from Thonix as well. So if you're playing hounds, that's the level that the meta has kind of decided they belong at. You can get them up to 110 meters range, and this is enough that they'll be behind a lot of things and ahead of your super ranged giant if you've got one, ahead of your Mustangs if you've got one. And you just don't want them out in front where they get targeted early and destroyed if you're going to count on them as a clear unit. When we were first pitched the hound, everybody was saying, oh yeah, it's a third chaff unit, but it really isn't. It's a chaff clear unit. Don't think of them as a throwaway that you're happy to see absorbing shots, unless you're using the armor. Arctorius wins round 1, 3,700 hit points for him. Fanatics down to 4,400. Arctorius takes the laser sight, and Fanatics as well. So Arctorius will unlock and buy a Phoenix. Let me have some flying, thank you very much. And puts the laser sight on the flying unit. For Fanatics, he's got the laser sight, has no upshoot, and he's added range on the hounds on round 2, and a pair of crawlers. Arctorius builds out his hound board with a 3rd hound, but so this is going to go to Arctorius just on the flying unit. There's no upshoot from Fanatics. But he's building that long-term board with the hounds. You know, he's got the hound advantage, more hounds and attack on them. And as cost control specialist, essentially, you tend to lose, you know, rounds 1, 2, and 3 maybe, where the fact that opponent's units are stronger than yours is really valuable. You should be able to accelerate your tech loadout to get those force multipliers in place and be winning rounds 4, 5, 6, 7. And then by the very late game, where the plus 100 no longer matters and both sides are basically mirroring, or the plus 100 is a much lower percentage, right? That is when the cost control tends to start falling apart again. So, okay. 10, 11, 12, 13 round games. Do you want to knock a cost control player out quickly if you can, or go for a very long game? Arctorius does mirror. He's into 2 hounds of his own with range, and Fanatics adds 2 Phoenix. So you can see the continuing slight advantage that the cost control player has. He's 1 more Phoenix ahead. He's there. He's behind 1 crawler, and you know, just slightly more dollar on the board. Nobody has bet on Arctorius. That is silly, guys. Somebody should bet on Arctorius. The guy's in the finals of the Mecha Mini Masters. if you're wondering what the overall context of this match is, these two are the original number 11 near side and number 9 far side seeds in this tournament. So, free MMR donator will be at 3060, Victorious at 3700. Fanatics takes the steel balls in our unit drop. The previous two games we cast, we saw that round 2, 3, 4 unit show up in round 2. Here it's shown up in round 4, where you could conceivably get a free giant like an overlord. The first free giants start showing up in round 3. But it'll be steel balls for both of them. Fanatics is ahead still in hounds. Takes a mech rage for them. And it's two more crawlers for Arctorius, a 6th hound, so he's got the numeric advantage there, and he's also got his Farseer down. So that should be a big force boost for him to have the additional support from the Farseer. Fanatics adds a 3rd Phoenix. And note that the Farseer is on the far right, away from this hyper-ranged Phoenix, so Arctorius is kind of counting on the middle level 2 Phoenix to handle this guy at the moment. If you compare the way that these two are playing to the way that Baru played, right? We think about, and this is a huge MMR difference, right? But again, they're putting their techs onto units that they have a ton of, right? Double tech on a unit you've got 5 of, single tech on a unit you've got 7 of, rather than putting the techs onto units you don't have very many of, or spreading the techs around too much. You might expect to see Fanatics potentially range the Phoenix next round if he decided that that was valuable for them, because he's got 3 of them. But I think he's going to have to handle the chaff. That has gone very well for Arctorius. I thought it was going to go well because of the Farseer, but that is dramatically good. And Arctorius at 3,700 hit points. Fanatics at 1,294. Missile Strike for Arctorius. We can put that on top of potentially one of the Phoenix and some of the other packs. And he's adding the Wasps as a finisher. There's no real Mustang or Fang upshoot there. The only things that will shoot the Wasps are the Phoenix. And he's putting them, look at how separate it is. He doesn't know where this is going to come from, where this is going to land. He's just making sure to put the Wasps in open space. Now, anywhere that I can guarantee this thing isn't landing. And he's now matched the mirror. So as a player that's not cost control, one of the ways that you can get a bunch of value into the board is to simply mirror. You're going to be ahead by 11% in terms of attack and hit points. Fanatics with the Abyss pivot. I have not gotten to see Abyss played at this MMR. And here it is, Abyss on round 5 with swarm missiles. He's not running efficient maintenance. So, Titan units like the Abyss or like the Abyss and the War Factory have a upkeep between rounds. For the Abyss, it's 150 per round, so 3 MMR donator Fanatics will be minus 50 instead of plus 100 next round. But if it's what's needed to buy the round, to buy the game, to continue the game, it would be huge. But it is not. It does not look like it's going to be enough. It fires off like 140 missiles, but they most of them were wasted on steel balls and crawlers and overshot. Is it enough to finish for Arctorius? It is. 5 rounds and done. Thump. That is a quick and clean win for your number 11 seed. Rough. Rough one. Does mean we can jump into another match, though. What else did we want to see? I was thinking either Dillo and Fleet Command, but that one looks pretty lopsided. So let's take Apuchi and Coldfire, maybe. That would be the next best match. Apuchi, your near side, is a speed specialist with extra speed and has just committed to these crawlers with Drill and Replicate. Coldfire on the other side had Replicate going. Neither side has Mech Rage available, so Coldfire with 3 Wraiths now. He had 2. This one's new. How fast do you want to go? Apuchi says yes. I actually love that. I think Apuchi is one of the few high-level players that really leaned into speed the way that I do. And that's one of the reasons I love watching him. Of course, Coldfire's Wraiths are going to be great against the Crawlers, but they don't have any chaff protecting them, so 2 of them are down already. And the third one helped get the tower there. Now Apuchi gets 2 towers in kind of quick succession here. I guess this is a high-level tower, but regardless, the Wraiths don't have techs. They're not ranged. They're not 8 guns, so Crawler's just running past everything into that pile of oil. Now it's Fangs working on Wasps. Eventually, these Phoenix get to work on the Wraith. And Apuchi wins round 5. Coldfire was 9th in the Elite Tournament European last week. Takes a Vulcan. Apuchi adds a Worm up front, so trying to get the Wraiths to target the wrong thing, a thing with 97,000 hit points here. And Coldfire went straight to Incendiary Bomb on the Vulcan, trying to light the ground on fire, take care of all of those crawlers. I can see it. I can definitely see it, but I suspect just teching the Wraiths was a much better choice for him. The Wraiths already counter the crawlers, and for example, in a crawler v crawler, if the crawlers are fighting under somebody's degen beam, that pack of crawlers is going to win. They're evenly teched. Of course. Oh, and also they're mass-produced Wraiths. You can just slap them out there. You can just slap them out there with degen. Onyx is 3-0, says Hound Supremacy won again. Literally, this one marksman is sniping that tower. The tower, this is hilarious. The tower has 50,000 hit points. This marksman has an anti-interference module, not to prevent it from being hacked, but just to ensure that it doesn't get debuffed when, I think that would have been early in the game when this tower was getting taken. This tower is not clickable, so we're not going to find out what level it is this round. This round going much better for Coldfire, but there is still that worm to deal with, and worm plus 1 Phoenix will do it for Apuchi. And in addition, he's got the level 3 Saber. That is enough for Apuchi to win in 6 rounds. Fire defeated. Forgotten Arbiter beat Beer Hunter. Beer Hunter, of course, the surprise winner against Red Scare of 94. But his miracle run comes to an end against number 3 overall seed, Forgotten Arbiter. Ubon against Pelisek is still going. Hello against Fleet Command still going. AWM against Math is Might. That sounds fun. Well, it looks like this game ended. I'm guessing from the fact that they have both disconnected from it. Typhoon Specialist, near side for AWM. Supply Specialist, far side for Math is Might. I'm just going to point out, like, that might be spoiling, but the join prediction button is still up there. A little confused. I understand. Well. AWM was 6th in the Americas, and Math is Might was a 35th place finisher, presumably by abandoning after losing one match, in Asia this morning. Hello, hello. Come on in the booth, my friend. Math is Mike gets the W there. So we're just wrapping up round 3. Alpha Titan will be joining me in the booth momentarily.
Yes, I am.
Oh, there you are. Hello, hello, my friend. Welcome in.
Hello, hello. Good to be here.
It's so good to have you. I was looking forward to doing this with you, and then I was like, uh-oh. So, I'm glad you're here. Arctorius.
I am absolutely here.
Arctorius is having a good run right now.
That is not surprising these days.
Yeah, but it's some good wins.
Okay.
Let's see if there's anything else still going. We'll jump in and see if Rakamakaphon can upset Doxson.
All right. Yeah, in my sparrings for Mecha Masters Mini, I've actually been going 50-50 against Doxson in the 7 or 8 games we've played.
Very nice.
So what do we have here?
Doxson
double tap Vulcan Marksman.
Yeah, near side Fire Badger Specialist, clearly just sold out of the Fire Badgers and into the Vulcan Marksman. Rakamakaphon far side. A Sabertooth Specialist with efficient tech research. Triple techs on his Vulcans, and it's Vulcan Phoenix.
The worms are a big deal, and notably here, Rakamakaphon is running the Warcrime Vulcan versus the Carry Vulcan with best partner style.
Right. And hasn't teched Scorching Flames either. So, just light the whole ground on fire with Incendiary and Sticky.
Right. We are at the point where double tap Marksman can really mess up these birds and potentially be strong.
Yeah, and they are double tap. It's linked sledges for Rakamakaphon.
Only level 2, and if this many marksmen, that is definitely beatable.
Yeah.
I think we have caught Dachshund at a stabilization point here.
It does look like it.
Dachshund still has plenty of scaling. He's got elite that he can take for these marksmen.
Right.
He's running armor on the Vulcans. What?
Right?
Okay, that's something to be mindful of.
Yeah, I had not seen that one in a long, hot minute.
If you're rocking Makathon, this is tough, because the birds don't get any better, and neither do your Vulcans. So you're kind of forced into worms as a new direction.
The Phoenix could be charged shotted.
The loss of range will make them die even faster, though. I think that's a net negative, because it's not that the Phoenix weren't doing enough damage.
True. Yeah, it would put them ahead
Wasp
of
is good at it.
Would put them ahead of... No, it wouldn't put them ahead of the Vulcans. It'd still be behind.
I think the Wasps are going to do it. It's amazing how much Wasps can do, how much work they can put into a board. I need to be mindful of that.
This is a board with 4 Mustangs already.
It's true. But it's also war crimes, and those Mustangs don't last all that long once the shields go down, once they drive into the fire, so...
Right, but, I mean, the fire should be fairly far ahead of them. The Wasps are going to close range. I don't think that turns it for Rakamakathon. I think that I'm going to trust the Mustangs. Of course, if the stupid worm keeps everything at range, that is a problem. See, we got Mustangs for the Wasps. It'll be fine.
Fair enough. I'm going to be studying this board.
Now, Rakamakathon sends the gentlemanly well played. Very nicely done. He's climbed up to 1876 MMR. That's solid for him. So, well played, sir.
Got Dachshund low for sure.
All right, that puts us into round 4. We'll have Shadoff, Baller as the 1-2 seeds. Arbiter at 3. He was the original number 3. Bucci at 5 was the original number 2. Camus will be 4th. Artorias 6th. Yuban, Rakato, Athasmite, Dillo, Dachshund, and Thonix. So, Thonix versus Shadoff. But the match we've got to do is the match we should have had last night. Dachshund versus Baller.
Oh my gosh, the grudge match.
You could not have... you couldn't script that. That's amazing. I mean, goodness. I mean, I'd love to cast Dillo against Forgotten Arbiter. That's a good match, too.
Or...
But,
that's such a heartbreak.
It is, it is.
For those who don't know, there's a Mecha Mini Masters tournament, which is invitational, and the spirit behind it is that those that are kind of just shy of the Mag 1 caliber have been playing kind of a bracketed invitational. And last night there was supposed to be a match between Baller and Dachshund in a elimination match, but to Baller's credit, it was not at the best time zone for him, unfortunately, although he had known and was ready for it, and he missed the match.
Yeah.
And so
he commented he had an alarm set for it, but it must have gone off at the deepest part of his sleep cycle because he managed to turn the alarm off without waking up.
We've all done that at one point.
Yep. So That
So tragic.
that will be our match. Channel point prediction is up for it. Whoa, Zalex, what happened?
There are some really good games here to look at as
I
well.
know.
But there is with what happened yesterday, there's no choice.
Yeah. It didn't give you a already up prop. Hey, it's you. Yes, indeed, Docs. Don't forget to bet on yourself.
Good luck to you both, gentlemen.
Well, welcome to round 4 of Weekend Tournament European number 104. We've got a particularly sweet matchup for this one. Dachshund and Baller were supposed to meet each other in the round of 6 as a single elimination match last night for the Mecha Mini Masters. Unfortunately, it was about 5 in the morning for Baller, and he managed to sleep through an alarm. So he gets his chance. He gets his
Oh
chance
boy.
at revenge, or to prove that he belonged. Officially, Dachshund is already through in that tournament, and Baller is out. But this will be a bragging rights match for sure for Baller. Dachshund, on your side, the marksman specialist with Sabertooth and Arclight. We just saw him running a full commit Vulcan marksman build. Welcome home, Toast. Welcome in. He placed 10th in the Elite April Americas last week. One ahead of your streamer. And Baller on the far side, a quick supply specialist with a Tarantula and Crawler start, adding a marksman, 2 marksmen, and 1 more crawler. So he's got 4 crawlers, 2 marks, and 2 tarantulas. Dachshund, expecting an attack, is playing that kind of little rainbow defense.
It's interesting. At first, I thought the Baller had taken a tarantula pack because when he gets quick supply tarantula, he always plays 4 tarantulas.
Right.
But in this case, he's just running a defensive Sabertooth.
That is
so it'll be interesting
Dachshund.
to see.
That is Dachshund running the defensive Sabertooth. Baller is running the tarantulas with quick
Did
supply.
Somehow my game spun 180 degrees then?
Dachshund.
Okay, so I wasn't blind.
Nope. You're not blind. And he did not go for the 4 tarantula start.
Right. I thought that he... Okay, then I was... That's so strange. Interesting. That tower timing was brutal. That Saber had no health left and it still got to finish off the spider.
But the round will go for Baller. Dachshund, who started with 4,200 hit points, drops down to 3,900. Baller will be at 3,700. And yeah, Toast, I completely agree. A 4 spider start into Sabertooth seems a little odd.
Right.
So I can see why Baller
that might
opted
have
out
been
of it.
the reason.
We have a unit drop. Both players are really quickly take the Farseer, and they'll be catty corner opposite each other. For Dachshund, he's also... Oh no, not anymore. Now they're both on the same side. Baller committing more to the attack as a shallow flank crawler that Farseer on the diagonal right to the tower. Toxin adds a marksman just inside of tower, so it guarantees that it'll go face the forward units instead of the flank units. He's got a Farseer perfectly positioned for that unfortunate tarantula there. And the Fangs out here to slow things down. That intercepted the marksman shots, intercepted the Farseer shots.
One of the tricky things about a Farseer drop is you can't afford to fort your tower usually.
Right.
As the attacking player because of the 100 cost additional, and that delay can be really painful.
Right, so Baller would normally have fortified that outside tower. But,
exactly.
Couldn't afford to do that and drop a tarantula, which he wanted to get established. Doxin takes the additional deployment. Baller takes the underground threat, which he's going to use to defend that outside tower. And
Baller was quick supply, so he could have actually forted that tower in this particular situation. So he was just being greedy with the money because he wanted to take an early tech.
No, he couldn't because he had spent 350 on round 1. He had 50 left.
He maxed out a crawler
on round 1, yes.
I'm not a fan of using your quick money for just one more chaff. I feel like that is a low impact application of the quick money in most cases.
Baller adding spider mines, flank tarantula, flank crawler. Doxin is missling out that new flank crawler. Four is a lot of mines, but they all do blow up. They pull in together and blow up together, so blowing up one managed to blow up the whole lot.
It's also interesting because the Farseer, of course, has super cheap access to EMP tech, and can be really good at shutting down the techs of flanking units in particular with a very quick connection.
Right.
Of course, the Tarantula will outscale the Farseer because Farseers don't really scale. But if the game ends on round 6, that's a moot point.
Speaking of ending on round 6, Doxin is
exactly
in control. 3,900 to 1,848. We go to round 4. Doxin taking photon emissions, and he's going to use that to ensure that nothing gets EMP'd. No free EMP, and if he just drops the photon over this defensive air quadrant, and he adds 2 more sabers to handle the 2 tarantulas he knows about. Baller adding 2 more tarantulas, one on the far side, unopposed. That's nice. And one on the flank that leads basically straight into those 2 sabers. So Baller should win this tower first, but Doxin's defense is going to be very solid over here.
That level 2 Farseer is an absolute menace right now because there's just not any true single DPS for it.
Right. And if the only real single DPS on the board is the level 3 marksman for Doxin, not nothing for Baller.
Right, and of course sabers are real DPS, so they can absolutely kill these mediums.
Yep.
Afraid this tower take is going to be too slow to save the push on the left.
It's not even going to happen before the right side level 2 goes down. Ouch. And of course, other big thing about the Farseer is it's 300 hit points of damage to the bar, so that's going to be about 700 more for Baller. He's down to 1170. Fun fact, the fastest possible applied EMP belongs to the Raiden. This is one of the few shots that attacks instantly at the start of the round, and unlike others, it has no projectile travel time. It's true. So, and Ignatius Pennyfeather, hello, says, secondary armament goes really, really hard here because it's so good at one-shotting a spider mine.
Yes. I also think that Baller really needs to add some air to challenge the lack of upshoot in Doxin to give him a chance to stabilize. I think the spider cage scales really well here potentially. And I also think Hacker could be incredibly strong since he lacks any real DPS for both players.
Great shout out from Ignatius Pennyfeather. Called the side guns for Dachshund in advance. Waller sells out of the right side flank, so used it to try and take the tower, but it wasn't quick enough. Now he knows it's going to be countered. There's a saber out there. There's a missile out there. So that's done. Waller has put down a absorption module on a Farseer, trying to keep that thing alive. Let it heal through. It did 15,000 damage last round, so that will heal about half of its hit points back.
And the bonus 30% is no pushover either.
Sure. Chin gun, or the side guns, didn't actually protect one of those.
That was because the Farseer had instant locks.
On it, yeah.
Farseer is absolutely the MVP. Holy smokes.
Waller has changed the pull so that the right side saber came into the main fight instead of going out to the outside tower. That healing Farseer has won the whole side for Waller. As you were saying, sir.
Thing, yeah, had like a 80,000, maybe almost 100,000 damage round by the end of it.
91,900 for that Farseer. And of course, that's 91,000 hit points that it healed for itself, too. So it ends the round on full health. Waller
There's the air wasp.
Wasp drop, pair of level 2s. Watson definitely doesn't have anything that will answer that, so he takes his own wasps. Waller goes for a range on his, and takes 2 more. Level 1 behind at the tower, and level 1 and 2 level 2s over here. For Dachshund, it's just level 2 wasp straight up top of this push over here. This Farseer is now level 3, gold damage dealer. Won the round, dropped Dachshund to 3,500 hit points. Is it enough to keep pushing? Remember, that was the round that the oil had landed. So that was Dachshund's attempt at a knockout.
Both players do have anti-air, but the player who ranged the wasp is in a good position, I think. And these tarantulas will help clear these fangs very quickly, and I think these blue wasps on the front should be able to make a very quick push to tower. Power to missile out the chaff on the side is also a big deal. That's something Dachshund didn't do, but absolutely is this time.
Right. Also prevented the instant lock on this level 1 Sabertooth, so that thing has survived.
Right.
Now the Farseer is locking on the wasps instead of the ground game. That thing weren't healing, it would have been dead already. But it is healing. It just keeps healing right through every saber. Holy smokes, it's a beast! It finally goes down, but it's done a ton of work. Baller's still down to 198. Dachshund at 3,500.
Oof.
Orbital on top of 2 very clumped armies is not what you want to see.
I think this is better for Dachshund.
Yeah.
As the defender, he can shield his relatively stationary position a lot more easily.
And Baller does not have either jump drive or shield. I saw a comment in Reddit the other day about how overpowered spells are because they just destroy all of your light air. But, you know, it's if you're running this full optimized bar, you are leaving yourself vulnerable to it, right? If you wanted to protect your wasps, you've got to have either shield or jump drive on them. So you see this spell come up, and you jump drive them over to here, or back to here, so that you're not leaving them exposed to the lightning storm or the, in this case, the orbital bombardment.
Right, there are ways to mitigate. And of course, spells are there to provide the opportunity to punish specific formations, whether it's ion beam or whether it's a javelin or whether it's an orbital. So it is valuable in that sense to keep players honest and to keep tech bars diverse, as long as hopefully you don't get hit back to back or back to back to back with the same spell, because that can be challenging.
Even if you have, it's in part because you've exposed your formation in a way like Faller has done, where they're just everything is in the same spot, right? And he was committed to that from round 1. He remained committed to it all the way through the end of the game, and the spell punishes it. And that is a 7-round win for Doxson. He says, I kind of feel like I got my groove back. Did the side guns do anything? It was hard to tell. They were actually taking out a whole bunch of spider mines. So, yes. For sure. And Baller's post-game comment is, man, I played this so bad. So, at least I feel a little bit less bad about Doxson being through in the Mecha Mini Masters, since we got to see the match we wanted, and Doxson won it. So no excuses at this point. Well played to Doxson. 10th place in Americas. He is doing better today. Into the final 8.
Lots of games still running. Very healthy Dillo Arbiter.
Ooh, let's do that one.
Relatively. Okay.
Sorry, insta-click. Ignatius Pennyfeather says, now that more people are running side gun and dogs exist, I've taken Spider Mine off and replaced it with armor piercing. I've seen that from a couple of players, for sure.
I've done that as well.
What are we in here, guys? 3,200 hit points, round 7. You have an efficient maintenance war factory for Dillo. I'm sorry, an efficient maintenance improved war factory. So extra 40% hit points, extra 15% attack, extra 10 range, and a reduced attack interval. You wind up taking rapid reload on this. It gets the attack interval down to 0.8, which is just silly since it has 4 guns. It's attacking as quick as an Arclight.
He's running the full summon build, and he's got birds and sledges already on the field, so that's absolutely the angle I think this is building towards.
Right, and it's, in particular, it's Quantum Reassembly Phoenix, so he can just throw them out there. Doesn't throw them out there, let them die, let them resummon somewhere. And then the sledges, whatever techs he takes on them, will be multiplied by the sledges coming off the War Factory.
Right. That said, Arbiter's Charge Shot Phoenix are charging down the line.
And they do win the round, but Arbiter is not running EMP on the Phoenix. So that is my preferred solution to turning off a production war factory. Let's see what his answer is.
I think his solution may just be, I have level 4 birds doing 35,000 damage a pop.
Right.
And
better to kill it than
muscle
turn
through
it
it the old faction.
Yeah.
Right.
I'll just do honest damage. Hello takes ER Sledge. I love it. We're going to be producing sledges. Let them engage from 125 meters out. It actually does mean they outrange the war factory right now. Could be a slight problem.
Well, the good news is, if he makes them, then it'll still get spit out in front, and the war factory will still push them. It's also worth noting that Phoenix with Charge Shot don't care about the health, and so the extra range is just free in that sense.
Right.
I want to see Dillo take bird prod.
War factory number 2, 650 to spend on techs. Potentially one more deploy. We could sell the Vulcan if we really wanted to. But I think more techs. If you're building war factories, you want to buy techs more than you want to throw out more war factories. In part because you're paying the upkeep cost, which is only 50 with the efficient maintenance reducing the upkeep cost. But
Dillo's debating what summon tech to buy.
Yep.
I think the birds are the problem, and yep, I think that's the right call.
Takes his own birds. He's also got the oil out in front to ensure that nothing gets closed. Potentially could light that on fire next round by
yes.
Sell Vulcan, buy Vulcan. Hopefully this Vulcan dies before it gets lit on fire this round. That would be Dillo's hope. It does get lit. Oh dear. No. Bit unlucky for Dillo. Does mean that all of the Mustangs are dying this round, but put the tower down. That left side down. It's a close round. A very close round. But it goes Arbiter's way. 3460, Dillo to 1973.
Lightning Storm. It's gotta be. Yeah.
For both. Lightning Storm to take out the air game. This would be the turn to click Quantum Reassembly if you're Dillo, because whatever is getting killed by the storm gets resummoned to the other side. Right, so we just talked about that in the Baller Dachshund game. Both of these players are much better spread out, so they're not in the position that you're going to see the storm just completely wipe the entire army. Much, much less punishing.
It always hurts, but I almost want to see range on the War Factory. I like the mech rage, though, on the sledges. There was definitely a shaft clear problem last round.
Right.
We really need quantum on the birds for the cost, especially into the lightning storm.
Yeah, 350. It's such a cheap pack. We're summoning them anyways. Yeah, big birds with shields would live through the lightning. So he has taken it. Arbiter is not loaned, notably. Takes temp range. He's got 300 left. He's not going to shield the birds, relying on shields on the ground.
They are relatively tanky.
Yeah. See those birds summoning back? Even though they got taken out by the storm. It's actually a bad positioning. I think he would have rather had the fourth bird die and all of those summon back on the other side of the board. But, left side, level 2 War Factory, tanking. Now it goes down, and Arbiter will win round 9 as well. Dillo down to 780 hit points.
I think this is just a sell angle for both sides.
Yeah.
I could see the melting point getting run by Arbiter, but not when you've got charge shot birds.
Yeah, he doesn't need it. He's got the charge shot birds. Taken and sold for both players. Well, not sold. Dillo takes the fire badgers. He's got 3 fire badgers up the middle. And what is... Ooh, are you going a degen, a disintegration angle? A level 2
I don't know. I think it's just the beam.
Well, the
missile is really good here.
Missile is valuable. Yeah, there's just so many good things for the Abyss. He's ranged it to keep it back. That's just going to clean up the sledges, I think. Missile.
Actually, Abyss is bad into sledge. Arbiter did a lot of testing, and it can't actually one-shot at level 1. It can't one-shot level 2 sledges even.
Right.
Because of the number of ticks. And so, for some reason, a sledge can only take 1 tick of damage from the Abyss.
Right.
So it's very bad against sledge line.
Right.
But if you can clear the sledge line, it's amazing against bigger mediums or giants.
Right.
Like a War Factory.
Yeah, the War Factory is very, very doomed against it. Both of them are level 2.
Mm-hmm.
There's a whole lot of missiles. That'll be a bunch of chaff clear as well. You can see that the beam brings the shields down pretty quickly.
I also think Vertical Abyss is probably one of the best counters to Zoo Factory in general, because it will hit the productions and just go on through and chunk the War Factory down with every shot.
Right. Well, it has wiped the ground on that right side, and now the missiles are landing on the other side. Dillo surrenders. Forgotten Arbiter through to the round of 8. Well played, sir.
Yep.
That's a really interesting finish. I love seeing that.
Arbiter's been running a bunch of high-level Phoenix from standard matches recently, and has just been basically not caring about Fort AA and not caring about classic counters, and just been leveling the birds. And
make them tanky.
I'm not sure what about his play is making it work, because it looks incredibly solid from him.
Right. That is heartening to hear. We go to a round 11. Arctorius on the far side. Red supply specialist with some, well, not very many. 1 mass-produced rhino and quick teleport. 2 mass-produced rhinos. Yuban on the near side was an amplify specialist. Has gotten into triple tech forts with ranged double tap, shield, and production items. Steel balls on the level 7. Mustings on the level 3. Level 3 here, a level 3 over here. And backed up by photon emission overlords. Going into Arctorius with the level 4 Vulcan quad tech. Level 2, level 3, level 4.
Those double tap forts, though, will melt even a level 4 Vulcan.
Yeah. Level 7 double tap fort is just silly. It does 116,000 damage every time it shoots. Boom. Goodbye. I don't need elite marksman. I really don't. I just run level 7 forts. That
ironically, at that point, elite would be even more damage than double tap.
Right, true.
Along with another bonus worth range, but yeah, this was over.
Wow, that is a build from Yuban. I wonder how he got there. But Arctorius, who we had been cheering for as one of the Mecha Mini Masters finalists, is knocked out of contention to win this title in round 4.
Nothing on Arps. I guess Arctorius was just relying on Vulcan, but that seems so strange into a fort push.
Right. We'll be right back with round 5. Go ahead. I'm gonna grab
that. Just doesn't seem like him.
Yeah. Be right back. You got the mic.
Okay. One thing I did notice, Onyx, if you're out there, I'm sorry to say that it looks like you lost by 1 hit point in your match against Shadoff. That's always a heartbreaker when you're like 1 HP or like less than 50, because 1 unit on 1 round over the entire game could have bought you 1 more turn to try and stabilize. Yeah. People left in the matches are all very impressive names. Welcome back, I think.
Indeed, I am back. Would you like to see Forgotten Arbiter against Yuban or Math is Might against Apuchi?
I feel confident Arbiter will be in the finals. Based on this, I want to see Apuchi and Math is Might. I think that is a really interesting matchup.
Yes.
And I'm curious what Math is Might is doing.
do want to point out we've had 4 of the top 10 make it to this level, with Shadoff, the number 7 seed, Arbiter, the number 3, Apucci, the number 2, and Math is Might, the number 4 seed originally. So we're getting the number 2 versus number 4 here. Could very easily have been a tournament final.
Yeah. All of the names that are left at the top up here are just absolutely haymakers.
Right. I mean, Ubon and Doxson are amazing. So that is the 6. That is the final 6 here.
I don't know if you heard, but I was lamenting that Onyx was at -1 when he lost his match against Shadoff, and apparently he replayed the round and was able to win it.
Oh, no.
And that's so tragic.
Channel point predictions are up for those of you that enjoy that sort of thing. Welcome to round 5 of Weekend Tournament European number 104. We are in the hexafinals. There are 6 left. Doxson, Shada, Math is Might versus Apucci, which we were going to be here for, and Forgotten Arbiter against Ubon. Might takes the Elite Specialist, so near side blue, Elite with Crawlers and Steel Balls. Apucci on the far side, a Quick Supply Specialist with Arc Lights and Steel Balls of his own.
A no chaff Elite spec.
No, it's a chaffed Elite spec for Math.
This is the second time my game spun 180 in the middle of launch. That's...
If you do mouse down and rotate, you can rotate the board while you are on a different screen.
That's wild.
See?
Yeah.
So just be aware of that. You can accidentally do that to yourself. Bork, Woof Factory, hello. I'm resubscribed, and this is 11 months.
Oh my goodness.
Sir. Welcome back.
A blast from the past.
Missed you, sir. But Woof Factory here for the dogs in the final 6.
100%.
Math's Might's ad is 2 hounds. We talked about this being the meta hound positioning right now, right in line with your towers. We've seen that from Arbiter. We've seen that from a number of players throughout the day.
Mm-hmm.
And we've talked about why it's solid against this push style. The way that Forgotten Arbiter was running it, the hounds get up to about here, and they create that U shape so that they really play defense well.
So in theory, with the quick supply money here, I think Apucci was really considering adding a bird, but Elite often adds blue marksman.
Right.
And it makes sense into arcs to do so, and it let him not go into the birds, even though the marksmen were not taken.
Right.
And birds would have gone really hard for Apucci here in this particular match.
Yeah, it would have been a guaranteed win by a lack of upshoot for round 1.
And blue hounds can really bully arc lights, because that level 1 match point break point is really important. Whoever levels first gets a huge advantage.
Right.
And Math's Might is also a Phoenix enjoyer, charge shot enjoyer, so I would say it's very likely, unless drops pivot otherwise, to see that from him at some point.
Well, here is 2 level 1 marksmen, the way you want it to go. Rhinos, Wasps, and Typhoons the other options. Apucci takes the Wasps, not afraid of the Typhoon.
I kind of think they both do. Although I'm a little surprised that Apucci doesn't take the Rhino. Yep, there's the double Wasp. And the instant charge shot from Apucci. Knowing he needs the damage to be able to kill blue hounds.
Right.
Because otherwise the hounds will run him over.
Right. If you don't know, a charge shot, obviously reduces the attack interval by 1/3, but increases the attack by 300%. And that changes the breakpoints for a level 1 Arclight. Now 1 shots a level 1 hound. Here it'll be 2-shotting level 2 hounds, but that is a heck of a lot better than where they were at, which would have been something like six-shotting the level 2 hands.
Right. It's also worth noting that against elite spec, blue crawlers are the only crawlers, and at that point, charge shot is what lets an Arclight one-tap them anyway.
Right.
So while you're firing slower, if you don't have to fire twice, it's still faster clear.
The Wasp versus Wasp fight on the right goes for Math's Might, so he will win by 6 Wasps guaranteed. The question is just, can Apuji clean up a bunch of the hounds before that happens? Does get decent tower timings. And of course, Charge Shot is also good against the steel balls, so he cleans up everything.
It is a fairly good cleanup.
Cleaned up everything except for 2 hounds. Math's Might on 5,000 hit points. Apuji at 3,750.
And the Arclights are slowly getting their levels. Sub-Steel Ball is insane right now. It is almost on par with Improved Wasp at the moment with regards to clicking Mech Div on it.
Right.
Unless your opponent gets a Farseer drop. It's just basically $150 for a Steel Ball pack and a Crawler pack in one deploy. Speed is also really strong here, although with an Arclight push like this, I don't know if speed is quite the angle that Apuchi's going for.
Apuji takes intensive, and Math's Might skip the speed.
Fascinating.
And Apuji, I know Apuji loves speed. We've seen him take it before.
Yes, he does.
You're right about the Arclights, right? Kind of a weird thing to give speed to. Instead, he's sold out of his Wasps and takes the Mustangs.
Blue Mustangs.
Gives them the intensive, levels the Arclights that have earned it.
And the other thing as well is that Mustangs can help you with a little bit of the fast clear for the cleanup of what has a fraction of its health bar left from a charge shot arc. So it's kind of a way to supplement fast damage with Arclight damage.
Right. If whatever is left over, we're going to, for example, this Arclight does 1388. That leaves a Hound with like 400. By the time the Arclight is shooting again, the Mustangs have finished it off.
Exactly.
Apuji adds a flank crawler that will eat a missile over there. And a couple of them survive to still have the pull.
Oh my goodness.
So that could not have gone any better, the way that Apuji was drawing it up. The Wasps are Mustang Chow. Arclights are still having good rounds.
Once these Arclights get range, it's going to be really good for Apuji.
Right, because at that point they outrange the Hounds, right? So, Apuji is running armor and electromagnetic, not running the full carry Arclight build, so no elite marksman on it.
I am almost to the point where I'm taking it off the bar because it's just there's so many things to prevent Arclights from getting there. The other thing is once you start leveling your Arclights, Hounds can level off of them as well. And there's the range immediately on the Arclights. That's 100% the play.
Great call. Where's he putting the improved firepower? Obviously goes on the Mustangs, right? And then
yes.
Math's Might is thinking about, I think, either the speed, the improved absorption module. It's possible improved fortress, but I just don't see you paying 700 for level 2 improved fortresses. That's just so
actually into charge shot arcs
might be the right choice, right?
I actually think it's insane because Fort is already good, and 50% more at level. You're basically getting a level 3 fortress in terms of the health.
Right.
For what you're paying. It's expensive, but it's really good.
Only problem is there are steel balls on the board, so.
There's one. Granted, he hasn't seen them being sold out of yet, but you could kind of predict it.
Right. He does take it. He took improved fortress.
I'm so glad to see that. Now the question is, what is Apuji? Apuji's got to be in Melter at that point, right? Like this is an Arclight Melter Mustang counter?
Yes, indeed.
Because that much health, you're just going to lose the Fort Mirror, especially into Elite.
Welcome home, Dillo and Dillo Raiders. Love to see you guys.
Welcome.
I am sorry to see that you are The number 6 seed does not make it to the final 6. A little bit rough there. Good night, sir. Have a wonderful night, and we will catch you tomorrow. Thank you very much for the raid. I appreciate it. We are, of course, in round 5 of this tournament. As our standard for our broadcasts, we cast the unbeatens as far as they go until there are just 2 or 1, really. And here we have original number 4 seed Mathis Might, original number 2 seed Apuchi. Mathis Might on the near side, potentially an elite specialist with with improved forts. And Apuchi on the far side, a quick supply specialist with a bit of Mustang and some ranged charged shot arc lights to chew up the hounds.
Yeah, the cards here were interesting, but none of them were really worth going for. Everybody kind of has their chaff clear sorted. The intensive Mustangs are just kind of getting force-fed levels. Eventually they will be a problem. Although blue forts that are improved can shrug Mustang damage for a very long time.
And there is the first of those improved forts. Dillo can afford to sell a steel ball and bring out a second one, if that's the direction he wants to go. For Apuchi, a new Mustang on the far flank. There won't be any intriguing wasp shenanigans out there.
I like the early fort. How did Mathis Might find the money for 2 blue improved forts on round 5?
Round 5, 1,000 damage. And then he skipped, so he had 50. He had 1,050.
Yeah, but this is like
sells for 300. That's 1,350. Yeah, he had 1,350. So he just needed to have saved 100 or so.
We get loose formation. That is so interesting. It is better, but hounds do a fairly good job of cleaning that up. It's funny. I've heard Apuchi call loose crawler multiple times the dark magic tech because it's so hard to tell if it's doing anything.
Right. Well, and
these blue forts are just insane.
And if you don't know the math behind bird flight algorithms, you have no idea how it would even work, right? Like, why would this? How? I don't get it.
Right.
Charge shot arc does chew down one of those 2 forts. Those forts, by the way, have 131,000 hit points. So that was a lot of work for arc lights and Mustangs to do. It does.
I really want to see range first.
It does spread some XP around the board. You've got redeployment available. Extended range war factory. Beep. I don't think that's the choice here. Advanced offensive tactics. Yeah. Mathis might skip that way. But Apuchi takes
That's amazing. And the reason for that is when you're dealing with big stompy giants, you have to use melters, and then the chaff clear positioning is crucial.
Right.
And if one player has the redeploy and the other doesn't, then you can just take your time each round lining up exactly who needs to be where.
Right. And
it's incredibly strong.
And this round, Apuchi drops the level 3 arc light back so that it is not insta-locked by this fort. So first things first, protect one of my key units.
Apuchi's going to turn this into a standard board. He's just going to pull his like V shape into a straight line.
Will be Mustang Melter from Apuchi with the arc light support. Range is one of the melters. Got 150 left that could be used for levels, potentially Mustang and one of the higher level arcs, I would imagine. But
yeah, I think the level 1 arc light needs to be level 2. I think you have more value to make sure everything is level 2, so you're getting the better gear rates.
Yep, makes good sense. No new forts for Mathis Might this round. He takes range on the forts. And
range was really important.
Mech rage on the hounds. So
also important.
Trying to clear through that the dark tech more quickly. And it seems to be working. The melter has never quite gotten to locking on a fort at all. It does now. It's a bit late. Tower timing pretty good for Apucci, though, as it's allowing these arc lights to do a lot of softening up. And the second fort goes down. Apucci's at 2846, but he's just dropped Math's Might from over 4,000 down to 2968.
Redeploy was huge, being able to save his chaff clear on that side. Ooh, does Apucci take the Vulcan? It's fast with range. Into the fort, it's a little spooky. You have the melter to back it up, though. I think it's Vulcan for Apucci. It's Sea Rays, but that Vulcan, I think, adds a lot of value here. If your math is Might, I almost think it's the Marksman to help pop the arc lights. Well, that's a little redundant with the forts. Maybe it's the Rays.
You could also make an argument for the Wraiths for Math is Might.
Not into the melter. I think that's going to be a mistake. He's already pulling backwards, and I think that the melting point just is already on board.
Now, I think I can see Wraith as slowing down the push, slowing down the crawlers, clearing that up, and then still being just ahead of the... I think it would be just ahead of the Hounds. Apucci is redeploying the Mustang. That is not what I was expecting. He redeploys them deeper. Okay. Make sure they don't get
he does that
out front.
Because they were running ahead of where the arc light was now.
Right. So, yeah, they needed to be further back. Makes sense. Math is Might proves me wrong. Goes for the Vulcan himself. So Vulcan's on both sides, and it's shields for the forts. Apucci has taken the sticky oil bomb to be able to light the ground on fire, and that's just going to chew up all of these crawlers for Math is Might. That's going to be really rough this round.
Yes. I love that he intensived his melting point, Apucci did, to clear these forts a little better.
He's got 2 level 2 melters, and of course, the 2023 logic was don't ever bother leveling a melting point. There's no real scaling from it. But here, at 61,000 hit points, it does make a difference if they're engaged with. And it also does clear, it's a constant time, but it is a much quicker clear, almost twice as quick to get through the melting point.
I really think that the Vulcan was a mistake for Math is Might, especially into the showing of melting point.
Already, yeah.
I think that was just playing into it being countered. Unless you're going to range it, I guess he took it for a 1-round thing.
Yep.
But he did sell it with no techs.
They both sold it with no text, so those the Vulcans are off the board. Both players took the laser sight. It's on the outside melter for Apucci. It's on the middle fort for Math is Might. That was the last fort left and the gold damage dealer. So that is the thinking there. Fort number 4.
Really want to see Apucci add another melting point or 2 and take the missiles. I think Fort Fist is one of the only things you're scared of, and turning it off as well as the range on the forts means that you just hard win the range war.
Right.
And you've already got arc lights aplenty.
Right. And you don't want to leave a fort with a 175 meter range that outranges these 2 melters. Or all the melters other than the one with laser sights here.
And you know that Math is Might took that laser sight, so that's not really much of a prediction.
Yeah, this is a hard read. You just assume that it is taken. And
there it is.
Nice call. Electromagnetic barrage on Apucci's melting points. That has 180 meter range, so the fortress here can't protect itself from it. It'll turn off the key techs. It's also good against shields. This is the only EMP tech. A lot of people make the mistake of generalizing from this. This is the only EMP tech that is good against shields. It does 4,000 damage to the energy shield. Every other tech does nothing to shields, and doesn't even EMP the unit behind it. So,
I think that the barrage does like 60,000 EMP damage to shields overall.
Mm-hmm.
These forts, they are improved. They do a ton of damage.
They are getting a ton of work done, and importantly, they are behind the Mustangs. So the Mustangs are out in front, chaff, essentially, and that makes the difference for Mathis Might this round. He's on 1898. Papucci down to 1487. Number 4 seed versus number 2 seed. We go to round 9. Unit drop. Which one do you like for which, Titan?
I think that it's got to be Badgers for Mathis Might, and it's probably for Papucci as well. It's all just about the chaff clear. You don't need single target here right now, and both sides have DPS that makes Blue Rhinos not a tank.
Yeah.
Um,
Blue Rhino is
so at
done.
that point, it's just Badger. It's also the best sell value.
Oh, good point.
Efficiently speaking, but
right.
It's also just good chaff clear, and I think Papucci should range them, although it's really tough.
Right. Toast, that's a good point. Toast says the 2 EMP spells also do damage to shields, which probably also contributes to the myth that other EMP techs are
right.
Shields.
That's a specific spell interaction that is specified, that is non-generalized to EMP.
Wow, it's a marksman with range for Mathis Might, so he's got something to hang out behind the forts. And
that feels bizarre.
Well,
I don't know. Maybe it'll look good, but that is
actually, you know what?
A strange angle.
No. This is a what do I lose to angle, and what I lose to right now is armor ray, armor. There it is, armored ray. What I lose to is armored ray, because the Mustangs would have locked the armor. So by taking the marksman, he preempts that play.
Yes, there are also arc lights on the board. So it's mostly a hedge, but it's not a redundant hedge.
It's mostly a hedge, and it's definitely not redundant. This is I'm at 1900 hit points. What do I absolutely just get crushed by? How do I lose the game? And let me stop that from happening. It's really good play. He knows he won the ground war last round. So the only way to lose this round was to lose the air war. And the marksman prevented that from happening. I'm going to say that isn't just a surprising play. That is a game-winning play. And Mathis Might is through to your semifinals. Papucci down to negative 775. Mathis Might, your winner here. Number 4 seed beats number 2 seed.
Those blue forts absolutely just shut down the arc light's ability to clear chaff with their shields.
Right.
Yeah,
that was why somebody said I'm not sure why he took shield over fist with Melter on the board on the field, and that is exactly it. It was shutting down the ability to clear chaff. It keeps the Mustangs alive underneath the chaff bar, and then the Mustangs at the end of the round. The Mustangs are available to tank the melting point shots directly, right? To keep those off of the fort by just a couple of meters.
And of course, a big part of why this chaff clear works so well for Mathis Might is that the loose crawlers were so much more fragile that the elite Mustangs were able to just chew through them quickly.
Right. Well, aside from Papucci, the favorites win around the rest of the board. So Shadoff, your original number 7 seed, beats Dachshund to make it to the final 3. Forgotten Arbiter, your original number 3 seed, beats Ubon, as you predicted, Titan. Well called. And we saw, of course, the good match with Mathis Might and Papucci.
That was a great match.
That is going to set up Forgotten Arbiter against Mathis Might. Papucci dodges the spoiler roll. That is going to go to D Unit. With 14 minor points, D Unit will face Shadoff. As is our tradition, we will be in Forgotten Arbiter against Mathis Might on the grounds that might be our final if D Unit can upset Shadoff. We'll be right back after ads with the round 6 match. And it's just so nice to hear your voice, sir. It's just so glad. Do you want to explain why range plus fist is on the same bar for several players? Because Jerry Hattrick says I don't really understand it. I'm not running it myself. I can't really speak to the argument. Why.
You don't always take them at the same time. The truth is, I think actually Mathis Might's game is a perfect example of where that works really well, which is sometimes all forts need is range. And as a result, it's an incredibly valuable tech to have. It also is incredibly important in a fort v fort mirror, depending on if you are playing kind of a mid-rangey deployment. Obviously, fort bars are, I would say, probably the most difficult unit to commit Vortex to. I think Wasp is probably second, and I think the marksman of like marksman and bird is third. But like, there are so many good Vortex, but
and
fundamentally,
Wasp, honestly. But
right.
yeah, if anybody out there who's a member of the guild, you guys should take a look at the taxonomy of the fort bar doc that Ted did. It's really good. It's really well written. Very fun.
But I honestly think that range being on the bar is one of those you don't usually take them together. But I think that range is incredibly important when you need it, and he straight up loses this game without range.
And so you're saying it's less about having a four-tech bar and more about having flexibility between them.
Yes. And range and barrier are the two techs that standalone are the most singularly important. I think where sometimes you just need one tech, and that's the one tech you need. He is running, Fist, which is a great dueling tech. It's not the ultimate dueling tech because that's double tap. But it's incredibly good into that situation. The Fist is also good into melters when you're close range. It's good against medium units. So I honestly think it's just about having the best high impact techs rather than running the most comprehensive fort bar for one role. Remind me, did he have AA on the bar? I don't remember.
Yep, I'm back. You need to get something?
I'm going to pop back into the other game since we have a moment and just check and see if Mathis Might was running AA on his fort bar. I don't recall.
Okay.
I love that he took the improved fort card when he saw the early charge arc. I think that was the game-winning decision. He is running AA and Fist. That was the other two.
Well, folks, you've got 1 minute to get your popcorn ready and get your channel point predictions in. If you are in this tournament, don't forget to ready up. Your match is starting. One point to it, I'm going to point out, I don't think you mentioned, is punch makes mass-produced fort infinitely more valuable because the mass-produced doesn't scale the punch down.
And ironically, lower health means that you proc the punches faster, which can be more important from a timing standpoint. It's kind of funny how being lower health can mean that you get a sooner alpha strike from those. Right. It can also mean if you haven't cleared chaff that the fists are wasted, so it's got two sides to that coin.
Welcome to round 6 and our potential final. Mathis Might, the number 4 seed. Number 1 seed Zemp has abandoned at 2-0. Number 2 seed Apuchi beaten last round by Mathis Might himself. Now he faces the number 3 seed and mini tournament champion Forgotten Arbiter. Mathis Might near side marksman specialist with a sledge hound opener. Forgotten Arbiter far side quick supply specialist with a storm hound opener. We saw him run this formation very early against Baru in that first round game. Now we get to see him run it again against somebody substantially higher MMR. He takes a round 1 Wow, it's a round 1 Phoenix for Arbiter using the quick supply money to get flying, and round 1 Marksman for Math's Might.
Totally calling the birds, I think.
No chaff for either player.
Well, Hound is chaff, or at least pseudo chaff, but no conventional chaff, because
no.
Yeah.
I'm going to disagree. Hound is no longer chaff.
Okay.
Hound is chaff
Interesting.
clear.
I still see it as a hybrid. It's not pure chaff or true chaff, but I think 5 bodies for $100 is always going to be some derivative of chaff, at least personally. But I don't think they can be your only chaff, and I will say that in agreement with you 100%. These birds are going to fly forward.
Mathis Might's positioning on these hounds is so deep that they're about 20 meters deeper than anybody else's right now. It's really interesting. And the positioning from Forgotten Arbiter was almost perfect for making that Phoenix not get insta-locked.
Wow, I even had to go to the vertical view, and I think it was like to the tile.
Mm-hmm.
Which Arbiter is well known for workshopping his positioning
right
in exacting measures of precision.
Yeah, using the testing grounds to the full capability. And that wins round 1. 4,200 hit points for Forgotten Arbiter, 4080 for Mathis Might. Math takes the shield airdrop.
Interesting choices here. The discounted mobile beacon is always interesting, but that damage item is also really strong. And Arbiter just slaps that on the Phoenix, even though there's nothing that really, quote-unquote, needs the damage. It does mean that a level 1 bird can one-shot sledges.
And it's perfectly positioned to wander through this shield really quickly as well. You talked earlier about Forgotten Arbiter getting to these really high Phoenix levels that kind of shrug off Fort AA bars. This is how that happens. It's round 1 deploy of it, round 2 item on it. It's already the gold damage dealer. It already won him around, but it's not just a throwaway Phoenix. It's a long-term committed Phoenix, right?
Right. Also worth noting that charge shot is only 200, and if you get a ton of value out of the birds and you force a reaction that ultimately counters them with relatively low investment or only levels, then you can also sell out of them and maintain a tech advantage.
He's also running shield and quantum reassembly for tanking if he needs to, if they get really hard countered in that way. Both players adding crawler chaff. The marksman specialist gets his marksman already. It's in the middle, level 3, starting pretty much near the helipad, and hasn't done much other than shooting hounds and crawlers so far, but it will get to finish off the birds now.
Oh, I don't think you're going to get the shield. Sad day.
That is a sad day for Arbiter.
Even adding the storms on that side, predicting the shield to try and get that shield break.
Yep. Level 4 Fang drop.
Fang.
Wow. I windmill that so quickly. Love getting 4 deploys.
There is a world where the Raiden is somewhat tempting here. Or the Vulcan, frankly. Like, actually, all of these drops are kind of some of the scariest, amazing drops for this round.
They are all good, right? Like, Vulcan into a Vulcan marksman build, if your Mathis Might, is potential.
Right.
Raiden for Arbiter would be the breaking the sledges and the hounds, and potentially chaining.
You can pivot out of the Phoenix.
Potentially chaining into the marksman later. And neither side has a good defense against Wasp right now, so that would have been strong. That might be the compelling argument for taking the Fang, in my opinion, is that It answers the Wasps, and it answers the Rydens.
And it's 4 deploys.
And
That's like, that is just insane.
yeah, 4 deploys is tremendous value. But in particular, if you guys are out there are wondering, how do I counter Raiden? How do I counter Raiden? The silliest of answers is correct. The counter to Raiden is Portable Shield Bang.
Yeah, Raiden's cry for days and days.
Yeah, you are not trying to answer the unit itself with, whatever your single target anti-air is going to be fine. Whether that's Phoenix or Marksman or Melter, or you just don't care. What you care about is that you're tanking its shots. That is a value missile and a half.
Oof.
Holy smokes! That's skill. That was a skill missile, and it is going to force Arbiter to channel something over there, either a deploy or a shield, to ensure that it doesn't happen again. And the Melters, he does run Best Partner on, so we're in a Vulcan Marksman build, and we've been accelerated into it by the round 3 drop, preventing him from having to unlock them. He doesn't have to pay the 200 on the unlock.
Being a Marksman spec and getting your round 3 Vulcan for free is about as high tempo Vulcan Marksman as you can possibly play.
Yeah. Arbiter goes for efficient light manufacturing, so those Phoenix are going to cost 150 or 250 at level 2. For Math is Might, I can definitely imagine a tank production line on one of those Vulcans being huge. The reason is that there's no limit, right? All the other production techs, there is a limit to how much you can make. If you get a production unit, a production line on something, he does take it. If you can get a production line on something and get it to survive till the end of a round, it is just gross. It's just so good. For Forgotten Arbor, he already had his second Phoenix out. This Phoenix still hasn't leveled. That's kind of painful.
That is very sad.
This crawler is the answer to that missile, I believe. It's out in front. It'll pop that missile out to the left side. Math is Might doesn't try it twice in a row. There's also a flank with a Hound and a crawler down there.
Nice. That's going to be a hassle.
And importantly, it ensures that these Phoenix get some really good early locks on that shield. Let's get that shield down. Let's get that level for this Phoenix by ensuring it gets to kill something now. And, oh, by the way, we are locked on your production unit, your production fort. So down that goes as well.
I actually think it should have gone on the middle Vulcan. It would have been higher impact on the left Vulcan, but I think that the middle Vulcan lasts long enough that you want techs that do production to survive.
Right, you need them to survive, and this one didn't, right?
I said you still did a bunch of damage.
Yeah,
so it's more like optimizing the margin as opposed to a bad play.
Yeah, he wins the round. He's got Arbiter down to 1522. Hit points are a resource, but it doesn't look good. Arbiter takes the Scorpion.
Lines it up with the one producing sledges, makes sense.
Shocker. Are any of these valuable for Math at all?
9 Badgers is useful for the bodies. Okay. It's also free, it can be sold out of, so in my mind, yeah, just 9 bodies is good.
And instantly sold one of them, so 6 bodies, and one of them counters that flank. It's
also a good use.
Yeah, let me just hard counter that flank. If you sell out of it, I will sell out of my Badger. If not, I don't have to. And flank Badger on the other side with the other one.
Oh my goodness, Arbiter slamming down the level 2 attack tower.
Yeah, let's get the damage up. And charged shot on the Phoenix.
This oil could be very painful. It's basically can the birds, kill the Vulcans. Oh man.
Wasps from Math is Might.
Math is Might is not playing around.
This is a solid read for Arbiter. He's got a Phoenix out there to answer that flank in advance, and manages to shield the oil just barely. It's not perfect. It does not block the center line,
No.
Just missed.
That said, I was gonna say look at the Vulcan, but you can't.
I can't because it's dead.
Also, also illustrating why that was the wrong Vulcan for the item.
Right. Yeah, even with this flank handled, that flank pull is keeping the Vulcan alive. So there's no way Arbiter is selling out of it. The Fangs are enough to answer the...
Is just game.
The Wasps, but the Marksmen are going to answer the Phoenix. There's 2 Giants left. It's really close. It is not quite game. Arbiter's got 151 hit points and a dream.
And the Amp Core is so good for Math's Might here. Might even be worth it on the Phoenix as well, but it's just especially good on one of these Vulcans.
He skips both of them. Didn't want that. Didn't want the Assault Vulcan. I don't see Improved Tarantula being interesting for Arbiter. He skips all of those as well.
No.
Once you had Charge Shot out, the items for the Phoenix don't matter as much.
Right, they fall off.
You're getting all the value from the Charge Shot.
It's marginal and it's additive, so it's not nearly as valuable. Although the health for Amp is actually somewhat relevant, depending on the level of marksman you're up against, but not enough to be the priority.
That is a great read from Math's Might. He sells not the flank Fire Badger that was basically countered and lost, but the Fire Badger on this side, as Arbiter is dropping the sticky oil bomb trying to light this whole thing on fire. And since this Vulcan won't turn, it'll be aimed at the front Fang. It's going to be fine. And Math's Might adds a running crawler out front to distract both the Stormcallers and the Phoenix early shots to try and keep this guy alive. So he manages not to go up in flames. He's also blocking some of the things that are killing his production tanks. All he has to do is let those tanks get out in front of the Vulcan for a moment, and they will be the things locked into. Yeah, it's a read on the oil because he's got the Wasps answering the flank anyways. It's a really good read. Again, Math's Might playing the not what is obvious, but what are the ways somebody could have absolutely beat me. And one of the ways that Arbiter could have beaten him is with this oil getting lit on fire. And he blocked it. He even managed to shield some of it. Arbiter added some Wasps.
Of course,
the Wasps are having a good round. Is it going to be enough to keep him alive? It's so close. It's not going to be an... Oh, the marksman's down. Hold on. There's one marksman left. That one marksman, one level 1 marksman, carries the day for Math's Might. Hero marksman, Math's Might, your winner against Forgotten Arbiter. That is a run this man has had, beating Apucci and Arbiter back to back. Well done, sir. Let's find out if that...
I wanted to see him play. He is interesting. And one of the things that Math's Might is, I think, iconically good at is playing cards. Math's Might has builds in mind, obviously.
Right.
But he has so many different ways to use what the cards give him. Mm-hmm. And he really uses them well. That's one of his absolute strengths, in my opinion.
Now, he does say, I just sold it because the Wasp is enough to cover the flank, and I can get my money back. It's not necessarily to prevent this. It wasn't a hard read, but, you know, a lot of people would have sold this Fire Badger on the flank rather than the one that's actually doing some work. And selling the one down here, with the Wasp covering it, prevents that from getting lit on fire. So, turned out to be pretty big. And again, that is... probably the difference in this round, right? If he sells this guy instead of this one, that allows all of this corner to be engaged earlier, and it ensures that there's a lot less chaff, which probably costs that level 1 marksman that was the summoned marksman here. So
I don't think selling the flank badger is a good call here, and obviously keeping it was really good, mostly because it's relatively easy to protect with a single chaff deploy, and Badgers will always at least kill 1 chaff, if not 2.
Right.
Just because that front crawler is on the side is so close to it that it's going to die.
It's always going to
get pulled over. right, and the pull is incredibly valuable for the Vulcan player to be able to clear out whatever runs forward on the side that doesn't get pulled. So
Right.
I think selling it would have been a mistake regardless, and so the coincidence of saving yourself from the oil is big.
Yeah.
I would not have swapped them as a deploy, so doing so was definitely a good call on the Badger in general.
Right.
Even though it actually slows down the clear time on the crawlers in the corner, because the Wasps are just good in general into the Phoenix in the late game.
Well, let us let me put it this way. Nobody was willing to bet against Math is Might, either against a Fuchi or Forgotten Arbiter. Now, here we see we're going to find out whether or not Math is Might is the champion or whether he has one more match to go. That match would be against Shadoff. Shadoff, near side, was a quick supply specialist. Is running a a Typhoon Overlord build. Kind of up on the line with double teched Overlords. There is no loose formation on Overlord Amarok. That is not the bar.
You would need a lot of Overlords to take loose formation.
To make it useful, yes. It would be ridiculous. On the far side, D Unit is a fortified specialist with mass-produced Scorpion and efficient tech research. This round seems to be going pretty heavily towards Shadoff. Jerry Hattrick says, Woot is the player that would need loose formation votes. It is true. It is true. Woot is the player that would appreciate loose formation votes the most.
Had a scrim game I played with Mass Prod Boat where I ended up having like 16 of them on the board.
Mm-hmm. Oh my gosh. 16 votes.
Yes.
You're saying this was a normal hit point game? This wasn't like a 50,000 hit point game? Okay.
It was ridiculous. Me and Ragin had one of the most crazy games I'd ever played. It was hilarious. I ended up winning, but it was bizarre.
It's one
I
of those
made some mistakes. It was mine to win like 4 rounds earlier, and I just couldn't quite find the right buttons. And I was cost with Splash.
Oh no!
With Mass Prod boats. My boats were doing like 40% of their base. I just needed more of them.
Right. That is one of those. It's just so much fun. You almost forget who wins, right?
Right.
It's just, I had fun. I had 16 votes. Don't care if it won or lost, really.
And what's really funny is we were on mic, and then my mic died mid-match, so it went from casual conversation to like we both got serious, and then like it made the game even more intense, and it was just amazing.
Hey, Park09 asking the question, who watches watch, asked Math is Might the probing journalistic question. Do you want Shadoff to lose, or do you want to have a final against him? And Math is Might says, honor dictates I say the latter, but it's almost tomorrow where I am. It's almost midnight local, so fair enough. He would not be upset.
For what it's worth, Shadoff does not look to be going down outside of a finals match anytime soon.
Missile interceptor on the Sabretooth is not going to be enough to intercept the Overlords with launcher overload. If you don't know, Overlord missiles were improved in one of the recent batches, so they have a lot more hit points than they used to. So some of them still land even into 2 anti-missile devices there. And
oh my gosh, the fire.
Yeah, there is fire everywhere since both players took it. And I don't know how it got lit over there, but, you know.
It's also worth noting that whenever the boat player gets a Stonks module,
oh yeah,
you are in danger zone.
Yeah, because the Stonks module at 250 instead of 200 is ridiculous. Yeah, he says, once I saw enhancement module and intensive, it was over. I mean, D-Unit giving himself a fair accounting at 500 MMR low. Yep. Well done, sir. Forced Shadoff to work for it for sure. But,
Saber AMs was a desperation play, I'm afraid, and was not going to get you across the finish line.
Yeah, it was not the play. Shields, I do wonder how much shields on that last round would have helped. Just in terms of preventing all that fire from landing. Also, other question, do you guys... This is more like a general to the high MMR players. One of the things I have thought of as a anti-overlord is almost crawler on the line. I know it can get missiled out, but like just forcing your opponent to do that or have those first volleys fire off, even it's 2.3-second reload time. Just making sure they're not getting to fire in at key units is pretty important, I would think.
Well, the big thing about having a first line distraction is it buys time for the second line to get there. You never want
Exactly.
Overlord to connect to a single body medium unit or a pack of mediums as its first shot.
Right. So Rooster, who went down in round 1, has gotten to 5-1, but of course losing in the first round means he's got no minor points. That's why he's down at 14th. Apucci beats Rakamakaphon. Shadoff will be facing Math's Might in the finals. Our other 5-1s go to Sledgehamster, Fleet Command, Thonix, nicely done, and Ubon. That is your top group there. Forgotten Arbiter has abandoned, so those folks are in the top 8.
Is Ubon a alt for Yibibon?
For what?
For Yibibon?
The other way around, I believe.
Okay. They are the same player, but one's the alt versus the other.
Yes.
Okay.
All right. There's
one more match at the bottom of the bracket that's petering out.
I'm just going to quietly reset the client.
Yeah.
I don't abandon tournament by doing that.
Right.
As a spectator, let's just have a fresh client right now. So
I'll open the game up and vicariously describe what's happening.
Okay, cool. We'll get radio.
Enhancement module. Oh, also, Tapion is running a late worm with Wasp, and it is the Splash Elite Anti-Air Ranged Quad Tech Level 5 Enhancement Module Wasps with
Tech Level 5 Enhancement Module Wasp. Ouch. Yikes.
With Sandstorm Wasp worms on the other side. And we have Heavy Armor APAA Mustangs from opponent. Wow. There's Vulcans, but I think the worms with Sandstorm are paving the way for the Wasps. Once you have level 5 quad tech Wasps, including Elite.
Yeah, they're pretty tough to kill.
Yeah. Oh, excuse me. One of them is level 8 as I was clicking around.
Yikes.
Not the enhancement module one. That one has improved firepower and has done a casual 1.5 million damage. Also, Tavion was at 300 against a 5,000 health bar and did 3,000 damage this round. So was losing all game. Round 11 did 3,000 damage and looks to be turning it around at the last possible second. Although there's a jab that could be killing these high-level wasps. Fire dropped, which means chaff can be gone, and our wasp hero comeback that would be is not shielding.
Uh-oh.
Spooky.
Uh-oh.
So there's also a Wraith that's level 3 that needs to be sold for the Wasp player into level 5 haste module Charge Shot Phoenix that just got elite. Wait, what? The Phoenix player elited them into the Wasp board? We are getting some decisions here.
I mean, if you're this deep into a match, you just elite everything, right?
I guess. I mean, you do have levels. Wow.
At what point is community rating low, and has anyone ever seen a low player? I mean, it seems like we are steadily getting them out of public. So, slowly but surely.
Also, the mods from the Discord are active, and we screenshot comments from players that warrant either by name or by conduct, and that can be manually addressed to deflate them out of the viewing circle. And so there's a lot going on where the community mods from Discord are helping to keep the game client chats for their various divisions clean.
Oh, that is really nice to hear. I'm so glad to hear it.
Yes.
Appreciate that you guys are doing that. If you guys don't know, Alpha Titan is one of those Discord mods. Congratulations, buddy. I really appreciate you doing that. I know it's taken a bunch of your time.
It's been fun. It's absolutely been worth it.
Yeah, it absolutely is. I'm glad that you're doing it. So
Wasp player is absolutely sweeping through, by the way. The fire was painful, but when you have level 8 quad tech wasps, you kind of get the luxury of muscling through spells.
Yes, indeed.
Oh, but there's another round. Oh my
There's
gosh.
this thing just won't end. Well,
It's going to the round 12.
let me give you an update from the intermediate group 1, which Huge upset Bakri as the spoiler in the 6th round. So Huge comes in 3rd, Bakri 2nd, and that made Morvern your champion after beating Fraudulent in the finals. So Uncle X Buck comes 4th, Fraudulent 5th. Erwin, one of the very OGs in terms of supporting the channel. Erwin, he comes in 7th, so shout out to him. Nice tournament run. We'll also throw.
So
Go ahead.
I was gonna say we now have 2 level 7 wasps, a level 9 wasp, and a level 6 wasp on the wasp player side. But there was another jab. Yes, all quad tech. Multi-melt comes down as the defender, but honestly, the wasps outrange the multi-melter. Right. So that's a bad sign. Yeah. Oh, which is this the?
That was the
lowest bracket match.
No, this is the Asia finals from earlier in today. Shadoff came 5th, Illuminati 4th, Bearlike 3rd, Zemp was 2nd, and I do not recognize this player. So
I don't either.
Zhong, your winner in 6 rounds.
Oh, the jab misses its intended target because the wasps have so much range they don't even move.
Oh my god! So he assumed they were going to move forward.
They just well, that's got to be there's this is
that's just
a good GG then. There's also Warcrime Vulcan now to clear the chaff for the wasps.
Yep. Anybody seeing
once wasps get scaled off, you kind of there's no catching them.
Yeah, there are some things you needed to do, but all right, we have our final 2 will be a Math as Might against Shadoff. Shadoff looking to improve on that 5th place finish from Asia. Has beaten Donix, Doxin, and D Unit in succession, but faces a in-form Math as Might at this point.
Honestly, with Apucci and with the lineup of 6 players, I would have expected one of Apucci or Arbiter to be in here. But honestly, I'm really excited. I was impressed with Math as Might's wins, and if I was betting, my money would be on Math as Might here.
Well, let's get our channel point predictions up just in time for Math as Might to bet on himself if he likes. Before his match starts. There you guys go. You've got time to get a bet in on your final. Shadoff versus Math as Might coming right up. If you are in this tournament, you're going to want to ready up in about 10 seconds. Well, or grab your water or whatever it is you might need.
In fact, I will do that now myself.
Fair enough. 2K on Math as Might already.
Money where my mouth is.
Indeed. Good luck, Math as Might. Good luck, Shadoff. We'll catch you guys on the other side. Shoot, I wasted my popcorn on the semifinals. Okay, technically I can't eat popcorn on stream because, you know, it would be crunchy in you guys' ears. I had something else. I had a difference. There is, in fact, a sledge hamster in the tournament there.
I am back.
Welcome back.
I had a batch of tea brewing, so now I have hot, fresh,
Oh, perfect.
double strong mint tea.
Let's go.
All right, 10 seconds.
Welcome to the finals of Weekend Tournament European number 104. With me in the booth is Alpha Titan. Our finalists, Shadoff, nearside blue, playing a Rhino Specialist with Tarantulas and Fangs, and Math is Might, coming off back-to-back impressive wins against Apucci and Forgotten Arbiter, is going to be the far side. Red, playing a Cost Control Tarantula and Fang. So, Tarantula Mirror in round one.
Mirror.
A Math is Might
and a Cost Control on one side is going to hurt.
Math is Might came 35th in Asia this morning, while Shadoff came 5th. But both of them are going to be doing better than that here.
I'm really curious to see if we're going to have a spider headbutt.
Shadoff coming out.
Might is really debating it because of the Cost Control, whereas Shadoff is absolutely like, give me that headbutt.
Yeah, Shadoff wants the headbutt for sure. He's coming out aggressive on his right side. Math is Might taking his time, thinking about it.
I was not really impressed with Math is Might's options for picks. It was kind of a rough set of packs. I was just thinking that it would be a hard call.
He takes a round one Sabertooth and a 4th Crawler. So that gives him the single target DPS to just bust through the Tarantula, right? 300 as Cost Control.
As long as your Tarantulas don't lock on their Tarantulas, that's good. And the fact that Math is Might has Crawlers is good in that sense. To have fast chaff.
Shadoff adds a pair of Crawlers. And again, his positioning is going to be pretty solid as far as keeping Math is Might's Tarantulas from locking onto his Tarantulas, right? It's almost backwards of what he actually needs. Math is Might has really good chaff timing too.
I really think that the Sabertooth is a lot more playable than it's been.
Right.
The attack speed increase, I don't know that I would call it a great unit. I think that it still struggles, particularly in the early game as a starter unit, because it has so few things to shoot. But where it shines is against Spider specifically. And using it to win round one and deny the possibility of levels and experience is huge.
Yep. Math is Might wins round one, Shadoff down to 3,900 hit points. And you get a unit drop immediately. Farseers for Shadoff and Marksman for Math is Might. Is that a potential transition? We've seen him run the Marksman Vulcan, or Vulcan Marksman. So there is a potential transition there, but he's not putting it deep. He's got it up front, right next to the Saber and Tarantula. Maybe it's more like a hedge against a Phoenix or something. Shadow added the Farseer, puts it up front instead of in the back. Just wants to get an early lock if possible. Math is Might adds a Crawler up front to ensure that that doesn't happen. And immediate range. We talked. One of the advantages that the Cost Control player has is, you are funneling money in. You can use that money to get force multipliers in the form of your techs, and that's what you need to do to win the game by, let's say, around 7, 8, 9 as Cost Control, where you really cannot afford to go into a 13-round game. So he's going to try.
I will say range here in the headbutt worries me. I'm scared that he's going to lock the enemy's Tarantulas and not clear chaff.
Right.
So I think that this could backfire in this particular situation rather painfully.
Yeah, I was almost thinking high explosive ammo would have been my first choice.
Probably it would help clear the chaff in better bulk, although if
Right.
the chaff is fast, then the range does help keep them safe.
Right, they've stayed further back. But here's the difference. The Sabertooth now out front has died. At least we do have the level 3 marksman. And it's going to be another round win for Mathis Might. He is playing at the top of his game right now.
That marksman put in so much work.
Yeah. Casual 31,000 hit points of damage.
And, oh my goodness, Mathis Might gets the first level and a damage item for his Tarantula. It's suddenly 17% or 11% is not nearly as important when you're working with a level 2 unit.
And a level 2 unit with plus 70%.
That's amazing.
Times 0.89 doesn't matter as much. Shadoff went for orbital bombardment early, trusting that that's going to come back on round 8 when it's important. And that's an interesting call. Trying to slow down the tempo that Mathis Might has got, but he skipped the damage item. He is counter-ranged, so both sides have range on the tarantulas. And Mathis Might is up to 4 tarantulas. 4 to 3. Shadoff has a deploy left, but it's got to be small.
Shadoff has really poor shield break. I would really like to see a shield here. He mass recruits instead. I think Mathis Might was thinking about a shield. Because there's very poor shield break, and if tarantulas lock on the shield, then your tarantulas can kill their tarantulas, and you have shield break with a saber and a orange man.
Right. The first big distinction in this match was the addition of the saber. The second one is the choosing the item over the orbital. We'll see which one of those is right.
While the orbital is strong, a blue damage item tarantula honestly bullies the entire board for Shadoff, even into the orbital.
Right. Yeah, the orbital's not going to take out the blue tarantula.
Because it's at that point it's doing like triple tarantula damage.
And it is 1,000 hit points surviving, just not quite 900 hit points, 700 hit points. So it does kind of fall apart at the end for Mathis Might, but he's going to win the round. Does 500 damage to Shadoff. That Shadoff will be down to 3,100. And Mathis Might
winning when you get orbital. Although here Shadoff gets his Rhino, and that's big. Ooh, absorption, efficient light.
Yeah, there are some
Mass
great
bird
choices in there.
Holy Mass Bird is super tempting here, actually. Like, you get so many deploys.
And they do the full 200 hit point damage to the bar. They only cost 100. And because they are a ranged unit that is that cheap, that is a huge way to enforce tempo. Shadoff skips all 4 of those. Those are 4 great items in my opinion.
Goodness.
Mathis Might takes the Mass Bird. He's the one that's ahead right now. He's just taking advantage of it. I'm going to play the deploys.
Shadoff takes birds and didn't take the card. That is wild to me.
Yeah.
Also, I will say Mathis Might taking the Mass Bird is a little sketch, only because he's cost on top of it, so his birds are doing really low damage.
Right, but I think the idea there is that they're going to be the same range as the tarantulas. There wasn't much upshoot.
Right.
You know, and if they survive the round, they're huge damage to the bar. He's just going to try to tempo this out.
That's true. I will say that Mathis Might, until the Phoenixes, was definitely lacking upshoot, so he almost was forced to take something. So that's his way of, he's probably expecting a Mass Bird and needs birds of its own. Right. Probably the logic.
Right.
Honestly, Blue Rhino, kind of unimpressive.
Yeah, Blue Rhino just handed out a whole bunch of XP. That's really all he achieved there.
And that Sabertooth is putting in so much work.
Yeah, it got up to level 2. It's got a ton of hit points. Here's what I'm talking about. All 3 of those Mass Birds have survived. So instead of
Right.
doing 900 damage, Mathis Might does 1500. That halves Shadoff's hit points down to 1540. And one more round like that, this game ends in 5, and Math is your champion. So it is desperation time for Shadoff.
None of these are really going to help you. You're already in each other's face. The speed is moot. Maybe there's an advanced shield device, but that's temporary tempo that's going to hurt you even if it's maybe unstabilized. I think this is skips around the board.
Photon
Excuse
coating
me, I'm
for
being
Mathis
stupid.
Might.
Photon makes way too much sense because it's a headbutt, and that's just bonus tankiness for basically free.
Yeah, but
I never think about photon coating like I should.
yeah, Photon on, I would imagine, the Sabertooth, the level 2 Saber, and potentially on the level 2 Rhino, right? Would be
Right.
the homes for it. It's already on the Saber. There's 2 more of these. One more Crawler. I believe that one. Yep. And the Crawlers get loose for Mathis Might. He said it was almost midnight. It's now 10 after midnight. The man wants to go to bed. He does not want to play around here.
Yeah,
Missile
cat. Go ahead.
Missile out on this corner. We've talked about Math playing around ways that he can lose. One of those possibilities he was looking at was a mobile beaconed Phoenix to this tower. And so he plays around that by defending it with a missile. Puts a missile on the Rhino. It only costs him 100 to do a flank Phoenix out here with a mobile beacon right past the towers.
And there's, I mean, a level 2 tower will last a little while, but I will say with cost birds, it's going to take a minute.
Yeah, it's 12 shots, and so it'll be 6 shots from each to bring that tower down. I almost worry if they're going to drive past it before they bring it down.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
Cost birds, I think, was something that Mathis might felt forced into because of how vulnerable he was to it, rather than being something he wanted to do.
Hmm. I'm not sure I agree.
Because
I think...
without the upshoot, birds would have destroyed him, and he didn't have a answer in mind yet for it. He also didn't have any fangs. It was just crawlers.
Right, right. No tower destroyed. True. Wasp swarm up for Mathis Might. He'll just take that pretty quickly. Still putting the pressure on. Shadoff stabilized a bit. He only took 800 damage that round. He's got 740 left.
It's actually possible that Shadoff didn't notice the phoenixes. If the tower never died, it's possible he never even saw the flank happen if he was focused on the front.
That is true. If you're not running the auto camera the way that I do, sometimes you do miss it. He did see it. He's got the
Okay.
2 sentry missiles there to protect against it. One will take out the crawlers that are on the line. The other one will take out the Phoenix itself. Phoenix are now ranged and charged shot. This is the way to get the damage up for when you're mass produced. It's the big argument, I think, for having charged shot on the bar instead of rapid reload.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're up to doing 5,000 damage, so they do real damage.
You're almost
now.
birds again.
And Shadoff
That is interesting.
reads the wasps. Has got a missile back here and a wasp column of his own. So, and another missile on this back flank.
Wow. 2 shields and 5 missiles. Shadoff is okay. 6 missiles. Shadoff is terrified.
Yeah, this is. I lose the game, but I think I can stabilize if I can just buy a round or 2.
Well, this is spending like $500 on temporary stuff.
It's true.
That's a lot of money.
But I mean, it's $500. We took the loan for
lose,
it, so it's 600.
Right, so 600.
Really.
Oof. And here is where I think Mathis might just add sports, sells the saber, goes AA, and just wins.
Mm-hmm. Does have AA on the bar, or at least we saw that in his match against Forgotten Arbiter.
And the forts come free.
Oh.
But I think regardless of what was happening, Mathis might was playing forts here. And forts are honestly good for both players. So if
Right.
anything, I actually think that's not good for Mathis Might. I think Mathis Might wanted to be able to create that pivot for himself.
Yeah,
The fact that
rather
it
than
happens for
have
both
it
players
handed.
actually hurts him as cost
Right.
because he had
Because
the money to leverage.
and Shadoff gets the 200 on the forts, or it spends the 200 on anti-air barrage himself. These things have no hit points; they will just die like paper to the anti-air barrage. Mathis Might takes a third fort. If you're wondering why those look different, those are the steel skin for the fort versus the normal skin down here.
Oh, yeah.
Only the 2 forts for Shadoff. Interesting. I think I
I
expected
think
more.
I think you want more, um, for sure.
He's still going to
And while this
rely.
flank over here,
Yeah,
this flank over here for Mathis Might is 2 deploys, but it's only actually $200, and it's eating 2 missiles every round.
right. It's eating
So
200
that's
already.
actually kind of insane, right? Like you're already breaking even, and the threat is always there, and you could always add one more something to it if you wanted to.
Right. Mathis Might reading the AA missiles has thrown down 2 anti-missile devices of his own.
Right.
He's got more forts. His forts are getting the job done.
Yes, they are.
He needs 2 forts and a bird to survive for Mathis Might to be your European champion.
He should be able to get across the finish line here.
No more birds. 2 forts and a tarantula will do it. Not quite. No,
It is
2
enough.
tarantulas and
2
1 fort
tarantulas and a fort.
is enough. 10 hit points more than he needed. Mathis Might gets it across the finish line. He is your European champion. Congratulations, Mathis Might. That was a heck of a run. Shadoff gave it a great, great effort at the end here. But comes up short. Mathis Might in the cost control and mass-produced Phoenix always going to have a trouble in rounds 9, 10, 11, 12 when the negatives start amassing against him, and he really needs to have a real DPS at that point. But he closes it out before it gets to that point. We talked about cost control. I would say it's cost control's peak efficiency is right around round 7. That is where Mathis Might gets it done. He says, "Thanks, folks. It's been a while since the last one, sir. You deserve it. I hope you.
That was incredibly well played.
In fact, I hope you enjoy watching. We cast you in rounds 5, 6, and 7, and I do hope you enjoy watching that back in VOD later to get our commentary and just you played so very well. So well deserved, sir. I hope you are walking around proud tomorrow."
You earned this win, and you honestly earned every match up to it. Like running the Apoche Arbiter Shadoff Gambit as your
Yeah.
final 3 matches is
Let me just
3 finals in a row, as
Yeah.
far as I'm concerned.
let me just beat the number 2, number 3, and number 7 seeds in this tournament. Yeah, no problem. I got this. Well done, sir. Anything you would have done differently as Shadoff in this one, Titan? Or anything
yes,
that you're
I mean,
seeing?
big thing is last round. Honestly, I think Shadoff needed forts, although he loaned and used $500 on tempo, which is why he was a little bit broke.
Right.
I also think you have to blind put AMDs, just like Mathis Might is, because when there's forts and you're both in 4 birds plus and you're both on the line, it's obligatory that that's going to happen. So I think that was difficult to have not kind of predicted. But ultimately, I think that Mathis Might played the early rounds well enough to really get an advantage. I will also say, though, the orbital comes back for Shadoff next turn.
Round. Yes, 1 round short. we did talk about that being one of the decisive points of the game, right? And
Right.
if the improved firepower control system that became the gold damage dealer for Mathis Might, right? Does 76,000 this last round to 200,000 overall, and the orbital one turn away from coming back for Shut Off. It could have been devastating, although I think at this point Mathis Might probably just takes barrier, and it's nowhere near as devastating. But you know,
Yes, although the birds are still
the poor
here.
Phoenix, yeah,
Hmm.
they have a rough time.
And they're getting one tapped by the missiles at this point.
True.
Even at level 2.
True.
So there's no saving them.
Our journalist in the street with the post-game interview asks, how did you name yourself, Mathis Might? And he says, I was like 16. It kind of reflects that. I just kept it ever since. I was like, let my opponents just think I have it all calculated it out. Love it.
Honestly, though, Mathis Might is so true. Like unironically.
Unironically, it's a great name. Math,
So.
Math got people to the moon, right? Like, that's just insane. It's people,
right.
You know, get spacecraft to other planets. Math is
in the next 10 years, it could
impressive.
be getting us to Mars.
True.
Yeah, honestly, a really good game. Very interesting. Very like a good example of how to headbutt into a stronger opponent, or
right.
not a stronger matchup. I mean, with regards to being cost. And honestly, being cost in a Rhino is another, like that blue Rhino as cost on round 4 is scary. And I think the most underrated play of the game was the round one Sabertooth.
Yep.
That enabled you to not lose the Tarantula headbutt, and your positioning was such that range did not cost you the headbutt auto locks that would have prevented you from chaff clear. So your positioning and your deployment choices on round 1 categorically decided this game's first 3 rounds. It also allowed him to greed the damage item instead of the orbital and still win that round. I actually think that might have been a mistake in hindsight, simply because he would have probably won 2 rounds sooner with the round where he almost knocked Shadoff out.
Right.
But calling that a mistake versus a line, I think, is a little unfair.
Yeah. But it's a line.
Ultimately, round 1 was huge for giving this game a directional pivot, and a lot of people won't buy a Sabertooth.
Yeah,
like you couldn't pay them to buy it, and I think it was maybe the only play that he had to save that tempo.
I'm going to say it's more. It is a really creative solution to. Oh, I'm cost control. I'm going to lose this headbutt, but I can leverage the extra 100 into buying one extra saber. You know, one saber that my opponent can't have on round 1, or I'm ahead by a chaff on round 1. Either way, and just leveraged that into winning rounds 1, 2, and 3. And let's start off under that tremendous tempo pressure that led him to spending the 500. So says, I'm 6-1. I'm so sad I lost to Shadoff because I had the solution. Oh, well, I mean, it is way easier for me to sit here and see the solutions than it is for me to play the solutions in game at the time. Like, I don't even know why necessarily, but because I'm looking at it from both players' perspectives, maybe. I'm seeing it in just a totally different way, and I feel like I see the game so much better as a commentator than I do in the seat right now, and it's frustrating, right? Like, but there you are. Our tournament is complete. Rooster recovers from that round 1 upset loss to come 5th. Onyx goes 4th at 6-1. Yubon, your 3rd place finisher. Shadoff, a runner-up after losing to Math is Might in the finals. Congratulations to our top 3. Math is Might. Well played, sir.
Yes.
D-Unit, Dachshund, Sledgehamster, Ivan Grozny, and AWM round out your top 10. We will show you down. This was 110 players, so we're going to show you down to 50 odd place for those who are having a tremendous run. Congrats to Sparty on 12th, Apucci and Arbiter 14th and 15th. Feels like Arctoria's early run deserved way better than 25th. That is unlucky. to go down
Who did he
3.
face off against in the last 3? I'm gonna have to watch those games later just to
Ubon and Rassel, and then he didn't actually play the final. So
right. It's worth noting. I want to say this to Mathis Might if he's still
Mhm.
listening. I was a little disappointed. Shadoff kind of complained about the last round drop, but if you look back at the VOD, I think that was better for him because he made, I think, poor choices in 2 or 3 situations in the mirror where you took Mass Bird and he didn't. And honestly, the fort drop for both of you meant that he on low tempo could still have multiple forts,
Right.
and his forts could beat your forts. So I think the fact that there was a drop was better for him than there was for you. I think your line was probably to go for it regardless, and I said as much before the drop even came.
Yeah, you did call it before the drop happened, so that
and
was
so
the right
I
line.
actually think that Shadoff complaining that this was a drop that decided the game is really sad, and I think that you absolutely earned this game, and I think that it was in spite of the drop because I think you took the right cards when he skipped them, and the drop was as good as, if not better, for him than it was for you, given the cost mirror.
The drop, I think, favors the player who is running, has less income, and is running into mass-produced Phoenix over the player who has more income and is running into regular Phoenix, right? So, that is a good question. When 2 players have the same minor points, who gets the higher place? That is actually decided by your original tournament seedings. Ubon was seeded higher than you in the original tournament, so seeds, and so comes third. To finish ahead of somebody, you have to have either a higher MMR to start with, or outperform them by points, or outperform them by minor points. So,
yes. And notably, that's the MMR you start with, because you'll sometimes walk away from the tournament 70 or 80 or 100 MMR higher and be higher MMR at the end of it
than the guy that,
and it's based on the seed.
That's true. So, all right, and that is our tournament complete. Congrats to Mathis Might. Congrats to Shadoff and Ubon and Phonix and Rooster. Well done, guys. GG's. We will, of course, be back around for the Americas, and as has become a bit of a tradition, I'm going to put it up to you guys whether we play it or cast it. But in the meantime, Titan, do you want to do some 2v2 on ladder together, or should I go play some 1v1 on ladder?
Let me get lunch, and you play a game or 2, and then I will absolutely jump in, but I need to get some food.
Okay, I'm actually agreeing with you in terms of if I'm going to be playing competitively, perhaps I ought So we'll put a match on to take a look at. Let's give Bearlike a shout. Bearlike versus Help, and we'll both grab some lunch and play together. Sounds like a plan. So stay tuned. We'll be we won't be commentating this match the way that we were. We're both going to be taking care of the biological needs, but we will be back to play and do some 2v2s together. So thank you guys for being here. Appreciate you all watching the tournament, and we will put it up to you guys whether I play or cast this evening by poll. We'll do that a little bit closer to the match, to the tournament, so that the folks making the decision are the ones who are still watching at that point. D-Unit. I like how they waited around for like 10 minutes, but he's just in deep REM asleep. It's true. I'm just glad we got to cast. Well, we got to see the rematch of that missed match, the Dachshund versus Baller. I'm just glad we got to see that in tournaments today. It's we can unofficially call that the the Mecha Mini Masters thing. I did also want to give a shout out. I apologize at the end of. Sorry, I'm gonna wait for this noise to end here. That is a little loud. There we go. I was gonna apologize at the end of stream yesterday. I'm obviously supposed to say thank yous to everybody, and I managed to click the end. Managed to click the end stream button when I meant to click the end recording button. So we just signed off with no sign off. So I do apologize. We will make sure to rectify that tonight. But thank yous to sponsors and mods. You know, just, you guys know it was accidental because I didn't raid out.
Just decided it was not worth saying thank you to anyone.
No, Amarok of all people, right? Yeah, no, I don't appreciate anything. I'm done. I'm out.
Nice guy finished last. I'm done being grateful.
Exactly.
That was funny.
Yeah,
It was also funny because he and I did play a little bit afterwards, and
Yeah.
he thought he was streaming.
Oh, I
and
still thought we were
he
streaming.
was like,
Yeah.
And I was talking to him, and he's like, I could tell something was off, and he was like, wait a minute. And because I was chatting as if it was just casual off the air, and so
Right.
it was really amusing for him to like be wondering,
Yeah, I'm
why
like,
are you,
why are you
what's
asking?
going on
Yeah.
here?
Wait, what's happening?
It was funny.
Yeah, it was pretty. It was a little. I mean, it's funny now. I just felt really bad that I didn't give you guys the, the end of stream and the raid and all of that. Oh well. Professional broadcasting. To be honest, I slept through to the end at some point. I was none the wiser. Fair enough. I mean, you and Baller both.
Oh, too soon. Too soon.
Sorry, my bad.
Oh.
Mini
So
Masters.
the food I've gotten.
Mini Masters was invite only D-Unit, but
Yes. So I've gotten ribs and
Okay.
mango, which
Okay.
is to say, number one, dinner is delicious. Number two, it'll take me more than one match to finish it, and my fingers will be messy. So if you want to play a ladder game, like it's not a multitasking meal.
You're not gonna try to eat that sticky fingers and playing the game at the same time. Oh, come
I mean,
on,
mango and ribs are both like messy. Like you have to like wash your hands and face when you're done, kind of
Yes.
food. So delicious and go well together, mind you.
Yes,
But
it's. I think
the
I told
moral
you.
of that story
I don't remember if I
is
told
that
you
you
this.
may want to play a one game. But
I don't know if I told you this on air or in one of our side conversations, but at the risk of repeating myself, one of my great sadnesses about Kiddo is at one point they were really good friends, like best friends, with this family that had like the guy is from like from the Midwest. He makes these great ribs, fantastic, and like was
Parental
cooking them
perks.
for me, yeah. And then I'm like, oh my god, and the family has like a pool and a hot tub, and it's just like, oh my god, this is amazing. The wife is super nice, and yeah, Kiddo and their kiddo had a falling out, and we are no longer friends. I no longer get ribs or hot tub access. It's very
Kiddo,
sad.
you're gonna make up and you're
I
gonna play
know.
nice and you're gonna solve this. This is This is
It's
called
critical.
an opportunity for emotional growth.
It's an opportunity for growth, right? Yeah.
Has nothing to do with last Saturday or
Exactly. And so it's like it makes me like I forget about it. And then you talk to
until
me
you
about
don't.
and then you talk to me about ribs and I remember and I get sad again.
One day I will make sure that you have a chance to have some of my family style like smoked meat at some point when we touch base. I don't know when that day will be,
Okay.
but that will be someday.
Okay, I will look forward to it deeply. Okay, we have our ladder match. So what did we wound up 1-0. I guess we played a match before tournament. Did we win that? I don't think we won that. Wait, hold on. Didn't we lose a match? Yeah, we lost a match. What's even going on?
Don't not get round one while you're trying to figure out whether you won or lost
Right.
the previous match. That could
What?
backfire.
What? Nobody's worried about that. And we'll just take our take a pair of crawlers. Kind of like the Forgotten Arbiter formation there.
Love how Phonics is selfishly asking you to get good so he can snipe you.
Yes.
Not because he wants streamer to be good.
Yes. Yes.
Wow.
Yeah, it's all about him. It's fine. Okay, so somehow we went we have gone 0-1. Minus 16. I want to argue that, but I can't. He's also taking his sweet time before deciding on a fire badger. That was very late.
What? Wow.
Why a fire badger into this start, I wonder?
Well, Badger is good into Hound. I don't think you run armor.
I'm not yet running armor.
I'm not running Sprinkler. I don't know if that's something you're willing to go without, but I think one of Sprinkler or Fire Missiles needs to be removed because I think armor is too strong.
Yeah.
And I think it's a personal preference thing which of the two should drop for it.
Yeah. Armor very good, right? You took off fire.
It's incredibly strong.
I'm thinking
No,
that.
Yeah. Yeah, the more you aggro, the more I would remove fire. Fire, to me, on Hounds is explicitly a defensive tech.
Except even then, I really like the impact that I get from oil.
Yes, it's also the cheapest way to ignite oil. And it comes with multiple bodies, so it's a better deploy than, say, a one-off Firestorm or a Vulcan or something.
Yeah, okay, I can be talked into this. Be talked into this for a bit. Nothing else, we'll try it.
Saber, okay. I will say that obviously that's going to be good into the. I see. It was a free Saber.
No, we recruited the Saber, but we're a Saber specialist, so.
I just round 2.
Yeah.
Okay. It came with the free unlock.
Yeah. Three. Let's hold on for a minute. Okay, it's more sledges.
Raiden and or Scorpion looks incredibly strong here.
Yeah.
And I think that's part of why the Saber is obviously going to be decent tempo for this particular round.
Well, but also we weren't seeing 2 more sledges at the time that I made the choice. Don't backseat after the fact. If you had said Raiden before you saw the extra sledges, I might believe you. But
What I was trying to say is it is good tempo in the short term,
Yeah,
regardless.
that's what I was thinking.
But
I'm not planning on teching or playing them necessarily. But you think side guns and 2 more? We get 1 for free. I think Efficient Giant from here. I like the idea.
Efficient Giant makes a very compelling Raiden case.
It makes a very compelling Raiden case, in my opinion, especially him getting a free Fire Badger right now. Did I leave myself? I left myself a 4 gap there, which is kind of what I was thinking. So we wind up selling something. You guys actually did work, huh? And then this guy killed everything. So these guys aren't doing the work.
Yeah, you're saying Efficient Giant means Raiden is just bad?
Just better.
Okay,
just better. That makes much more sense. Yeah, it makes much more sense.
And some chaff, yeah, 100%.
And the chaff goes on the outside for the sledges, not into the Fire Badgers.
I think he might even flank with them. It'd be curious to see. I'm not saying you shouldn't put the chaff there. Even if you do, you can kind of deploy a bit of a late-ish Raiden, kill it quick, and then it'll run forward. But I'm curious to see where he'll put those Fire Badgers. Yeah, it's strange that he added a Badger on round 1 and then 2 more sledges on round 2.
Mm-hmm.
That's very strange.
Yeah, it just didn't...
I like the centralized Raiden.
Okay, and he takes the Fangs, not because of the Raiden, but because of the Saber. And Steel Balls
the ranging Hounds.
Yeah, we range the Hounds.
This is a Hound Raiden game.
Yep. We range the Hounds, we take another Raiden, we sell it. I think we sell this Steel Ball. Steel Ball is doing great out there, though. Goodness. Do we even sell it?
I'm more inclined to say you would maybe sell it a Saber, potentially, if you want the extra cash. Because the bodies on the ball, I think, are more valuable. Maybe I'm mistaken. We can always see what happens from the cards, but honestly, this one Raiden may just win you the round by itself, and I think 2 more with range on Hounds is huge.
Yeah. That's kind of the round I'm thinking of, right? Is range into 2 Raiden. And then what do we do? We're selling something.
There's a lot of good choices here.
There's a lot of good choices. I'm thinking Nano on a Saber. Or Nano on the Steel Balls, even.
I was actually thinking Underground for chaff, but I could see the healing.
I'm out just short with the Raiden. That's okay, because we just get the 5th Hound. And just let you come from this side.
I think putting them together actually is good, because then you can pop the marksmen together.
Okay.
And then once the marksmen are down, then you can clean up.
I buy it. And that. Still no crawlers, huh? Okay.
That shot, nice. Now you can sell the Saber and put the Nano on the Raiden. Ooh. Raise?
Is it Rays or Storms? Storms.
Maybe it storms for the late
Storms.
fangs.
It's storms for the late fangs. Yeah, that's my thinking.
Hmm. 100% flank Rydens. I think it's a sell the Saber for the 300 to range the Rydens, and then you can put the Nano on the blue Ryden.
Tucked into that. I think for a round we're putting the Nano on the ball. The Rydens are going to be behind everything anyways.
That'll be an interesting line. I'm curious to see how that goes.
He took more fangs with armor. He knows the drill there.
Tarantulas is odd.
Hey, I don't understand the tarantulas. I mean, maybe to try and clear the hounds, but don't the sledges do that already? Yeah, see,
nothing's a vote of no confidence.
Nothing has engaged this Ryden this round. That's why we didn't put the Nano on it yet. Right? Like, nothing's just now engaged with a level 1 marksman. So...
You're also in a way better long-term comp here.
Yeah.
And with Efficient Giant, no less. Like, Rydens, once you match them, is crazy. Like, at this point, it's like 2 Rydens and a Chaff.
Yeah.
Almost every round.
Yep. And just orbital something out here, I think.
Yeah. Do you predict the Jav on your blue Ryden and beacon it backwards?
Probably, yeah.
I think you want real Chaff. So that way you have marksman distractions.
Yep. That's definitely what we're thinking. Okay.
And unlock something.
I don't care about an unlock right now. I think we just take off
layer.
Yeah, take up a layer there. I mean, you just see, like, there's just nothing left to unlock, really.
Right. I compulsively unlock things because I can't not do it.
I misclick if I have something unlocked that I don't want and it's in the wrong spot.
I see. Okay.
So,
then if
better decision making in the few seconds that I'm looking at that window makes a difference more than once. Okay. So I do not compulsively unlock.
Fair enough.
I do compulsively unlock pretty early, right? I've got Mustangs unlocked because I might want to have a day where I, buy a Mustang and a Fort on the same round. Who knows,
Yes, right. But, until you get your Storm and your Mustang and all 4 of the 100 cost units.
Right.
More or less.
Yeah, exactly.
And sometimes Steel Ball.
Exactly.
Yeah, this is so over. You just...
Oh, yeah, perfect.
Categoric, like this might even be game without loaning for range.
Yeah, it is. It's yeah, we didn't even loan for range, we just took speed. Alright. Well, that felt good. I presume you are still eating, because that was too quick.
I am.
Okay.
I am.
Right, that's fine. We will go figure out what kind of gains we had and play another one. 19. Oh yeah, yeah. If I had 2 things unlocked, for sure, Cat. It's definitely a lot of things that I will unlock for that. Did I not put up a prediction for this one? I apologize, guys. Oh yeah, because you told me to pay attention and not lose the first round. Okay, I remember. I remember how
You
this
had already
happened.
spent like 40 seconds of your round one checking your combat record and
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
making a
Making sure there were bets up. It's
poll.
important. It's important. What are you talking about?
Let's be honest, no one's betting against you at this level with Alpha Titan in your ear.
That's a good point. That is a good point. In fact, would you rather play twos or would you rather do a short coaching session?
um, I think we are in a short coaching session,
Yeah.
and by virtue of me talking and focusing, I'm going to eat slower. So when I'm done eating, we may pivot to twos, but I
Yeah,
think we
perfect.
organically are getting
But
some measure of 2 to 3 games before that happens, regardless.
yeah, okay, perfect. I think that is a good thing overall because I feel like I've been making like Kliss at 1761. That is more like it as an opponent.
And these ribs are really good, but they have like an unfortunate kind of mid fatty layer, so I'm kind
Oh,
of having to peel the meat off the
yeah, yeah.
bone to eat it.
Yep.
But it's delicious, 100% worth it, but extra messy and extra time consuming because I can't just bite into it because
Right,
there's
right.
a
Hello, Blue. Welcome in. I'm thinking this giant with fangs and storms. The hound with Mustang is the other one that would tempt me.
go ahead and that's tough. Go ahead and play what you're comfortable with. I don't have time to kind of break down my thoughts on that. I think that you should trust your gut.
Right. We'll try the. Well, we got the sledges, but that's okay.
One of the things that I was going to think about but didn't have time in the 15 seconds to say was storms are a little bit iffy as a starting unit. They are often great to add when they are good, but if you know you're going to get pushed, having storms can really hurt and be low on tempo. Um, so I have been not avoiding them, but I have been prioritizing hounds as my preferred unit if I had to pick one, with sledges as my second preference.
Yeah, I'm
And then
definitely.
storms are kind of my go-to third.
Yeah, I'm definitely prioritizing hound a bit, but the for me the question there was Storm Fang stronger than Mustang Hound because I'm not confident in the Mustangs at all, and I've had a better winning percentage off of Storm starts than when I wasn't taking them. But that I've become a lot more willing to take them in the middle of the match, like that last game against
Right.
what's his name, where it was like this was the right choice against the Fangs are the right choice against the Rydens, so let me make the right choice there. But then, like, that's the other thing is it feels like that keeps happening at the 1500 level, where I'll make that play, and then my guy won't even go into the Fangs, and I'm like, well, then it looked like an idiot, right? Like,
in theory, then your Rydens have nothing to oppose them, though.
Right, like, true. But like it's like.
Well, that's why silly, like good plays look stupid at low MMR.
Right.
Because you're doing the right thing, but your opponent isn't.
Yes, exactly. What do we want here? I don't really want to do marksman. Do I?
If it's me, I take marksman here. Phantom Ray is somewhat tempting, but the 2 deploys of marksman I think are valuable.
Okay.
And he's got sledges, so they're good into that. They're also good into all of the drops.
Right, that's probably the more compelling, right? Is they're good into the Rays opposite.
Or the arcs, or even potentially the single spider.
Right.
Now, what to add?
Thinking
I'm really thinking.
hound and 2 crawlers is what I'm thinking. You?
Okay, you do play somewhat into a long-term Vulcan game if you go. I almost like
2 more marksmen?
this. Um, I think two chaff is good. I think go ahead and play into the couple of crawlers. That's probably a good call. Mashing out another hound is good, and then from there we can see what he adds.
Right.
But the moment we don't have a direction to go.
Mm-hmm.
Now what for the unlock?
I took Fang. We didn't have time to
Fang.
talk about
Fang
it.
makes sense. Right, I'm watching 10 seconds behind.
Yeah.
100%.
Oh, I can put you on. Put you on a more live broadcast.
This could be a. This could be another hound riding.
Yeah, it's looking like it, right? We didn't get a free unlock of the Vulcan.
That's a lot of hound and a lot of sledge, making riding look super tempting.
Mm-hmm. Wasp swarm for tempo, probably. He can't really do it to me. So with the wasp swarm up, I'm thinking 2 more stangs and a hound, and just kind of.
The stangs definitely play into his sledge board really hard, especially with the hounds.
Right now, yeah.
I think range on the hounds is really important this round, and another hound. And then potentially from there,
1 Mustang,
you could even add
pick a side.
Yeah, either that or fangs.
Well, I could do 2 fangs. I cannot do 2 to cover the flanks, but like.
I definitely think 1 more hound is good to keep your symmetry going. That's the unit you teched, so you want to add another.
Mm-hmm.
And I think fangs actually is good because then you have ridings later, and the fangs are slow. And
I actually went for a crawler because if there's a wasp call in, it'll follow the crawlers.
Okay.
And
then unlock storms so you have them.
Oh, yeah, I should have done.
We'll tab over.
Yeah, I gave you the live update, and then you're still like.
I know, hands are messy, so that was a delayed.
So
pivot.
yeah, fair enough. Hello, Sir Limbo.
You're sharing the wrong screen.
What am I sharing?
You're sharing your game tracker.
Whoops. Well, no wonder you weren't giving me good advice. I mean, gosh.
Or delayed advice.
Well, yeah. Okay, fair enough. Not calling it good advice is pretty wrong. All right. A Toast with a gift sub for Sir Limbo. Thank you very much, Toast. Efficient tech. Absorption module. An absorption Raiden? Sell a Farseer? Buy 2 Raidens?
Are you Farseer? Why are you saying sell a Farseer?
Because I have a Farseer on the board.
Oh, I see.
Or efficient tech, sell a Farseer, buy 2 Raidens. One or the other.
I don't think it's efficient tech. We've already attacked. I don't think we take 4 more, so we don't profit. I think absorb is good for the extra health and the healing. I like that. Sell the Farseer, get 2 Raidens. I think that's a good line.
Okay. And my thinking is put the 2 of them together. Presumably.
Oh, okay.
You think apart?
I think like you did last time, center them either in the middle or put them on the flanks and separated.
Separated on flanks.
One or the other,
Interesting.
because you're going to clear his sledges and his hounds on the
Yeah,
outside,
yeah,
and then you
yeah.
can
That
collapse
makes
inward on the
and then
tower.
collapse. Yeah, I like that. Okay. Let's go with
And
that.
I would put the absorb on
Gotta go on the
the
side as the level 2 marksman.
exactly. And that was
So,
exactly what I was going to say.
Toast, thank you very much. A gift to Katsamu. Yes, Toast has broken the 400 sub mark, which is like in an Amarok stream alone. Yes, that is correct, Park. Toast is a legend and will be VIP emeritus. I offered to Toast mod, and they said no, thank you. I just want to be a viewer and a sponsor. So there they are. Deeply, deeply appreciated. There have actually been days where I was like, I don't really want to stream it, but it does make me happy to see Toast. Like, even without the gift subs, right? Like, just completely, like, I smile when Toast does the little, like, walking into the stream anim that she does every single time to start.
Yes.
It makes me
cute
smile.
things.
It just makes me smile, and I'm like, that's what I'm looking for too. And it makes me stream on days where I am not like, oh, Blue. It's just because you don't do the cute animations, man.
Blue, you are always a treat. We wish we saw you more often.
It's true. It's true. I don't care about any of these, right? None.
Right.
Skip them.
Yeah, that's a skip.
What
And I really
range?
want range on the Raiden, but I actually think 2 Raidens are more important
What about
than range yet.
Okay, 2 Raidens without fork.
And yes, I think 2 more Raidens is especially important for the hit point damage, for level potential scaling. I don't think you want to sell anything. I think your Mustangs are actually being decent secondary chaff.
Yep.
I think you want the Hound level. I think you want to mass another chaff.
Okay,
Like,
and I'm going to take this
just get your
marksman
crawler on the
level as
outside.
well. I take the marksman level as well because he lines up opposite their marksman and itemized thingies. And we do need, I think it
Crawler.
is this
on the
crawler
outside.
left side.
Yeah. Exactly.
Yep. I'm always here. I just don't talk much. Aw. He sticks the tongue out. I love it.
We don't have storms yet. Let's go ahead and unlock storms in case we want them. I don't know that we will, but that's the one thing I would say is worth.
Right. We wanted them last time out. We may want them for the same reason here. Opponent has gone anti-air on the marks and a boat with a shield opposite my absorb module. Sir?
Then
I'm confused, but okay. 100 meters versus 110. We'll get up to 140.
The absorb module putting in a ton of work on that, actually buying you extra rounds.
Yeah, we'll be on 125 range versus 110 for the hounds and 95 for the
That's actually huge because that absorption module let you tank.
Yeah, it tanks so much.
Shots on the marksman, and you leveled.
Oh gosh, that's
and then
awesome.
It will be on the side with the boat. So range on the overloads on the Raidens is important right now, and I think we want 2 more chaff. And I think you want speed here.
Yeah,
I think you are the pushing player.
Yeah, we want to close. We're taking that level. We're taking range. Is it?
You want the other level as well, because boats are showing up on both sides, and the health and the damage are important. We need 2 more chaff.
Right, and that's 2
more.
And
I think we want
2 more chaff and 4 hound levels, right?
And then we're going to loan for range. I think this is a loan for range and take damage as well. I think that that's going to be really strong here.
Okay.
At round 6, you're at 2,800. If you don't lose rounds here, you're going to be in a really, really good position.
And damage helps the Raiden. And
then
the shaft is going to be
2 crawlers, I think, and you want those to be where they will take the insta-locks off of the corner Raidens. So like behind the hounds, nestled with the Raiden. In that little L-shaped pocket, yeah.
You're not worried about
that way it'll get ahead of the Raiden.
You're not worried about a Stormcaller lock here?
Stormcaller, no. There
Jeez.
is the possibility of a missile, so maybe you want to put them flush with the edge of the map
That's
instead, so they're not
that is
less
my
Stormcaller, but
ammunition.
more Sentry Missile.
Yeah. I think of this as one of my key crawler positions.
Right.
I don't think of this as a key crawler position. I was
And I
just
think
thinking
after
about
this, we want 2 more Raidens, and we want Fangs behind towers to trickle in to have in front of the marksman.
Okay. Yeah, he has one more Overlord.
He sold his hounds, the madman.
Wow. Sold the hounds.
The middle is going to crush him.
Yeah, mech raged the sledges.
What sledges?
Yeah. Those sledges. The ones that came forward into range and died quicker. So, Sir Limbo says he had a busy day transplanting a CPU
That might just be game.
to spare main board, installing that, switching the power supply, having it still not work, swapping around GPUs and RAM sticks with a functional computer, going mad a bit, in the end finding out that seemingly the casing's power button is shorted. So if I connect it, the computer starts and almost immediately shuts down again. Yikes.
Ooh.
That is a little rough.
So my gut
Here's
is
my
to sell the
storms.
melting point.
No,
I don't know. We don't.
No, I'm taking
We
this.
already killed the ground so fast. Okay. I think that's a mistake.
Yeah.
Or rather, I should say, I think that's suboptimal. That's gutsy.
Isn't it? Isn't it silly?
Okay.
I mean, we don't have to. We don't have to. We can do it on one side, but not the other.
We are fast. I love that. I definitely think we want a lone temp range. We want 2 more Raiden.
Yeah. Is it 2 Raidens or 1 Raiden and Fork?
It's 2 Raiden. We don't want to lose the range here at the moment. I think the bodies matter.
Okay.
I think we want to mass out a chaff. And I think we just want another crawler. Or do we? Okay, you already took speed. Never mind. Then yeah, it's definitely mass out another chaff.
Yeah.
The question is what chaff. And I think, honestly, as fast as we are, the tankiness matters. Let's add another crawler. It's more bodies.
Right.
And let's just kind of put it back mid.
Yeah, deepest mid, I'm thinking.
Mm-hmm.
Comes right up the gut. Aww. No storm cheese for Cat. Sorry, Cat. Wait a minute. Yes, we do get storm cheese. Okay, we got storm cheese for Cat. There we go.
That's just so beyond over. You're gonna do like 5,000 damage here.
Oh, ouch.
You might want to let him know that you have a voice in your ear.
Coach. The storm was in it.
It should have been, but...
Roxas got him. That's what I'm talking about. I'm happy now.
That was brutal. You, by the way, you did like 7,000 damage in 2 rounds there.
Good God. Yeah. Okay. So I don't.
By the way, this is how I play my boards.
I don't need to auto fork. Okay.
I think you are undervaluing the bodies because Raidens do a lot of value in the massing of them, and the loss of range hurts them. There are times fork is amazing.
Right.
But I think it is. I think you do click it too soon.
I do. I probably do. Yeah. Okay. That is.
And this is exactly the way I play my boards. It's like, I lose a little bit of health, I'm getting there, and then I'm online. And then it's time to go for the 1-2.
Right. Right. We've reached platinum. Okay. Thank you.
Do you have bird?
Yes, we had bird already.
Nice. Are you equipped bird?
Yeah, of course. Of course we equipped bird.
Okay.
Why would we not? What? I was looking forward to that
it's
all season. How would
I know
not?
that skin looks beautiful. Not gonna lie.
How would who unlocks that and then doesn't instantly equip it? Come on. Do you even know me?
Terrible human beings. I don't know. There's not an answer here.
There is no good answer. Exactly. Exactly. Okay. How is the sticky finger situation coming? Wait, that sounded terrible. FBI. That's not what I meant.
I probably got one more game before I'm
okay.
up.
Got it. Thanks. Apologize. Did not mean to imply. Oh, never mind.
You like a shuttle?
Wait. Are you offering to steal me a shuttle now? Hold on a sec. I'm confused.
I said shuttle, but I meant to say shovel because
shovel.
you're digging yourself a hole.
You did say shuttle, which is what really confused me.
Right.
It's not
So
distinguished. It is distinguishable in game, Park. We called it out in the middle of that tournament. Okay, like it's totally distinguishable. And there we go. We have rectified the ill that was Amarok being under 1600. Let us never speak of it again.
By the way, you're playing these Hound riding boards would have obliterated that Fire Badger opponent last night.
Oh yeah. Okay, so it's so I was in the right thought. It's that I had gone to the Scorpions. Once I'd gone to the Scorpions, I should have stayed committed to them.
Yes.
Got it. Rather than trying to pivot to something that I knew was going to work. Makes sense. Search taking. I mean, it's fine. It happens.
Gotta be arcs here, right? Into the hounds and probable crawlers. Otherwise, you have no chaff clear.
I mean, it could be.
Otherwise, you have nothing that can kill the hounds.
It could be 2 hounds.
Well, okay, you're right. I'm so instinctively inclined to say arc lights, but I think hounds or arc lights are good.
I think the hounds are better because they don't die as quickly to the steel balls.
Mm-hmm. That makes a lot of sense. And I think
they are faster, so they're going to move from the outside to the inside quicker. Whichever side.
Or to the opposing tower for a take.
Whichever side he's on, yeah. If there's an opposing tower take, whatever he's doing.
That's an old school instinct reaction that I need to check just a little bit, but yeah.
Okay, somebody tell me how to pronounce this name, quick. Abyssal Jr.
Abyssali Jr. Is there an L-I? No, there's just a J.
Just a J.
I'm blind.
Just a J, yeah.
It's probably Abyssal Jr., actually. That makes a lot of sense. Ooh.
Tower take, let's go. Abe Sal Jr. Okay. You thought it would stand out a lot more. That makes sense. No, that's a Swecker Fuku Away. Yeah, I think that's about right. Abe Sal Jr. Abe Sal Jr. makes more sense.
What's happening?
I was quoting chat. What?
I see. I tabbed away from chat, so I can't see at the moment. I was like, Amarok is me.
Titan's over
Gibberish
there.
Noises.
Titan's out there calling 911 for my stroke.
There's a random streamer in California. I can't give you an address.
I don't know what city, but I've got it. I got it. Okay, we have my favorite defense. Round 2.
So rude. I think you should put a late hound. That way, on the flank crawler that you know is coming is going to get shot down.
This crawler.
And place I would place it even a little bit closer because coming in a little late isn't terrible. And yeah, I like that unlock.
Yeah. Duolingo's been huge. Uh, yeah, the Duolingo has enabled me to try to learn like 82 different languages. So I've got like, 18 phrases.
Oh my
No,
gosh.
no, it's not 82. It's just like, but no, I've got a few. Wait, I have like at least 100 words in Spanish, French, German, Russian, Ukrainian, Romanian. I don't think I'm
You
there
barely
for
save your
anything
tower on the
else.
outside.
Yeah, the left side.
Yep.
Last shoot too. No. Ooh, we get efficient tack again.
Well, you've already taken one. I almost think the armor is really strong here.
On what?
I mean, there will be something. You haven't had the unit drop yet. I would take it and save it for the unit drop round if it's me.
Okay.
Or if the rays were the unit drop, then
They were the
honestly
unit drop.
even
Yes, that was.
okay. Then what killed the rays on the right hand side?
There was a missile, a chaff clear missile.
Ah,
that was
okay,
aimed
perfect.
at the hounds
And he doesn't have one. I think you want to yep, a hound on that side, perfect. And range the hounds is really strong here.
Yeah, sure.
It kind of lets him have a little bit of time to potentially have a turn, but he has the raise to answer.
Right.
And you're getting really strong established. And I still think holding the heavy armor to see what his answer is to things is a good call.
Yep.
We can missile there. I don't hate that.
Yeah, I just want to
And
freeze
then
it
make
in
sure we
place.
get our unlock.
Just want to freeze it in place so that we get everything else. We'll take Mustangs.
Okay. I'm curious what he's going to take to counter raise. So countering raise when you're on the offense is almost always bird, and if he goes bird, then you have a really that's right. You don't run fort AA.
No, I do not.
Opens up a fort angle.
There's a melter.
On the line melter.
What?
Interesting.
Yeah, Chris, it was the at least, let's see, at least 3 of those languages were learned for women. It's true.
That makes a lot of sense.
And along with the brief dabbling in American Sign Language was that I don't really count. So, are you a better player in Mecha or women? I love it.
Oh my goodness. That's a question.
No,
Speaking of questions,
I mean, as I age, my MMR just keeps going down here. It's not great.
Uh-oh. For which one?
Yes.
Yeah, that's too clean a jab target.
Yeah, I mean...
The question is, how do you want to defend this? And I honestly am not sure.
Huh? What are we worried about? Are we worried about Nion?
I mean, the melter. Like, what is our long-term plan?
Oh, yeah. What's our long-term plan for the melter? I mean, partly the long-term plan for the melter is ignore it for now.
I mean, obviously we're killing it this round. I don't actually hate using your Typhoon as a flank in the back corner to see what kind of reaction it forces.
Okay.
Leaving obviously room to chaff in front of it if you want to keep it there.
Yeah.
I also like putting a ray on the other back left to see how he responds to that. Really create problems, so that way you have the initiative to answer the melter next turn.
Okay. Yeah, that makes sense.
I also think adding chaff is really good here, and I think Fang chaff behind tower is really strong.
You think 2 fangs? I was thinking 2 hounds.
Yes, because it'll trickle in.
I was thinking 2 hounds.
Oh, you have
outside.
range them. Yes.
Yeah.
I like hounds. I don't know about outside though. I kind of like them as part of the defense. Yeah, I mean, hounds are really good.
I'm just thinking like here and here. Might even
that'll work.
Okay, he's gone for a whole bunch more Farseers. He missiled out all of our flanks, so all those flanks die.
Okay.
That's a lot of expense.
Well, then he's
but...
lacking chaff clear. So you could go for it and just kill Melters by virtue of the fact that you have chaff clear and he doesn't.
Right.
You absolutely want to mech rage your hounds.
Yep.
You have forced a huge frontline Farseer commit, and honestly, they don't scale very well, so that's your advantage.
Yeah, I'm not even worried about that.
Right.
Sam says, hacker for the melter. Make the melter mine. No.
Actually, unironically,
barrier?
hacking the Farseers... I mean, we have shield for barrier break. Or storms, rather, for barrier break. Or we can just boat.
Overlord.
Boat is incredibly strong here. I think taking what the drop gives us here is just really strong.
Yeah.
And then we make sure we keep our hound levels. I don't think we want to lose range into Melter.
You don't want to launch or overload? Oh, because you don't want to lose range.
Into Melter yet. I think this is more of a we range the boat, we place it where we can kill Farseers. I think we want that on the right-hand side because it's our best DPS. Kind of on the right between our rays and our hounds that are blue.
I was just thinking keep it out of the...
We're counting on winning the chaff war. So we're going to play a boat, we're going to range the boat. Or we can mech rage hounds this turn.
Yeah, okay.
There's a lot of good lines here.
Ranging the boat is better, right?
Yeah, and then add another crawler kind of vertical behind our center tower at the back wall, or a Fang, one of the two.
I think it's Fang, right?
Okay, I don't hate Fang at all. Then we can put that right behind tower. Yep.
And which one of these
we have all our
gets the
hound
lock
level
first?
I think we want to armor the
outside. Inside?
Probably
outside.
Oh, there's
right?
Yeah. Then save the 50. See how he answers the flanks.
Right.
Mm.
Answer the flanks? Who answers flanks in this economy? What?
That was just a forgot.
What?
You might not have even noticed the flank.
Because they both got missiled out, right? If he's one of those that doesn't mouse back, it doesn't, doesn't control for everything like that. And yeah, we still have chaff on the ground. We've still got that's a lot of hit points.
So I think this is 2 more boat.
And commit.
Now it's launcher on the boat.
Yep.
It's sell the Typhoon because he has that spot leveled. It's definitely the underground. I like it back there. That's really good. I think we sell that Typhoon back there because he's going to answer it this time. And then we can use that money to get 2 more boats. And then we loan and we temp range. And we line the boat up with his boat in a perfect, insta connect. And then we put one for the Farseer on the left, just behind, right there. Parallel with your hounds. The forward hounds, I think. Because there's no way he's putting a melter over there this round.
No, it's just to ensure that the Farseer is on the hounds, not the.
Do we want
melter. That? Oh, we want the? Because I'm thinking
the health
EMP.
tank.
EMP. I don't want to get EMP'd.
I see. I don't know that he's going to click it, but that's fair. Is the boat that you just placed insta-locking his boat? We want it to fire instantaneously.
Right. Off.
Perfect.
Okay.
There's nothing that he can do about it, and that will instantly delete the boat.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah. Skipping Imp Wasp was because that's a good point, Kat. So I just recently had enough games where I needed Photon for other things that I was getting out of the 4. I decided to get myself back out of the 4 text. I'm just gonna be full commit to the boats all the time. Boards. Yeah, he never did clear chaff. He's just got a lot of melters.
And Farseer EMP is great until they die and the Farseer EMP wears off.
Oh, yeah. And they, jeez.
So I think you're teching your giants too soon and you're not getting enough of them. That's like,
That's
I think, the second game in a row.
Yep. That's the takeaway, right?
And you're taking techs that reduce range and increase output when you don't have units to increase output with. Because that's the symmetry of overload and fork.
Right, right. Yeah, I'm definitely trying to force multiply the units I have to get their DPS output up, rather than just counting on giant numbers. Okay.
Now there are specific examples where like a melter with range is specifically what makes the melter do its job, whereas with boats, presence is what's doing their job, and then you can scale them by force multiplication.
Right. Once you've got more of them. Yeah. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
I had been.
Let me wash. I'll get back.
I was going to say I had been thinking of that in terms of like adding one giant, one tech, and one shaft per turn as being a good turn, rather than just slamming down as many of them as I could. If that makes sense. I've lost a Titan. He's got to wash. Okay.
I'm back, but I could hear you.
Okay.
And yes, I agree with that. The other big thing, do you remember in the tournament when you said that you don't think of hounds as chaff?
Mm-hmm.
I think that you adding hounds these 3 games has been giving you a chaff clear hybrid, which is why I said that's how I think of them as, because the extra bodies have really mattered in a lot of your matches.
Right. I've been trying to build hound boards and chaff boards and giant boards, and that's costing me too many deploys.
Right.
Which is why you had said, which is why a lot of those games wind up feeling like I'm low total DPS output.
Right.
Which is why I've been trying to force multiply the DPS output of whatever the carry is earlier. So that's kind of how that whole chain of logic turned into that problem. Okay.
Mm-hmm. And I think if that's been fundamental,
yep,
that has been probably undermining your MMR situation. And once you have enough of everything, then you win.
Right. It's exactly what it feels like.
And the big problem I would say that also lends itself to is it leaves you kind of diverged on the deploys that you're making in the early mid game. And then you're trying to scramble with emergency giants instead of having a board and being stable and then letting the giants be the presence felt.
Right. Right. These last 3 were definitely stabilized board, or close enough to a stable board that we're not losing rounds badly in those early rounds.
Exactly.
Right.
And you're still taking decent tempo spells. You're not like playing hard to read.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. I think that helps. I mean, I think I've been. Yeah, I had even stopped counting hounds completely in my count of chaff at this point. Okay. Yeah,
and I honestly I really think that hounds are strong right now when used the way you've been using them, and you, I think, should prioritize hound starts.
Right.
As your go-to, because of the value of them. And I think that you should have if it's up to you and your opponent doesn't force something, you should be looking for Hound Raiden as probably your kind of your staple good board.
Mm-hmm.
Because I think Hound Raiden can be forced up to 18 to 2K right now, blindly, if you pilot it well, because it's good into enough boards.
Right.
I don't think that you should just blindly force it per se, but I think that is a incredibly strong go-to direction.
Okay.
And if the game gives you boats and you're defending aggro, don't shy away from it. If the game so yeah, I think that you played that extremely well. and we worked really well together.
Yeah.
And like his melters did literally nothing because you just won the chaff war, and you
Right.
forced him to shoot your hounds with with melting points.
Right.
And you played a really important waiting turn where you flanked on both sides with different units, and there was no way for him to efficiently answer both, and that let you see his commit
Right.
into
First.
your commit,
Yep.
and then he still had to respect them while you could sell out of them, and it just was over.
Right. Yeah, all three of those
Oh,
games felt like we really tempoed them. Once we turned, it was tempo and done. But yeah,
right.
I'm fully
It's
agreeing with you on the observations. Okay. Julio, so twos or more coaching? I did send you an invite, but and I see you've accepted, but you know.
I think so. I will let you choose. I am. You know the classic adage: the best way to learn is to teach.
Yes.
Caveat being that you have to have good content, because otherwise, just
Right.
spouting off nonsense is going to make both of you suck.
Yeah, yeah.
So I feel like I am really dialing in by watching and playing coach in this situation.
Okay. Let's
I would
keep
enjoy playing twos. I would enjoy coaching. I want you to pick, but I've been enjoying both a
Okay,
lot more than I thought I would.
let me just go back to the ones then and keep working on that because I feel like we've played the same board several times and I would just want to see like
Mm.
there are some starts that I wind up in, like if I'm not in a hound start and I'm not in a, you know, not in a sledge start maybe, like I just want to
Right.
see where, like what directions would we go. And like this last one was a crawler storm start, but we forced hound anyway, right?
Well, you say force, but we didn't have arcs. So if you don't have arcs, then adding
Yeah, yeah.
hounds
Okay.
makes sense. If you have arcs, then forcing hounds, I think, hurts a lot because they are incredibly anti-synergistic. They
Yeah,
both
yeah, they
do
do
very
the
much
same
the same
thing.
thing.
They steal each other's MMR, so neither of them
MMR? Do you mean experience, or was that a
experience. Yes,
joke?
experience. Sorry, yes.
Okay, I thought you were joking that like they steal each other's MMR because they both lose when you do both.
It says, is this toast? Is this toast? Quick supply specialist with the hounds looks like a good start.
A really good start,
Yeah.
and frankly, you could play that aggro or standard. My input
Hmm.
is much more valuable from standard. Um, I actually think steel balls from standard is kind of strong right now, and we've
Yeah,
seen that.
I have been
I don't know that we always
forcing
commit
steel.
for it.
Yeah, I have been forcing steel ball aggro. So like I've just been using it as a guaranteed aggro build. So I think I'm going to try playing it from standard again.
Okay.
Um, so that would be. Hi, chat. It's toast.
Uh-oh. So
Chat
this
to
is
you.
our beloved toast.
Hi, chat. I am subscribed to you. Good luck. Have fun. It really, really isn't. She says, I'm not even this high MMR on my main account. We did actually have a second toast show up.
Right, the avocado toast something.
But wait a minute. Wait a minute. Does Toasty sound like a Thonix? No, it's running fire, not armor. Hmm. Okay, we gotta choose something. Do we just take
Right.
two more hounds and see what
I don't hate
happens?
it. 5 hound, we could, and then we can plan on ranging them next round.
Yep.
There it is.
Hi, Zim.
That that's actually how I play my steel balls as well. That's about how deep.
Okay.
I personally leave 4 gaps between my hounds and my towers, or pockets for giant.
Yep. This is a
Although
five
those are
gap.
5.
That's a 5
and
gap for boat,
right, that
and
is maybe something to consider.
I think this is a 7 gap, which would be factory or abyss.
If it's not, then the middle hound might deserve to be vertical. Oh wow, there's a ray round 1. Interesting.
Definitely feels like a Thonix build. Still dumping rocks into this. We toasts stick together. All right. Gotta air cheese the quick supply spec. Oh,
Holy
okay.
smokes.
He is Ariel.
Toast, you put a bunch of points out there, I will vote on Amarok with enough that if you at least win, you're not, like, getting robbed.
Wait. We did not miss that in Karsus. We cast that game.
Holy smokes, this just turned into an 80,000 rock betting scenario.
We not only saw that he entered, we cast his first round game against Forgotten Arbiter.
We hide for a minute and take a look.
Sure.
Armor and intensive both are very tempting. Oh, have you? Can you hide the panel so we can look at the map?
Oh, I see. Sorry.
So what are your thoughts on the raise?
The entire board
Honestly,
dies to Raiden still.
Right, for him. So I think that's a long-term game plan that's really good for us. So I think we want to intensive our hounds. Getting them up to level 2 means that we are less at risk.
Yep.
We can even intensive the ones.
That's the one that had the least XP last round. Gets the intensive.
We want to range our hounds this round.
And then that's just 2 chaff.
Yes. The question is which chaff, and I don't know that we want more hound. We do want some non-chaff that are non-hound chaff.
I think crawlers.
I think you're right.
Actually, crawler and fang could be.
Right now we have literally nothing that shoots up. So let's add 2 fangs behind tower.
Okay.
They may get to the point where they're able to clean up. And even if not, late fang with Raiden is good.
Yeah, they probably don't, but we don't care yet, right? Because we're not going to hemorrhage.
And we are
much.
Quick supply.
Yeah. We've ranged our.
By the way, vertical sledges are terrible into hounds because you get each of them focus fired and they evaporate.
Yeah.
So
they were right against the steel ball, but they're wrong against the hound.
Yes.
Okay, sweet. Round 3 we have 600. We could sell a steel ball to have 700 and go a Raiden plus
F. There's also a drop.
Yeah, there could be a drop for us.
We haven't had. No, we have to. There has. Oh no, it's round 2. Gotcha. So round 3 could be. Yes. So I'm hoping we get some drop with tempo. They heavy armored on the left and they leveled, so that's definitely where we want to Raiden. I think it's got to be Phoenix. Phoenix is incredibly strong for us here. I think it can kill anything else, and we put both of them on the. I think we line them up with the raise, and we see what they want to do about it.
You think line them up with the raise? I'm actually thinking.
Yes.
Sell. I'm still thinking sell steel ball, take Raiden. Are you thinking pivot?
I think the steel balls are
Phoenix?
Good value right now.
You're thinking I'm not sure that we full pivot to the Phoenix instead of the Raidens.
I'm saying we don't tech them yet. I think you're winning the ground game hard. So I think what we want to do is leverage the Phoenix, keep all of our bodies on board.
Triple recruit.
Although I guess
triple recruit crawler probably.
That's a lot of float. It does mean that we could look at what he does because there's also Fire Badger. Yeah. Okay, then let's triple recruit, get 2 crawlers and another hound.
Okay, I like it.
And then we can see what they're going to do. And if he goes Fire Badger, then he is so Raidenable that we just absolutely smash.
Right, when it comes time. Okay, so this is a 5. That's a 7.
Let's put that vertical between the steel balls.
Late arriving from deep.
A little bit trickled in. It's not as clumped in case there's a missile or something. I kind of like it.
I can see it.
And let's make sure we get our unlock on Mustang. Yeah. In case we need it for something for Wasp, and then just
extra DPS.
Run the 150 float.
Yeah, extra damage for this guy. Okay, he added.
And so it's Raiden, 100%.
Yeah. Love it.
We keep the birds because the birds are good. We sell out of the balls. We go Raiden. We add 2 Raiden. We range the Raiden.
Yep.
The birds also help with the sledges in the vertical formation where we put them. We are in a really good spot here. Even though this round doesn't go the way we quote-unquote would want it to. Yeah, for us to have a game plan at a flow to 200, and he is in a mono unit countered comp.
Yeah.
And the unit drop has happened.
Welcome in, Quote Me. So we do owe Quote Me a aerial spec Raiden game. Or aerial spec
Shield is really
Abyss
strong
game.
here.
Yeah, portable shield.
I don't think we want to jab. Portable shield is really good.
Yep. Alright, and...
Spell a ball. Unlock Raiden. Round 4. We definitely want to play the Raiden.
Yep.
On that side.
I think so, yeah. There's nothing out there, right?
Let's intensive our Hound. Let's find out which Hound to intensive, though. I don't think it's stacking. I think we want more level 2s.
Yeah,
Though they're
so
almost all
it'll be the
at
one
level
right
2.
in front of this guy. Or is
Yeah,
it?
I
Or is
agree.
it, or is it just the Raiden?
No, I don't think that's too expensive, I think.
Okay.
I think.
I mean, 200, and then we've got one more
Right.
unit.
But we want crawlers here, I think. 2 crawlers and
2 crawlers and a Hound. Okay.
Mhm.
And that would be...
In that case, go ahead and
you.
intensive the right. Oh, okay. Yes, so we do still have the money.
Yeah.
Wait, did you not? I think you clicked mass recruit and didn't actually mass recruit.
No, I have mass recruit.
No, you did the Raiden. The Raiden. Right. Perfect. Good. Put more chaff on the Raiden side.
That's...
Yeah.
I'm happy with it splitting. It'll just be a little bit stronger on the Raiden side.
Okay.
Although, honestly. Okay, shields on
Glad
those
you actually...
guys. And crawlers. Okay. We want outside crawler. We had. That's fine. This is going well.
Hmm. Nice. Get that next shot off first. We get tower.
Not quite.
Almost.
Not
Actually, this
quite.
works really well, maybe.
We get the tower
Good.
now from the hounds underneath. Oh my goodness. Brutal. Speed.
I think we want speed. We are winning the ground game, and I think speed is really strong here.
Yeah.
We take our Raiden level, we take our Hound levels,
Of course.
we sell our
Sell
balls,
a ball, 2 more.
we take 2 more Raidens.
2 more Raiden, yeah.
More Raidens.
Yeah,
Yes.
yeah. That's what I meant.
I almost want us to loan for temp range. I definitely think we want to keep focused on this. Yeah, put it where you had it there in that nook, and then that one behind the middle. Exactly. I think we want to pick a side.
Yep.
I almost want us to loan temp range and level our right tower, but it's round 5. That's dubious, but I think the level on the right tower is valuable to buy time for a triple Raiden on the left. And the temp range is strong since we can't range our Raidens yet.
How do you feel about just missling out the sledge on that side? It can't level?
We are killing it fast. I don't think that's worth it.
I mean,
I don't think
the
a
things
missile
we
is good
engage-
econ right now.
The things we engage with on that side, instead of loaning. Right, loaning isn't good econ either.
But the missile doesn't buy us anything extra, whereas loaning for temp range, I think, means that we have a swing turn.
Right. Okay.
And the level on the tower is really valuable.
Range and speed.
And then we hold the 50. I think we hold the 50. I really think that this is the play to make. I think this is the turn we need to make a tempo play. And I think that it's going to be, we are in the absolute long-term winning position, and temp range is hugely valuable here.
Okay.
And 40 the tower helps us prevent against potential cheese.
He's gone for wasps. He did try cheese. Look at that. He tried storm cheese on the line. Rude, he says.
Says the storm cheeser. This is against my nature, but I think it was absolutely the right way to play this round.
Yeah, it turned out great, right? You read the storm cheese, essentially.
Well,
you also read the wasp cheese.
I didn't know what was going to happen, but I knew that it was dangerous and something could happen.
Yeah, something is going to happen out there.
And we are in the long-term winning position. We have the potential to add Mustangs if we need them. So I think we do need one Mustang on the right side.
Yeah, now, obviously. Because of the wasps. Double wasps out there.
Oh, good. We can sell a Sabertooth for money. I think that's the best cash, unless it's Farseer. Farseer is worth 6. Saber's worth 6. So Farseer or Typhoon is the better money. Yeah. So it's 2... So first things, I do want that. And I do want that. And we need one more Raiden. Oh, okay, 2 Raidens. And we're loaning for sure for temp range again. I don't know that we wanted 2 Raidens here.
Yeah.
We definitely want to loan for temp range, and we want to level that Mustang. He does have redeploy, so that Wasp is most likely coming out of the flank.
No, the Storm is moving. Storm moves here, and I get instant. Oh no. Huh. Okay. That's
we scooted it back.
Just scooted it back an inch or 2. And has
that
the
Saber
5 Saber to try and tank
damage.
everything.
We do decent damage though, and we have decent chaff.
Yeah.
We do want more chaff though. I think next round is a 2 chaff Mustang play. The other big thing about you taking the second Raiden so quickly is we wanted the Hound levels.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
So I think the double Raiden was too many clicks for having loaned the previous round.
Okay.
Did he level his outside tower? His left side, I mean?
Yeah.
He did. Okay, he had to.
Yep.
I just wanted to know if he did or not.
Yep.
Blue Mustangs are putting in a ton of work.
Yeah.
And honestly, this timing isn't terrible for us. I also was a little bit disappointed that you put that Raiden on the right side, mostly because we kind of had a strong side. But I think we're in good position with the range on the Raidens now. Marksmen are not going to cut it against our board.
No.
Nice. Let's see what we get from the drops.
2,000.
Additional deploy is amazing for us right now.
Yeah?
We're not worried about his. Yes, we need bodies right now. We need 2 Mustangs. We want a Chaff. We want a Raiden. Like, that's huge for us. Also, we want our Hound levels.
Yes. Let's start with Hound level.
Hound levels, we want
2 Mustangs.
Yes. And we space those. Mm-hmm. Are there any Mustang? Are there any on the left side of his?
No wasp.
Any wasp over here?
No.
Then I say we put the 3 Mustangs on the right side. Like the middle one is perfect, and then put the other one kind of between them. Yes. We want a lone in range for sure. And
we're taking tower just so we don't get storm cheesed. We've got 2 deploys because we haven't unlocked mass recruit yet.
No, we have 1 deploy because we have 1 intent. We've taken 2.
Well, we have 1, and we have mass recruit available if we wanted. So it could be 1 more Raiden. It could be 2 Raiden.
Actually, I like the middle.
Could be
the middle Raiden level. Sell a Phoenix, yes. I'll click on them. Do they do damage? 20? No, they're doing too much.
29 and 26. I like them.
The middle, I like the middle Raiden level, and then I like a deploy. I think we want more yes, that one. The crawlers, excuse me, I couldn't think. And then we want it in the back middle, between. Yeah,
sorry,
that works
we're
great.
Out of time.
We are. That's unfortunate. I was stammering, but I like our position.
We stopped the storm cheese.
Okay, so there's fire missiles now.
Yep. We don't really.
We can actually take anti-missile on our Mustang, I think.
Yeah, the Mustang.
It helps against the raise and the other.
Yeah.
I think that's more valuable than range for us.
That's interesting. I like it. Do we even get another turn? Yeah, we get another turn. Okay.
Also, if there's a world where we can afford it, I don't think there is, Mech Rage goes hard on our hounds.
You want to see anti-missile, mech rage, and what?
Ooh. Improved firepower on our Mustang is really strong. That's really high value. Unless it's Photon? But I don't think we tank. I don't think it's Photon, and we're not afraid of EMP. And the damage on the Mustangs is actually relevant. We do need to shield our Mustangs.
Yes, we've got to shield the Stangs, is the thing I'm thinking of.
But yeah, it's damage item on Stangs.
Are you sure? We're taking anti-missile.
Yes, it's still doing really good. It clears the wasps. It's the speed of wasp clear that's important.
Okay.
And we want one Mustang on the left side to intercept those missiles as well.
Yep.
Lone range. We definitely want to level our Raiden that we can level. Yep. That one, the level 1. We want another Raiden. We want temp range. We want a lone. Make sure we get our bubbles. Yep. One there. There. 30 seconds, so we've got some time.
We've got 200 left. That would be another Mustang, potentially up on the front for the anti-missile.
Okay.
And I'm thinking, like, you know what? You.
Right there is good. That's good. That works. I don't think he lights that on fire.
Yep, something landed. Yeah,
I'm curious what.
You had 2 storm
we still
callers
win that
and 2.
It was probably just overloaded.
Yeah, it's just like 1 fire missile landed. Is what I was seeing there.
We're still doing really well at shutting down his raids. And the Raidens don't care.
Yeah, the Raidens are just like, eh. And yeah, the anti-missile is shutting off the rays. The Raidens are just sitting back here and having a day.
Oh my gosh. So Ray armor shuts down Carry Mustang, but anti-missile Mustang shuts down Ray if it's just to clear.
Right.
That's a whole...
They counter each other.
This was a really good exploratory line.
Yeah, that was fun. I liked it.
Do you think it's Thonix?
I'm pretty sure. It's gotta be, right?
I don't know. He talked about how he didn't have an alt at this level.
He said, yes, so he said. But then he said it was because there were too many people at this level.
Curious.
But this looks like one of his older alt builds with the oil and fire hand, you know. Absolutely.
I don't think it was piloted particularly well. I think Thonix.
Yeah.
Better,
honestly,
yeah. Don't think this was Thonix. Like this is reminiscent of somebody who's using the idea of that build.
Yep.
But doesn't. I mean, Firehound was way too late for it to be Thonix as well.
Yeah, hasn't piloted it as much as Thonix has. Okay, makes sense.
That's around the replay for him.
Yeah, true.
But you now have armor on your hounds.
Yeah.
Right. So that way, that's another thing. The counter to fire, if you are in a hound board, is my hounds don't care about fire because I have armor.
Oh, right.
I'm going to turn it off.
Interesting. Wait, that doesn't work, does it? Because it only blocks 6. Wait, no.
It's almost all of the damage at level 1, and level 2 armor blocks all of fire on the ground at tick damage.
Right, because the fire is not... Yeah, okay, it's at tick. Okay, yeah. Yeah, it's not Thonix, right?
No,
definitely not.
Let's give Thonix a little more credit than that.
Who was it?
Toast. Whoever Toasty is.
It's not Toast. It's not Toast. No, it's not Toast.
No, it's not our Toast, but it's a Toast. One of the many, apparently. Our Toast is unequivocally the best Toast.
Exactly. All right. Hold on. You have to throw our data down. We were...
I'm also shocked with myself.
Yeah?
Because, like, the lone on round 5 is against my nature, but I
Right.
knew it was correct.
You knew it was correct, and you talked me into it. I didn't want to do it.
I know you resisted. I was like, we need this, and we don't have. And that's one thing. Sometimes when you can't afford range on the unit, but
Yeah.
it needs range,
It needs range, but you can't afford range, so you take temp range. Yeah.
you're paying 100 for the premium. The rest of your units will not take tempo damage.
Right.
Really valuable. Or not units. The rest of you'll keep more units alive to do tempo damage to their health points.
Toast is October 10th. It's the 10th month, so Toast is 10 out of 10. Whooped. That's awesome. Thank you. I love it. Toast with the
My birthday's October 9th.
Toast is in base. So you're 9 out of 10? Is that what you're saying?
10 out of 9.
10 out of 9. Oh, I see.
I break the math scale. Everyone's like 11 out of 10. Well, technically 10 out of 9 is even higher.
Ooh. True.
Because,
Yep.
mathematically speaking.
All right.
By the way, I'm not trying to force Raiden, but when people have like four sledges on round 2 and a fire badger, or 4 rays on round 3,
right.
It's like, well, okay. By the way, I like how we used the Phoenix, and I liked where we put the Phoenix. I think everything about how the Phoenix played that game was perfect. They were just value.
Yep. Yeah,
but they did not distract us from the plan.
Yeah, that's one of the things. Yeah, where my thinking has been that either I should do Phoenix or Raiden, rather than allowing them to kind of do the same thing, but they don't really, right? One of them's a single target, one of them's a multi-target.
As a carry, they fill the same role,
right?
But having some Phoenix that help kill single targets while your Raiden's clear bulk is not redundant.
Okay.
You just don't want to tech them both.
Okay, now hold on. We are going to be taking a break because we do owe somebody a it was quote me if Soju goes bottom. We owe him an aerial specialist, forced wide abyss. So I know.
With sabers.
Well, you've got a saber start. Yep.
We need chaff clear for abyss. Oh my, well then it's absolute. This is gonna be pain. This is gonna be pain. Okay. It's Hound 100%.
It's fine. What could possibly go wrong? Why are you so worried?
No comment.
What could possibly go wrong here? Honestly. Okay, where am I putting these abysses? Have we left 7 gaps? Okay, wait.
That's...
So, if you go 3 forward...
Is the person who redeemed it in chat right now?
They are, yeah.
Okay, good.
Okay, that's a spot.
Toast, you're like the like 100 out of 10 as far as Toast scale goes.
That's a spot. So there. Good. Okay, so we have 7x7s. 3 of them.
Okay.
Look at that. It's fine.
By the way, when you're playing aggressive arcs into aggressive sabers into an arc board, placing them so that they can lock the arc lights is really valuable.
Yes.
Instead of placing the fangs like this, where you just feed them to the arc lights potentially.
Well, I mean, what I did not want to do was just expose the sabers directly to the steel bolts.
I understand that, but I think this is going to be a very hard low tempo position to play from. Gotta be Wasp, right?
Yeah, he has no upshoot, right?
I think he has fangs, or those crawlers behind the tower. Okay.
So, wasps, and we're actually going to keep the wasps because they are going to tank
probably
for the abyss later when somebody tries to have
right.
upshoot.
We definitely want 2 more hounds. Well, do we definitely want 2 more hounds?
Yes.
Yeah, long term we do, at least.
Right. We're not. Now, we could sell one of the big things already. Right?
If we can clear the chaff for it,
well, if we sell one,
it can do work.
If we can sell one, we get range. So we could sell the left side one. Range
I think
all
we
the
want bodies here. I think we just want another deploy of hound.
Okay.
Let's put it on our non-wasp side just in case they try to like do something.
I'm thinking stronger.
The 5th hound. Okay, we can pick stronger.
I'd just rather have a stronger side.
Crawlers.
Yeah, unlock crawler because we definitely want those. You want to be just 2 back so I can do the crawler, probably.
Sure.
And we'll let it get pulled. So it can be flank screening. Okay, he took storms. He has no upshoot. No, he has a Mustang, but it is on the weak side. Okay. That's handy.
Is he speed? He feels like he's moving fast.
Yes, he is speed. That's why I was expecting him to be aggro on the line with his steel balls.
Right.
That's why I did not at all play around steel balls from a mile deep. So it's like,
that's fair.
You know, your comment about the storm or the arc lights, I was like, well, okay, but you know, I played a U-shape for the attack. I'm not going to go guessing that he plays deep with speed. I play deep from speed, but you know,
it's not the norm enough to be
playing around. Exactly.
This is a very hard tempo game for us to try and be forcing Abyss.
Yep.
We can't itemize Abyss.
No.
The question is, do we want an item for one of our non-Abyss? Or do we need the money? Is this a round 4 Abyss game? Because if so, we need 950.
1150.
We need to...
Oh, 950 because we're aerial. Yeah. Okay.
So what we get 8, so we need to float 150 this round.
Yep. 700.
We have it.
Unlock one of these. We only need to. If we unlock sell this round, we don't need to float anything.
And we can also take the damage item for our Mustang and the temporary, or not the Mustang, and the Wasp as the temporary measure, which I like. It could be a Mustang on the other side. There probably will be.
Sure, there should be, right? But then it's
sell our weak side. Sabertooth.
Right.
Let's level that outside tower, since we know that it's the weak side.
Right, and then crawler.
To chaff. So I like a crawler. I like another crawler, actually, and play it deep.
Yeah.
Kind of like where you would normally put as a flank guard. That way we have chaff streaming in. Yeah. And then we take an unlock. I still think we actually float the 100, so we have our deploy next turn with chaff.
Okay, I like it.
And Mustang, yeah. If we're going to play air, this is the way we're going to have to try and do it.
Right.
With the Abyss.
Right.
And then it'll be efficient on the Abyss, followed by missiles on the Abyss.
Yep.
And another Abyss.
Yeah, it'll just be line abreast of Abyss. He's not adding anything that comes up to the to fight the Abyss, really. So right now he's fighting the Wasps, and that's okay.
You took off fire missiles, or you have fire missiles on the hounds?
Just took it off for armor.
and that's where I would have kept it instead of extinguisher to help clear chaff when you're
in this sort of situation where you're desperate.
Yep.
Yeah. Okay.
Because this is us trying to force Abyss.
Exactly. It's a forced comp. It's fine. We skip all of these because acid is good.
Do we take the shield? Well, there's blue storms.
There's storms and
shield break.
There's steel balls for shield break. What are you talking about? Right. We skip. We abyss. We efficient.
Maintenance. We also sell the that one.
Not the abyss. Okay.
We take our level on the Wasp because it's there, and hopefully the
Yeah, the Mustangs are not going to be engaged with the Abyss.
Right. We level the Wasp and we take a deploy. Probably another
Why do we level the wasp?
Because I think it does good damage, and I think that we have the damage item on it. I think we want the chaff on our strong side.
It only did 7,000.
Maybe we want it on the weak side.
Only did 7,000.
That's because they got killed by the Mustangs last round.
You think we're going to kill the Mustangs? Okay.
I think it's the right way to spend our money, and if it's not, then we can sell them for 300 if we need to, because right now their Mustangs
there's nothing else to sell. Yeah, okay.
Right. I think it's the right way to use our money.
Okay, and there's still very little upshoot, just the 2 packs of Mustangs. Nothing targets the Abyss yet. The Abyss should almost level here, right? And those Mustangs locked on it instead of the Wasps, that's great. The Wasps are supplementary chaff clear. And the Abyss is chaff clear. Excellent. Yeah, good job. You killed a crawler, sir. Very nice. Oh no. What are you doing? Oh, stop. Look, you...
hold on. I think our Wasp may actually kill his Mustangs.
And the Abyss almost
win this round.
The Abyss almost went for the Mustangs too. Now it's working on a big clump of stuff. So, okay, all right, right. It's not terrible.
The level was really important for those Wasps.
The Wasps did great. Yes, they came through with 43,000. You were right. All right, and they could get another.
I don't know if we want another.
We're selling something. We're selling sledge, I presume. We take 2 of them. We take 2 of them vertical. Yeah.
Yes. So
hold on.
What we desperately need.
Yeah.
What we desperately need is 1 more Abyss and missiles on the Abyss. How much is missile tech?
Missile tech right now 400. So we could get 1 more Abyss and sell a sledge.
Excellent. Then we sell a sledge, we take an Abyss, we have missiles to the Abyss, and that's our 1,200 for the turn. I think the sledges want to be a little bit like back because I think they're going to die too quick. Yeah, I like it there. Yes, and then
we want our Abyss outside or mid? I think mid.
I think mid. I don't know. Yeah. Let's take an unlock. What do we not want to see? We definitely don't want it outside.
What about...
We want to keep our Abyss together so the missiles work together.
Abyss together strong.
He's going to take Melter probably, yes. Now we need to pick an air unit to unlock, or not.
Oh, sorry. Yeah.
Because we probably don't want to see, like, there's probably Phoenix that we don't want to see.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
There is, in fact, a Melter.
Right.
You were correct.
We knew that was coming. We need more chaff. We also need to level our left tower again.
Yep.
We also need range on the Abyss.
Yeah, Abyss range is pretty big. Come on, baby. Get there. Oh, you dummy.
Boss summon is good value unless we want to. Yeah, I think that's the collect play. It's as much as we want it. I think what we need to do is we add another Abyss and we range the Abyss. We level our outside tower.
Excuse me. How am I affording 1,500?
I'm sorry. We take an Abyss and we temp range, not range.
Thank you. Yeah.
And we want it on the right side. We're picking a side. We level our tower on the left. Take temp range for sure.
Mm-hmm. And we throw.
We want more chaff. It's got to be crawlers, I think, because they have Mustangs. The things will just die. We need crawlers.
Okay. And then
we want that
running at
like in our normal side edge. I think we want it normal side edge position.
Outside?
I don't think it dies too soon. Yes, something like that. Maybe it's deep.
I think it's running straight at the Melter from here.
Okay. I think that's fair. And we want to probably Wasp in our side right area.
So that it arrives late.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
I think this is our best way to try and play this. And then next turn, we force ourselves to get range on the Abyss somehow.
Yep, we haven't loaned yet. So...
No, but obviously that's not going to get us to the 700.
No, it's okay. Actually, it does. We'll be at 1,400 as income. We take the loan, we're at
Oh,
1,600,
that
which
lock is
is
so sad.
a abyss, and oh yeah, you were right about the outside
Yep.
piece there.
I don't know that we get another round.
Well, I mean, we have fulfilled the request.
We tried. Although this was
this
the
was
chaff clearless
forcing,
start to try.
yeah. It was
Oh.
forcing it into the worst possible formation, and I hope you are happy. I hope you are happy, viewers. All right. You are welcome, quote me. Okay, I am going to mark our. I'm going to mark that reteamed in our whispers, so that we've got that covered. And
By the way,
yes.
this is why I think the best specialist for Abyss is Fire Badger.
Oh yeah, that's actually reasonable.
Air is the second best, Giant is third best, and that is my tier list.
Fair enough. Hello, Blue. See, cute emotes. There are cute emotes. Blue. Aw. Thank you very much. Slavigant, well done. Yeah.
I thought that dog was an owl at first by casual glance, but it is adorable.
Did crush our positioning. Okay.
Win streak.
It crushed our win streak, exactly.
That goes a lot better, but not all that much better if we put the crawlers where on the side flank there to eat the melter lock.
You don't think that was going to make the entire difference and win this for us? I'm just going to say.
Maybe we don't lose the game.
I'm blaming the coaching here. It's clearly not my fault.
Wow. I saved it from a round 5 loss, sir. Who wanted to not level the wasp?
Excuse me. So, yeah, how about them? Angels? They're a sports team, right?
It's my coach's fault I didn't lose as badly.
Okay, yeah, so right, back to the can't even coach him through a classic Forced Abyss comp, so mediocre. Love it, guys. Okay.
Oh my gosh, Kat, that was a game that you didn't want to miss.
That was silly.
You'll have to watch the VOD for that one.
Yep. You missed.
The spoiler is he was aerial, but he forced Abyss into a speed spec opponent when he had Fangs and Sabers as his pack. No crawlers, no chaff of speed, no chaff clear. Yeah. No fire missiles on the hounds.
It went well. So, how about that power nap?
It was fun. Let's put it that way.
How about a quick power nap before this tournament? Huh? What's a spec? Okay, this is an example. Like, do we actually think about this Rhino spec on the right?
Because yes, I think that Rhino spec is the best spec. Whether or not you play it in aggro, I think it's best in standard or best in aggro.
Okay. And so we just allow ourselves.
I think there's an argument for the. I think a Rhino is super valuable. And see, because he is Fang Storm, this is a game where he has invited you to and he's Farseer into your Rhino.
Mm-hmm.
I think this is a game where my expertise is less valuable, but you absolutely aggro here because his pack invites it, but you can easily play this as a strong standard.
Right, okay. So we're going to work a outside. Do we run my kind of standard outside in pack positioning?
I think hounds like to be together. I know that you typically, although into storms though, they kind of have to answer both sides.
Yeah, like I'm thinking we let him have problems in multiple places, right?
Okay. I would put that hound on the left edge of the board, 2 tiles back, but forward, and then horizontal. So that way there's a 4th tile spot for like a potential giant. Yeah. And the crawlers will still trickle through.
Okay. You're not worried about that getting missiled out. Okay.
You have the ability to use flank chaff to prevent the missile. So with that
Okay.
side edge
Yeah, yeah.
front position.
Okay.
Actually, leaving enough room for a boat might be worth it.
I think
5
boat,
might
yeah,
be
leave
better.
the boat. Yeah, leave the boat room.
Don't know if it'll be boat.
We're never taking an abyss or anything out there, so we do the 5 instead of the 7.
I mean, we wouldn't put abyss there, but I do think that there is a.
It's a world where we'd put a boat, where
solid.
we'd put an abyss, or not an abyss, where we'd put a boat, where we'd put a fort, where we'd put a wraith there, and possibly a Raiden, but very unlikely. If somebody threw something specifically Raidenable out there.
Right.
Speed spec should have a counterpart called slow spec. Extra 100 supplies at the start of the game. Not anywhere else. Units moves 3 meters per second slower, and the portrait is just a guy on a couch.
Slow spec would be awful.
Actually, it could be interesting if it was like... Imagine it was the opposite of cost control. They're slow, but they're big. They're like plus 11, plus 11, and they don't move.
Oh my goodness. I think there's just too many ways to exploit that. Shield or intensive.
Yeah.
Both are fantastic here. He is
have
Storm, so shield left, although we are fast.
We have a hound level. I think we intensive.
Okay. I don't hate it. It's definitely intensive or shield.
Yeah.
I don't think we intensive the same one, though. I think multiple level 2s are really valuable.
Yeah, and what I'm thinking
a new one.
New one on that side gets
deployed
intensive.
I like that. I also think...
And then he doesn't know about this one to missile it out. So I'm thinking we put our crawler there and eat the missile out on that side, right?
I think if he missiles us this round, it's okay. I think our current positioning, his arc light eats that. We don't have an answer for it.
Okay. So
I think it's free.
Let's just get him to miss with his first volley then.
Is there a world we put it vertically behind our... I guess
there is.
Our steel walls are fast enough, he already misses.
Yeah, and this is a standard spot for our crawlers in this attack.
Yeah, I think that's a good... and that's a good place for it.
Okay. And the reason
you want range on the hounds next round, obviously.
Yeah. The reason this is standard is we want chaff coming at the tower wherever we're attacking the tower, right?
Naturally, so that way there's something to block for.
And whatever's attacking the tower gets blocked for. He's added a sledgehammer. Okay.
You know what? And horizontally. So that's his answer to the hounds. No more arcs is a great sign for us.
Right.
And not to be a broken record, but Raiden looks really good right now.
Yeah. Now, he does have a zillion fangs. We can't light the fangs on fire.
But we have hounds, and their fangs are poorly positioned, and ranged hounds will eat those.
Fine. Yeah, okay. So
like, hounds clear fangs the way Mustangs clear them.
We'll have 600. If we skip, we'd have 650, which would be range plus 3 deploys. If we want something, it needs to cost no more than 100 for range and 2 deploys.
And I'm hoping we have levels to take, frankly.
We didn't.
We do not. Ooh, additional. That's tempting. Another intensive? If we take another intensive, like hound levels are incredibly valuable here. We have levels on one side, we can hound level on the other side. And if we ever get a stonks module, then we are giga primed.
I don't think we just take
it's a little greedy.
I just think we take the additional deployment slot.
If we do, though, we can't range this round and use it.
That's fine.
I guess we can establish some flanks, get some hounds in the corners.
Yeah.
That's okay. Then let's additional deploy. Before you do anything, do we have the money for 3 blue hounds?
No, we do not. We have 2.
Yes, we do, because you have 3 deploys right now. You just took
that's
additional.
Right.
You could elite and get
exactly 3 deploy. Okay, yeah.
And I think the play is 3 blue hounds, and you establish 2 blue hounds in both of his right and left back corner.
Back corner, not front corner?
Yes, we want to start pulling his chaff in all directions. He's gonna be adding chaff.
He has no chaff behind tower.
Right. I think this is an omnidirectional. I think so. I definitely think the elite is the right play. Where you put them maybe you should trust your expertise more than me. I think one side should get a front and a back. And I think you want them placed so that they can't get clipped by missiles. So I'm not sure about if you do that horizontal crawler, that way you don't get eaten by any missile that tries to eat it.
Yeah. Okay, he has gone air.
Wraith.
Yep. That's fine.
So Raiden is really strong for you, and because Raiden eats Wraith pretty efficiently.
Okay.
And blue hounds beat
Level
the
1,
Arc
but
Light.
not the level 3.
Mm-hmm. Well, yeah, level 3. Eventually, though, level 3 can be distracted by chaff, and hounds will out DPS it.
Yep. Yeah, I was gonna say I preferred 2 white with range rather than 3. I preferred
even with the mass deploy.
Yeah. I don't care about the I'm gonna use the mass deploy so many times all game long that I don't care about not using it this round. So.
Okay.
Because I'm just, for me, I'm going to be buying Trickle Crawler all game.
Ooh.
Well.
So none of these answer a Wraith. The good news is the Wraith didn't level. We have intensive. He has double intensive for what it's worth, so he could go hyper carry. He has Farseer this round.
Right.
You really want something that can kill that Wraith.
Yes. So 600 would be a Raiden on that side, and 2 more deploy.
Then we can take something to sell, potentially, or we could take Badger and just have bodies. Although
Badger
Into the Scorpion is a little dubious. Okay. I like that, and it's still bodies for value in the short term.
Right.
You Raiden, and I think we intensive the Raiden. I think.
Do you actually want the level?
It's going to help. I think we get a blue donut this round from intensive. I don't know if we have an answer to blue donut without it.
Okay, so you want a blue Raiden.
But we don't want to lose deploys. You've already taken...
Took the... Okay, I've got 15 seconds. I'm going to play this on my own.
Yep. Play it. Sorry.
It's okay.
That's a good call.
There.
You know who's getting sold?
Yep. It's fine. It doesn't matter much. If I'd had just a little bit more time, a little bit less chatter, I'd actually thought about putting the Fire Badgers back on the flanks.
Right.
To protect against this junk. But it's fine.
We get the tower at a good time.
I'm gonna get that tower,
That's smart.
Come on, baby. Get that tower, please. You dummies.
Oh.
Hey, they did.
Okay.
Look at that. Tower timing
Could have been
for
better.
the win.
And that Raiden will kill the Wraith, and as long as the Farseer will probably tease us in the end, but we will get good value out of him. I will be glancing at the clock more and be more mindful of that on my end. Apologies.
No, thank you. It's fine. Hold on, though.
Okay. Oh. You definitely want one hound to cover that crawler flank. And I think we definitely need the range on the hounds.
Yeah, we definitely want range on hounds. That is, and then we've got room for one more. Do
you want it on the same side?
Yeah, we double up on the side we're winning.
And do we mass a crawler or another hound now that we've ranged it? Or do we take a level on the right tower?
I'm thinking level right tower.
We could mass another hound for the other side and put our rhino in the middle. That way we just cover in case he tries to crawler flank the other side.
It's not crawler flank, though. It's a rhino drop.
Right, but I mean like he did the other, like with the other crawler.
Oh,
also,
I see.
30 seconds.
Yeah, so you're thinking cover this.
The possibility of him adding this, and that way his rhino gets drawn to those, and our rhino can intercept. We also don't have things unlocked yet. There's a world where we might want them, so it's probably worth taking.
Sure. No rhino drop. We did bring one steel ball back to cover that rhino.
Okay. I like that.
Thank you.
We are also in a really strong build for starting to pick our side to be the strong side that we have chosen it to be.
Yes, yeah. We're going to win that side, I think.
And that blue Raiden should win the cleanup.
Right, there's not... Well, there's one... This would be unfortunate, but we'll be level 3 in a moment. Oh, goodness. Oh, gosh, why did you unlock on the Farseer? That was weird. Okay.
Skip, 100%. None of these units are important to us.
Okay.
Pound levels. We definitely need that Raiden level, given the Wraith on that side.
Yep. So we're selling. I think this guy, he does nothing.
Yes.
Even though that
100%.
guy looks bad, it's actually the. And you get this, I think.
Okay. So this is a game where I think Orc on the Raidens is important, where it's less about the levels and more about the damage. And then 2 more Raidens.
And 2 more Raidens. No Raiden.
Actually, level? Actually, it's a Raiden, a new Raiden, level the Raiden. Unless it's intensive, the level 3 Raiden to level 4.
I think it might be intensive, the level 3 Raiden.
And it doesn't have an item yet. Okay.
Take a Raiden.
Mm-hmm. And we still have...
And deploy.
And I think we want another Hound for Chaff Clear on that same side. It's also decent bodies.
I was thinking later...
Unless it's crawlers.
I'm thinking just more crawlers that arrive a little later.
Okay. Yeah, I think that's good, where some go backwards and then the rest can run forwards.
Mm-hmm.
And then that'll kind of split the difference. I like damage. Mm-hmm. We have a beacon. Oh, well.
I didn't see anything I needed to beacon this round.
Gotcha. We want to add a crawler to the back right. I think that is a valuable add for us.
Just timing on this side, slow this whole junk down.
Right.
I'm thinking a Fang here to take this shot from the Farseer once he EMPs it.
Right.
And range on the Raidens. So that's 600 of my 14. That leaves us 800, which would be 2 more Raidens.
There's also a world where mech rage on the Hounds is really, really important.
Okay.
There's the free melting point for him.
Sure, but...
I think that's not the best sell. I think we want cash. We have so much to do with our money. We want mech rage, we want range on our Hounds.
Yep. We already had range
on our Hound
Hounds.
Levels.
We want range there. We
Yes.
already had Hound levels. We could take a... It's... At
like both
point...
Raiden levels. I think levels on the Raidens are really important because there are tanky units that are slowing us down.
Okay. We wanted a Fang on this side. That is going to be arriving late.
We also want temp speed, temp range.
Okay, so it's lone range speed at this point.
Yes. And we want another Raiden.
Yep.
I think we pick our side. I think we do too much when we fight together. I don't think we are adding on this right-hand side with the Raiden.
You don't think so?
Yeah, I actually like it in the corner there. Ideally, is there actually the Fang Chaff on over in that corner would also be really valuable, covering the Raiden. As the Wraith approaches, our big Raidens will pop it, and there should be Fangs left to tank the Farseer shots.
Okay.
And then Beacon. I think we want to move our Raiden balls. We want to beacon our Raiden balls forward, so that they get into the fight faster.
What? I don't even know what you mean by Raiden balls.
The level 4 Raiden and the steel balls next to them.
What? They get into the fight just fine. What do you...
I think speeding them towards the tower would be good. Also, look at that melting point die to our leveled Raidens.
Yeah. The melting point goes down quick, which is great. That thing
that chaff thing was amazing.
Perfect call.
And honestly, just our leveled mech raged hounds are winning the other side.
They actually solo the other side. Holy smokes!
But that's only because we get the tower for them.
Right. How about triple Raiden and a Fang on that other side this time?
Oh, a laser sight on our Giga Raiden
goodness.
is amazing. I don't think we need another level on it, but I think we want to level
this guy because he engages.
That one.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. We want a lone range speed. We want our hound levels.
Oh, I can't do a triple Raiden on this side. Very sad.
I think we stick with our strong side. I don't think splitting our forces is good. I think we want another Raiden for the left. Keep in mind, with 5 shots, they kind of clear chaff fast. I don't know that we want to sell. I think that everything is doing its job. Even the stuff that's tanking is doing value.
Yep.
Yep. I like it kind of middle-ish there. And then more chaff. Crawler. Mm-hmm. Put the crawler horizontally next to his melter.
Crawler and a hound. Right here?
In the flank. Yes. Turn it and put it right in front of his melter. Yep.
So the melter and the marksman's all engaged.
Exactly.
Oh, you're mean. You're just
And then
rude,
we want to
missile
in front of his tower and beacon forward, but no, I actually, okay, that's fine. And then, yeah, missile out his Fang sledge on the left. Yeah, perfect.
He does have
this is why
world. What?
And
there is a world where he can air flank us right now.
He could.
He's not
but we have hounds and crawlers.
Yeah.
Well, it would take a lot because we have hounds and crawlers and the warp in cost.
Yeah. Wait a minute. I told you we needed one on this side, and then we'd have gotten this tower. You're just all about winning one side. I think we could have won both, but it's okay. We will. I
think we are better winning one side harder than we are trying to quote unquote win both sides.
I feel like people make a lot of mistakes when we force them to defend both sides. But either way, we have dominated that one. GG's.
Yes, we did.
So well played. Thank you for the coaching. That was really funny because I mean your intentions and mine are so different on aggro, and I know
there's a lot of times I'm like, wait, no. There are times that I need to be a little mindful of time.
Right, but also this is probably an example of where the thinking about it just increasing the DPS came from. Right? Because, and again, it's almost a perfect example of where, like, I'm thinking of the hounds as a real carry unit, not a chaff.
Mm-hmm.
Right?
They kind of are.
And I had to build a zillion chaff to make sure that the melters are never engaging with the things we want them to engage with. The scorpions never engage with the things we want. The marksman and the farseer. This is the board state that taught the rest of the stuff that turns out to be bad habits from standard. Right? Where literally this was the game to go fork first. It was the game to go a whole bunch of chaff in addition to the hounds. So, you know, you
Does it
can
make
see.
sense why I made the fork call instead of the range
Oh,
call this
absolutely.
game though?
Absolutely, yeah. And it was right. Right? Because
Yeah,
if this wasn't a range, I mean, we're at point blank, right?
exactly, and
And
fast,
fast,
taking
yeah.
speed.
Yep. So, anyways, that one was a
By the
lot of fun.
way, I really liked the Blue Hound play. I
Hmm.
have found, I honestly think that range was really valuable, and but Blue Hounds beat things blue other like White Hounds lose to, and they never start scaling.
Right. And that's actually true for Mustangs too, right? In a lot of
Can
cases.
be.
Yeah.
But the thing is, it's so much easier to elite 3 hounds than it is
The,
to try and even elite 2 mustangs,
yeah, absolutely. Right.
especially on a 600 cost turn with extra deploy.
Right.
I think because we took extra deploy, I think the Blue Hounds was the line.
Right.
At least I would do it again that way, although
I
range is incredibly strong.
love it. We have
I'm no expert in
22
aggro, though.
minutes. We have 22 minutes
Oh,
till Americas. Are you planning on playing? Are you planning on coaching me through it? Should we put it up to the team as to what the votes are?
why don't you do a poll on what chat wants you to do, and I
Okay.
will decide how I fit into that puzzle.
Well, actually, what I was going to do was uh, put it up as a four-way poll.
I see.
Not with a Q. It does not start with a Q. It starts with a W.
Tell you what, I've
Yeah.
I've got we got 20 minutes.
Yep.
Give me a minute to step away for a second, and
Sure.
I will come back and let you know what my evening looks like.
Okay. Cool. New Shack says sometimes it looks like people are just playing according to some kind of template and can't break it. And the opponent's brain is broken trying to digest the problems he faced in this match. Exactly. I mean, that's the thing is like I will throw new problems at people, and I really enjoy that. And you know, causing like to me that is way more fun as both a player and as an opponent than just running through the same, Vulcan marksman build again. You know, like I don't see that being fun for you guys to watch. I don't see that being fun for me to play. Why would I do that to either of us? Okay, we will be putting up a. I think I have. I think I have a 5. If I don't know what I'm doing, my opponent won't either. Exactly. Chris Roxas says, that's why I like aggro. It's so satisfying. Attack them from every direction with multiple unit types, and it's too many problems to solve. Exactly. Exactly. I want to put up the poll for you guys to decide what we're going to do with the evening, but I gotta wait for Titan to get back. I have the poll composed as a 5-way poll. We've never done one before. Which would be the options being Amarok plays with Titan coaching, Amarok playing and Titan playing, Amarok casting and Titan casting, Amarok casting with Titan playing, and Amarok coaching with Titan playing. All 5 of which could be a lot of fun. So we'll put that up in a minute, assuming Titan is around for the tournament at all. Do I want to do fire instead of extinguisher? That is out of my comfort zone. Let's. I play.
I'm back.
All right. Are you available for the entirety of the tournament?
Probably. I'm at the very least available for the start and for a good chunk of it.
All right, I'm going to throw up
I may not be able to be here until the very end.
I'm going to throw up a
I heard the poll.
five-way
I kept
poll.
my ears open.
Do you like the idea of the five-way poll? Is there anything you want to categorically eliminate? I do not want to do blank.
Whether I play, I don't want to be in, like, if chat votes you play without me, then I might, but I don't want, like, to feel voted into playing by chat. That's the only option that I would veto.
So not the Amarok casting Titan playing, but Amarok coaching Titan playing might be okay? Or just not at all?
Oh, Amarok casting Titan playing is fine. Both playing, you know, if chat wants you to cast me play, I'm okay with that.
Okay, cool. So we just pull the Amarok play Titan play. Okay,
right.
Cool. So that.
By the way, Roxas, since we're no longer able to, Roxas,
wait,
are
you guys?
Sorry, I can't remember.
You are both still alive and could
right.
both face each other in the final. Is that right? Wait.
Good.
No, in the final, if you win, he wins.
In the losers bracket.
No, because he can get back to the winners as well.
Right.
So, okay.
Well, I was going to say, if you perfect, Roxas, if you want over some point this week, I don't mind streaming with you now that if we face each other, it's only going to basically be in one of the finals, and I would be honored to do so. We're not going to like undermine each other's chances of getting there.
Right.
And if you want some practice into my style of defense so that you can kind of sharpen your aggro, then I think that could be beneficial for us both.
All right. I am going to prep a quick dinner. So you've got the...
I got the comms.
You've got the comms, exactly.
Can you give us a match? Oh, send me a Poochie match, just until see what happens, although it's late.
It is round 6 of that, but we'll see what's going on. You got that?
Fair enough.
It won't be long, it's just a quick microwave dinner sort of thing.
Makes sense.
Get our 2,000 hit points each.
Excuse me. All right, unit drops. Oh my gosh, it's round 6 and there's no hounds on either board? What? Obviously, we haven't seen the board yet, so knowing which drop to take is tricky. We get Wraith and Worm. All right. Uchi in a Mustang aggro. Storm aggro? Launcher overload storms in aggro. Okay. Okay, the more I look at this board, the more confused I get. We have tarantulas with mines, degen wraith, assault, like launcher overload storms, anti-missile mustangs, and I think these were marksmen that were intended to go ass man, but never did. Into what looks to be a Arclight Vulcan board with generic defense. The Rays with oil are setting everything on fire, and the Mustangs are trying to intercept that. But failing, at least on the right. That is a lot of worm HP to chew through. I said there's like very little that can actually kill these Wraith. Degen kind of going hard. And these Stormcallers putting in a ton of damage. But, you know, worms also have 150,000 HP. It's hodgepodge aggro versus kind of a fledgling Vulcan oil ray defense. This is probably the most confusing Apuchi board I've ever seen, or seen in a long time. Probably too late for Giant. Nobody's going to take Mass Worm. I could see a Vulcan drop. Yeah, that's essentially, and there's the factory. There are 7x7s. A factory right here in front of the worms for Apucci would be extremely strong. Lock the Vulcan. Just absolutely devastating.
Just
Do you loan to make it blue? I think you do. I think it goes for knockout, especially since opponent has to answer the Wraiths. Although you're almost forcing a Melter out of opponent and potentially trying to read the factory play.
or
I think opponent has to go Melting Point with the possibility of an improved factory and Wraith already being on the board.
or opponent goes anti-air and loses. For the rest of the audience, tournament registration is open. I'll be right back.
That to me was a bizarre, like anti-air on the worm is somebody cooking and completely being blind to the improved War Factory card. That War Factory, by the way, shoots every 0.8 seconds for 18,000 damage out of 3 guns. That is disgusting. 450,000 HP. Vulcan drop, getting tower, would be a tragic way to lose this, though. Wow. That War Factory just cleaning up, ignoring the debuff, and just being unstoppable. Now, of course, the Melter comes down, though. Whooped, I have been having a lot of fun today. It was fun to cast with Amarok. I feel like I was really dialed in, and I was able to coach with Amarok. He played some ones. I'm glad you can hear the fun, because I am absolutely having it. Level 3 War Factory. I mean, you have to Melting Point now, and you have to elite the Melting Point, because like a level 1 Melting Point is going to take like 30 seconds to kill this thing. You have no oil at disposal. No amount of tower leveling is going to save you. Apucci is adding more anti-missile, and of course Mustangs make decent chaff. But without a Melting Point, you just lose. Categorically. Apucci also has additional deployment, so he is making just Infinity Mustangs. Uneluded, that Melting Point is going to do that tickle damage. It's also way too close. This is a sell that blue saber, elite the Melting Point and put it there. Kills the Wraith, kills the War Factory. I don't see a world where opponent has a shot. Like, the Melting Point is locked. But it's going to die before the War Factory does, right?
God, yeah. It really does. But the Ignite Vulcans get the job done.
Ignite Vulcan made
definition.
Sense. Well, enough. Does Apucci have any EMP or he does run photon coding? And that's why you take the level 2 Melting Point, friends.
Yeah, I wish I had thought of it in time, but I so wish I had been able to chime in with, "You're only saying he needs to take that if he wants to win."
I see. I mean, that is true. Steel Ball Drop is great for a Poochie here. Great for the Melter as chaff and to lock the various giants. I really want to see range on these balls. Really want to see a Poochie click range. I think he sold one of them, actually. No, he didn't. He put them behind to trickle in.
I was thinking a almost vertical instead of horizontal might be what he.
He's got a Congo line of the steel balls
this
here.
This is what I was imagining from a Poochie. And then making sure that he gets a lock on the melting point with the ore factory. Ooh.
Hole is almost over.
I haven't even looked. What is our fate going to find out in a moment?
Oh, it's a tie.
They've tied. Well, they have left it up. Oh my god. Amarok play Titan Coach, or Amarok cast while you play. 50-50.
Wow.
Well, in that case, I think probably moderator's choice, right?
I think that's fair.
All right. Well, I'm gonna have to represent the moderator.
I have been having fun with coaching on your side, and I feel like I have been benefiting from it. So I think that I will cast the tie break vote for pairing with you as kind of coach in the ear. Also, this was not a close final round. Good lord.
Yikes.
A Poochie wins with prejudice.
The last 3 rounds, I was like, how did Apuchi not win? How did Apuchi not win? How did Apuchi not? Oh no, I've just been storing up the hit point damage to deal.
Apuchi was having fun. He didn't want to win. He just wanted to get the whole finished comp online.
I have to get the whole comp online.
Also, opponent taking the missiles on melting point was a huge mistake for obvious reasons, but the most important of that was there was Infinity Mustangs with anti-missile, and Ignite was already going to force Photon, thus making the EMP moot.
Right, it's a double mistake. Ouch.
Like, it was painful. There was no line where I think that was the right line.
Apuchi, it's not that Apuchi was having too much fun playing this comp. It's that he's a consummate professional. He wanted to leave a 3-minute ad break between the end of his match and the start of the tournament.
I'm going to quickly look at the round where the opponent adds the melting point, and I'm going to play my line, and I wonder if it's enough to actually beat Apuchi. Really quickly. This was the wrong round. I don't know, have time for this. I'm trying. How long till turning? Oh, we have a black screen. I just needed to refresh.
It's 2.5 minutes to go, folks, and we've got about 168 participants, 172. If you are planning on playing this evening's tournament, you are going to want to register. Really look forward to playing with you guys.
Yep. If he literally plays melting points into the wraiths, then with that Vulcan drop, he actually just beats a Poochie.
Oh my god.
By about 400 overkill damage.
Oh no.
And I only lined up the wraiths with the melters with the wraith, so that was ignoring the potential read of the War Factory.
Wow.
But instead, we got a worm ? And that went poorly.
That went poorly. It was a line.
Some plays don't get line status. They just they get bulk status.
Hey, no, I mean every play is a line. Some lines are just shorter and fatter than others, right? Surely.
Right. I mean, by that logic, there's like by round 3, there's probably infinity lines in this game with all of the deploys and positions and orientations and lone combinations and unlocks.
See, that's
I wonder.
That's why we love this game. I think it's more complicated than chess.
How many turns do you think it takes to have a total collective permutations that is greater than the like statistical the number of statistical possibility, whereby like if a reaction occurred every second for all of time, it wouldn't happen yet.
That is a good question.
It's all of the permutations. I'm betting like round 3.
Wow. By round 3, you think? That's okay. I can see it. All right, I have restarted client. I've restarted client. We're 30 seconds out. 0 to hero. Saab's gonna go. He made a fresh account and got it to 1 MMR. I love it. Let's go. The number is so high I quit trying. All right, folks. Welcome to Weekend Tournament America's number 104. Got the voice of Alpha Titan in the ear of Amarok. Amarok is playing. Our first match is against Zhaoji Qinhuanzhu. And let's ready up for it. You excited for this, Titan?
Very nice. I am so excited. I have been having an absolute blast tonight.
It has been really nice having the coaching in the ear. And I love the fact that we still disagree. And I love the fact that we were able to drill down to exactly where the mistake had come from that was costing me, right? Like,
right.
Not just this is what the mistake was, but this is how we got there. This is why it was a logical set of choices. I'm thinking the amplify.
I mean, based on what I think you have a style. It works really well. That is absolutely the pick. You can aggro if the opponent is like Fang Storm and punish them, and otherwise it's great in standard. Also, you're not sharing screen.
Oh, I am not because I restarted. Right. Let's do that. Would you like a share of the Discord that you're already seeing, or perhaps
that would be perfect.
Perhaps the Mechabellum tracker. Oh no, you want a share of the Mechabellum's. Okay. Well, he is in fact a Fang Storm start with an aerial.
So punish that by going aggro.
And we're gonna run the same formation we just ran in our last warm-up game.
Right. And I think what you want to do is, I think, aside with 2 hounds, both hounds should get the amp.
But not.
I guess all the hounds get amp.
Yeah, all the hounds get amp, and the reason is that gets us to hounds normally have 246, and a crawler normally has 277. You give the hound amp core, it's at 295, it'll now one-shot a crawler.
Or do we put, hold on, before you put the last amp core, do we put it on the ball on the left and pick a strong side? I don't know the correct answer here. I just float the idea.
I'm actually kind of...
I mean,
I think I'm happy to just have it on the
hounds are good.
I think I'm happy to have it on the hounds. We'll get the one-shots. If we get a better armor item later, we can put it on the steel ball, on whichever side we want. So behind the thinking here, one of the things that goes into this comp, right? We took the crawlers because they move at 16 meters per second. We took the steel balls because they move at 16 meters per second. The hounds move at 10. Once we give them mech rage, they'll be going at 14, and they'll be keeping up with the rest of the pace of the attack. We don't necessarily mind losing round one. No, it's not what we're aiming for, but
those hounds leveling on the other side? Yes, they are. That's perfect.
One.
And if that hound
left.
gets close,
get in there. Oh, unlucky.
He tried.
He did his best. He really did.
He was a good boy. I think heavy armor for the steel balls. Let them really be a tank. We can reposition it later. It might be underground, but I feel like heavy armor is so good.
Yeah, I'm actually thinking.
I don't hate underground as well.
I'm thinking underground in partly to play at defense. What do you think?
Okay. Yeah, we can do that. There's a lot of good lines here. I think that pondering it isn't going to make it easier to decide. So I think go ahead and play your line.
All right.
Definitely the level.
And then at least one more hound for here. Do we want a crawler mid to try and tank storm shots? Get to tank all this. Boy, close. Pretty close. I'll take it.
Okay, let's not skip our deploy. Or not deploy, sorry, our unlock. I think Mustang is probably a good choice. We could definitely see a world where we want that as one of our freebies. And we are... What spec again? Remind me.
Because we have the amp cores on, we are amp core spec.
We are amp core. That's right.
Don't even need to look. It's the one time I can answer this without having to look. We have our match predictions are up for you guys. Enjoy the gambit. Opponent adds one more arc light. He does have the charged shot. We did call the underground threat correctly, and could conceivably
probably
have
should have taken
harder.
A tower, right?
Yeah, if we'd taken a tower.
I was just gonna say,
but we did win it anyways.
We get into tower on the right side much faster.
Yeah, that was where we had the extra tap clear, and he does not have the extra arc light.
And we distracted the storms with the crawlers.
Mm-hmm.
All right, and his towers are not leveled yet. Respect from opponent is appreciated. That's a fair way. Ooh.
For me, usually this will be the Phoenix, and the reason is one of the stoppers when I'm running the Typhoon is shielded.
Right. I think the speed of the type of the Phoenix is the reason for it here. We don't want a Badger; it's redundant.
Right.
The Marksman is a little iffy, but we're fast and we have chaff for it, so the Phoenix I think is the best option. And we want to range our hounds this round. I know it. Yep.
And then we take 3 deploys. Looks like it'll be...
I like a hound crawler hound, and then establish. So you're putting the bird on the right side instead of the side with.
Yeah, you're right. It should be on the. Be on this side.
If that's the case. And the hound crawler, I want to be in the back left of his area.
On that.
He's got
side.
chaff back there. We'll clear it.
Hello. You want a crawler right in front of it?
Chaff. I do. And I actually like 2 crawler instead of a hound here instead of what I had said because.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
Go ahead and turn it. Hold on. Turn that so it's horizontal, so that way all the crawlers don't die to a missile, and place it so that exactly.
Okay.
I think you need 1 tile between those so the missile doesn't kill a hound, but maybe I'm wrong. Yeah, I think that's what you want.
Okay.
And then the unlock for... We don't have all of our chaff yet. Yeah, and then I think other than Storm, I don't think we want any freebie unlocks. And look at those sad little birds.
Oh, his birds are out in the flank hole. They're not going to have a good day.
Look how deep that pole pulled them.
Yeah, that's pretty sad.
And his birds fly in front in time to die to tower. Question mark, do the birds get him? The birds don't get his birds. At least they haven't yet.
They will, though. They will.
Hopefully.
We've got crawlers working on that tower.
Nice. Now that flank is established.
Right, it'll do better.
Speed is amazing here. That's just gross. Hound levels across the board.
I'm actually thinking we can mirror that set of deploys, but we've only got 3 deploys, not 4. Do we want a same thing out here? And then would it be the crawler or the phoenix on this side?
I think we still want to go bird. We want to go. So in my mind, I think the birds are valuable, but ultimately, I'm a sucker for Raiden. So let's go ahead and mirror the deploy in the corner. I'm not saying that we Raiden yet necessarily, but let's go ahead and mirror that deploy in the corner. Let's
skip the bird. Take the crawler.
That's not our. Fix the crawlers in that corner.
What? Oh yeah, that's not our deploy.
I honestly think mass and then a tower attack and health.
What about mass?
Let's go ahead and get our stats.
I'm sorry, not the 1-1, but the tower upgrades, fortifications before.
That's what I was saying. Attack and health. Yes.
You want these
those
two,
and then mass and chaff.
These two, not fortification.
Yes, I want the tower stats.
Yep.
Tower stats.
And
another crawler behind. Actually, another hound in
the middle. That guy.
And put it closer so that way it doesn't try and because with his arc light positioning, try and put that works. Acid. Interesting. Well, we kind of have dodged the acid without a single beacon. What happened with his pull?
His chaff pull pulled or his flank pull pulled us down out of the acid. The middle pulled us out of
time to get through that. And then we have time to get through the oil.
On the other side.
We just don't fight in the acid.
Right.
Also, we need to place a hound that instantly kills that chaff that he's going to beacon next turn.
Yeah, deep.
So we place the
deep flank.
And we need a beacon to ignore that pull for that side. Laser sight for a Raiden. Yeah. And I think it's time to play the Raiden.
Okay. So are you thinking sell this guy at this point?
I think the bird's still doing too much. I think we just let it be a great unit, and we can sell it when it's time to really commit.
Okay. So you want a hound down here, which I agree.
Closer to the line, so that way it can kind of distract and get in there. Almost, I would even put it even closer potentially.
Now this is
that way the entirety of its range.
You want it to have its entire range out into the corner. Got it.
Yes.
Do we want the same one on this side and then a Raiden for over the acid?
Definitely the Raiden with the laser sight. We definitely want to mass deploy. Oh, we can't mass deploy.
Not and have the mobile beacon.
Right. Yeah, that and the mobile beacon was worth it. Then let's beacon that. Yep, and then I think we don't care about the acid. I think we want to get through the acid fast. I think that's the way to play it. Yep. And kind of like floating 100 here, actually.
Yeah, I like tower upgrade, or tower fortification, but for speed.
I don't hate that. We already have
more speed, more faster.
Let's forward our tower. It saves us in the long term.
Right.
And is safe.
Yep.
Scorpion. Uh-oh. He's not going to be happy.
gosh, the hounds won this side against the scorpion.
Yep.
It's a little rough.
Speaking of, we want mech rage on the hounds.
Yes, we do. Or we just let them clean up without it, you know. Oh yeah, you're right. Missile spec is the other immediately notable.
I think we want wasp here. Let's hide and look.
He's got.
I definitely think we want to try and go air.
No things behind the tower except for here.
I like wasps, and I like putting them as each of our flank guards to help beat up clear. They're fast, and we are fast, so they get back into the fight.
Catch up. Yeah.
No, I mean, like on our flank guard. Yeah, I like that.
Okay.
On both, exactly. Maybe that's a misallocation of resources, but I think
it's too deep. I think I'm going to put them here. That is just
okay.
We don't need them that deep. We want to get them out in front of the Rydens. We can range and take 2 more Rydens without selling anything.
Let's mech rage. I think that's the most important first button.
Okay.
Yes. I like another Raiden. I think another Raiden is more valuable than Raiden Tex yet, because speed is already leveraged really well for us.
Okay.
And keeping it on our strong side. If he focuses strong and we focus strong and we win his week.
Stop. 20 seconds. 2 hounds to cover the flanks against the underground. Sure. Underground deep.
Underground deep and 2 hounds is good. And then beacon.
Sorry for cutting you off. I know.
That's okay. No, you're fine. Actually, forward that. Yeah, that's fine. Perfect. Beautiful.
He did read the underground, which is fine. But you can see these hounds are catching up well enough. It doesn't really matter.
Exactly.
With mech rage,
and those arc lights are getting popped.
Not really. I'd like to have popped them better. But okay, now they're getting trouble. He took the 2 rhinos deep. I guess he was worried about. Well, he clears the flanks faster, gets them into the fight faster. Our stupid wasps are running off after the rhino, you dummies. Okay, well, fine. The rest of you. Bye.
This is a chaos fight, but we are in a really good scaling position.
So
he also didn't take. He missiled twice, by the way.
Okay.
But we lost a lot of value on that. Another laser sight. That's amazing. Because of the laser sight, I actually really like that on the Raiden, level the Raiden, and then fork the Raidens. Add a Raiden, and take our hound levels. Same side, I think.
I'm going to
at least that one.
I think. Well. Okay, we can do the same.
Let's take our hound levels for sure.
Right. We
need a
2 more crawlers for this side. It might even be a crawler.
Yes, I like 2 crawlers.
Might even be a crawler.
I like 2 crawlers.
You want 2 crawlers? Why?
I think the health is really valuable on them, and the speed. We want 1 to protect against that missile, so in the shallow flank that we normally do vertical. Like at the very front corner of his.
Yeah, I know.
Is there another? Yeah, we can do that. But we can't mass again. I think we went temp range and speed. I don't know that we're loaning yet, but we do want a temp range and speed.
Yep.
30 seconds, so we've got some time.
Where is this?
He's got the rhinos to try and lock down our flanks. I
think Fort Tower. No, I don't think so.
This may be a float a little bit of money turn into a massive turn. Whoa, oil? Okay. Interesting.
Ha! thinking there is everything that would have come out and protected the tower doesn't.
Okay. I like it.
And I didn't have enough time to run it by you. So
That's fair. I like that we floated because we have a lot of stuff that text would be valuable for.
yeah, we have 250 floated.
And levels. Mm-hmm. And we didn't loan, but we got our temp range and speed.
Yep.
So here is a game where I think that we want to triple Raiden on his weak side.
Yeah, that's
to his weak side.
Yep.
And then we crush that side. We even storm because we have hounds to clear the fangs, and the storms help clear the ground.
Yep. There's nothing in the air other than
right.
What he's going to wind up in is typhoons. He should, anyways.
Well, no, he's going to fire. Wasn't there fire badgers?
Fire badgers.
I think he's going to fire badger.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Okay. Well,
that's another good reason for us to put like 3 Raiden on the right side. I think we want 2 of our storms over there.
Yeah. I'm thinking.
And this is a lone range speed.
Okay, it's not alone yet.
Maybe it's not alone. Make sure we get all of our hound levels. I want our blue storm like closer forward, and I want a barrier to protect our right side, and put our storms in front of the steel balls.
Barrier on the right side?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Okay.
And hound levels, we haven't taken those yet.
Now, if we were to loan, there's really nothing we would do with it, right?
I kind of like the level on one of our laser sight. I think that's really valuable. Unless we sell for it. Well, loaning is fine.
Do it.
Is there a missile? Let's missile out the chaff that we don't have a beacon for. On the left, on our flank.
Yeah, I'm gonna just go there. Fine.
Okay.
Great call on that. Where to put that? Riding strong. Cody, hello.
And this was on an oil acid combo turn.
Yes.
Okay, so I trust myself to run Hound Ride and Aggro now. That's what I've learned.
Look what you've learned from coaching it.
Right. There are a lot of people that are playing into Hound Ride and Aggro.
Right now, yep. And I'm not sure he really knew... I mean, this one lights the oil. I'm not sure he really got how quickly these guys were going to get deleted.
No. And by the way, the ones on the right did 0 because Raidens are the only unit in the game that attacks instantly, and that means their attacks have no travel time. So Hounds with missiles don't even fire their missiles if a fork Raiden is in range. Because the Hound is deleted before it gets to fire off the missile.
Right.
How did our laser-sighted Raiden on the left do?
It was gold damage.
Gold damage, that loaned level.
Yeah. But the one in the middle... Oh no, it's the steel balls that did 45. That's hilarious. I mean, they just run out. There's no shaft. The Scorpion deletes them. But Cody says, I'm proud of you, Amarok. Loaning for Raiden level is probably worth it at this point, but regardless, actually considering whether you should, awesome progress. Oh, it's a cute bun raid. Welcome in, everybody. Kara Sheridan and Snowbun Sarah, thank you guys very much. How was your stream, Starbright? It's not a cute bun raid. Lies. I have said this before, but for those of you who don't know, Starbright is a tournament organizer for Mechabellum, and she is the reason that your streamer plays Mechabellum. So please do give her a follow. Last playing some XCOM 2.
Oh, nice.
Yeah. Plays the smart, plays the strategy games, also plays some very cute games. But Right, we ran our standard uh, split side on this one, and
Mm.
the difference between this and the way that I've normally been running it is I run into some trouble and lose some early hit points, and then it's a question of whether or not I'm coming alive on 6, 7, 8, whether I had enough hit points to get there. This way, we had all the hit points, and
Also, you normally don't go into Raiden.
true, I had not been going into Raiden. We kind of got to that from the warm up matches, the coaching earlier. Yeah.
Mm. That felt really good. And what's really nice is like you can play that from standard, but if
Yes.
your opponent is explicitly aggro punishable,
Right.
then you can also do that. Woof. Hello, Dachshund. Howdy, howdy.
That would be you spawned Satan. What? Okay, there's only
By the
6
way,
matches
something
going.
that was
Oh, go ahead.
something interesting about that last match, the flank crawler that beaconed back distracted you forever and a day because hounds no longer one-shot them.
Oh, I see.
And that meant every crawler needed to be shot twice, and that's why it hooked all the way around. If you had had your hounds closer, more of the crawlers would have collided with your hounds and not run. So that's why I kind of wanted that hound like flush with your side flank to slow them down from
proper
run.
mobile beacon doesn't allow that collision to happen though.
Does it not?
Yeah, no, it doesn't.
Curious. Okay.
The ones that would have collided with it died in the first hound shot.
Then what we need is crawlers that are deep and guarding a flank to kind of run in diagonally and intercept the beacon from the top.
No, actually, what we needed was not a hound, one arc light. Play that.
I actually don't like that. I think the rate of fire isn't worth it, and hounds are too valuable. We double tech them later. They get into the fight.
Yeah, they get into the fight later. They were definitely
and
one of the surviving rounds.
as soon as they level once, then it's moot.
Yeah,
and they fire fast enough. So
that's
like,
true. So,
I don't think that's actually the play.
So at that point, I don't think we care. Like, I just don't think
once
that we care that it took so
good,
long.
That's fair.
Like, it just really.
I mean, obviously, we didn't this particular game.
Yeah. Okay, let's take a look around. Mikazuki is the #1 seed. I do not recognize that player, but there they are. A Red Scare of 94 with a win. Fanatics with the round 1 upset loss to P Nova. Congratulations, P Nova. That's a huge scalp, taking the #5 seed.
Nice.
Joxon with a win. FaZe Rain over Ping Shi. Dreadmaker upsets Liu Livera. Black Moon Joker over a bunch of numbers. Amarok upsets the #15 seed, Zhaoji Queen Huanju. Abyssal Jr., who we just met on ladder a moment ago, with an upset win as well. Nicely done. This is not Blue Hair. I don't know who it is, but beats Hen. Mumbo Jumbo gets a win against Odds. Nicely done. Streamer versus streamer there.
Ooh.
Cody beats Fedez. That's a tough match for
solid.
either side.
That is a solid match.
Hots beats Sten. Diana over Whoop to GG. Oh man, if we'd been casting, that would have been fun.
That would have been fun. That would have been fun.
Sob over Zenzuzex. Park with a win over Elliot. All of chat is winning here. Let's go.
I know.
Not whooped, I'm afraid, but you know.
Whoop and Diana are both chat though, so it's kind of a wash.
Right. Runoff Ranger came in on Friday. Gave us a 3-month sub in advance. Yeah. He is also, by the way, the author of that Mechabellum tracker that you guys have seen demoed a couple of times.
Yes.
Nostradamus with the win. Who is that? I just remember who that was on Wednesday, I think. Vibe gets a nice upset. Let's go, streamers. Cloud over Last Zep, 91 Verist, an unfortunate round 1 matchup. Z beats Hoop. AWM over Debu. Arptorius gets a win. And Apuchi, pretty clean against Beccamelum. Further on down, you had wins by Hecate, Kaltoric, Ian S, Laplace's Shadow, Jacked, Safe Take, Raffo Dog, Pooter Built, Omni Ripper, Fluffy Harmless Kitten, yay, Tryon Tiger, Roger Bailey, Nico Archangel, hey, speaking of chat winning, Shot by Gun, ouch. Sentex, Lucas T, Slick Johnson, Killer Tofu, Time Vice with the no ready up from opponent. Ice. Wait a minute. You guys are all legal, right? We don't have any. Everybody, you have a valid visa, right? Just checking, because Ice is in this tournament. $1.72 and Pariad, giving us 100 in Advanced Group 1 here, of which 50 will be 1-0. Is anybody abandoned? Not yet. 49. What's there?
49 in the cherry.
49 1-0s. There we go. I was going to say, how are there 2 matches that haven't finished if there's only 49 1-0s and there was no bye? Okay. Is Diana going to give us a replay of the whooped game to view later? I would love that. That would be great. You can, in fact, download it from the tournament menu. It's true.
Right.
Click that and download replay if you want. All right, you'll be adding up to 51. So, as the 22 seed will face the 29. That puts us up. Uh-oh. This time we get on fire. Assuming nobody abandons. We swung by and gave him a hello the last time. Thinking we were going to run into each other.
By the way, Phonics, Toasty is not an alt of yours, correct? Just for the record. Yeah, Amarok, you upset the number 15 seed.
Yes.
And punched like 200 above MMR above your weight class.
Well, it's also 1850 is what I think of as my weight class. Weight class. So, you know, we had taken a dip out. We had taken a dip that made us a lower seed than I think we should be.
I think the 18 to 1900s is where you belong when you are
I agree.
Making good decisions.
Yep.
Karthus, Amarok is well fed and well watered. And he has an Amarok. Has an Alpha Titan in his ear.
I do. I have a coach. I'm a yes, Dachshund. That's about right. We are a temporarily embarrassed 1850. And in Karthus, just so you know, we have finished dinner. We poured 2 cups of coffee, of which
13. Hill Cannon, oh my goodness. You are better than that.
See? There you go.
Holy smokes.
I guess we're not really going to get a chance to see that, are we? If I was going to do that, I needed to do it earlier.
Right. You know what? It's times like this I wish I had 3 screens so that I could watch your live feed, my own opening of the match, to click around with and still be able to see chat on the side.
Right. All right, folks. This is Alon Fire, who is currently streaming, and I went over and said hello. I have ducked out. I'm not listening in or anything. We're not looking at his screen.
Naturally.
Who else is in the down 150 MMR this weekend club?
Could you imagine if you were trying to stream snipe him, you would probably just play even worse because then that would be a third set of input to try and
it would be so much. No. Okay, we've got our hounds
are great.
We don't
Mercier is tempting, but I honestly think hounds are just really good now.
We just run our hound starts as long as we get. I did right before tournament change it up so that we have incendiary bomb instead of sprinkler.
Okay. So you're running my hound bar.
Yeah. Just so you know.
That is good to know. If I knew I was going to be a committed aggro player, I would remove fire missiles categorically and run sprinkler. but I
Yeah.
think the option of having fire is worth missing sprinkler, personally. And I think armor is too valuable not to have, especially if you're running a carry hound and the opposing person uses fire or mustangs, etc. Okay. Bit of a tricky match.
All right.
Oh.
So Alone Fire, the number 29 seed. We are the number 22 seed at this point. We are a missile spec. He's running sledge marks. He's a quick supply spec. We'll hope he goes for the 4 sledge start.
Sledge.
Mm-hmm.
We know how to beat sledge, don't we?
We have a plan if he goes 4 sledges. That's for sure.
I think we should encourage 4 sledges with, I mean, it's a little bit low tempo, but it's also good long term with the 5 hound pack.
Yeah, the 5 hounds, right? Even if he hasn't done them this round, can we convince him to do them next round?
I like the horizontal with all of the hounds. I think the vertical is, I like the one in the middle and the 5, kind of like what we did with the steel ball pack, if you recall.
So like so?
Yeah.
And you want even this one horizontal?
I think so. And then the Mustangs back middle together.
Middle? It's not outside? I'm thinking.
You know what? Air flanks are enough. Yeah.
Wasp screen, right?
Unlock though. Crawlers 100% on the unlock. I think the Mustangs are too close.
All right. Well, in this specific case, he took the hounds, but we are trying to encourage him to run extra hounds or extra sledges next round.
And our outsides kind of collapse on the sledges one at a time.
Yeah, it's all right. It's not terrible.
This is actually going, obviously having Mustang Hound in the sledge isn't ideal, but this is pretty darn good for what we had to start with.
Yeah, for the matchup,
I still think the Mustangs were a little too close.
Yeah, I'm happy with it. If they wind up ranged later.
If we're lucky, we get to kill this Mustang. Nope, we won't.
Nope, not killing the sniper, sorry. All right, 5,200 becomes 50-20. Alone Fire at 3,800. I doubt he wasp swarms us. We could wasp
we have Mustangs.
him. We could wasp swarm him into triple crawler, and then we've got the wasps later as chaff for the Rydens. Wasp swarm, triple crawler, done.
Yeah, I think that's a good play.
How do you feel about both missiles on the same round?
I like one, and I like hitting a sledge. Normally I don't, but because let's hit a sledge mark together, and by doing that, let's also try and include wasp on the side of where the marksman dies. In the back left. Yes.
Fun. Okay.
Then we can unlock something.
Yeah.
Thing is the obvious choice.
Yeah, I don't see anything else I'd want right now.
Yeah. It could be Storm.
Let's just do Fang first, and then we do Storms later. We're not going to get to it's round 3. We're not going to be throwing down Storms and something else big and expensive.
Oh my goodness, Marksman first? That's insane.
Range Marksman. And 2 of them on the Wasp side.
That is bad into us. I guess it's preempting the Raidens?
Is it?
And trying to protect his sledge board? That's the only logic, but even taking range on them, this is a blowout.
I don't feel like it preempts the... It doesn't feel like it preempts the Raiden to me.
If he gets levels on a mark line, then Raiden is dangerous. has got to be Wasp for us. I
Yep.
think Wasp is really strong. He has no answer for it. It gums up the Mustang, his marksman. We play it deep.
Has
And we missile
Slate's
out two of his.
chaff.
Beautiful. Yep. We could even run a Mustang, although he might take the fort. If he does take the fort, Fort AA becomes potentially dangerous. I like the Mustang level. I like range on the something. Hounds?
I think
I don't know.
range on
Hounds
the
or
hounds.
Mustangs is tempting.
I think range the hounds, 2 crawlers, right?
I think he has a problem with crawlers, and none of those drops answer crawlers.
Yep.
So I think range on the hounds and 2 crawlers is great.
Yeah, that's how I got to 2 crawlers for sure. Since we've got these guys to answer anything out there, we got these guys to answer anything. I'm not going to bother waiting, like, you know, playing around a fire badger drop or something silly there. Take the storms because we might want those.
I actually think we're better off playing symmetrically with our wasps.
Really?
That way, yes. I think we're winning both sides. I think we continue winning both sides until we have an advantage to push on one side.
Okay. Hey, look! It's a fort with armor.
Armor? Fascinating. And he loaned for it. Does he run A on the forts?
Yes, he does.
He does. So what does he not run on the forts?
Wait, hold on. First off, our forts beat his forts.
That's one option. Although I frankly think Melting Point beats his forts even harder.
Okay, fair.
Like, we could fort him, but honestly, he just gave us permission to just be a hound melter fort.
Yeah. Oh no, do we win? Tell me. Oh my gosh. I don't think we actually have enough hit point damage to clear this stupid fort.
Not in 17 seconds.
But if we'd had both wasps on the side that I wanted them on, we win that round. Just saying.
I like the level on the wasp because it baits him into the fort AA and we can sell out of them, but we don't tech them.
Yep. And I'm going to skip that storm.
I think so too.
You like the mass?
There is a world where we mass. That's just what I was thinking. It's cheap. It's tempting. It's really tempting. I don't know if it's good, but I think this is a good chance to find out if you want to try. So I'm going to make that dealer's choice. I don't have a good feeling for that card one way or the other.
I don't feel like we need to.
Okay.
I think
it would have let us play 2 of them.
I think we're getting stormed on this side.
Sure.
So I'm not going to level the wasp this time.
Okay. I don't hate that. Let's add a melting point.
Going for a melter on the left side.
Okay.
And I think a fang on the left side also.
Okay. I like that. And I think we should use our last deploy on massing out another hound.
Where do you want it?
Kind of want it on our left.
Far left?
Yes, in that pocket.
Or deep?
No, I think far left, right there.
If I'm wrong about the storm,
he loaned.
Yeah, no.
Oh, it's fine. He loaned last round and this round.
Oh my god. So
wow.
Loaning.
Well, he's scared.
To afford the. To afford the storm, right?
Right. So he's just in danger zone, and we still kill this fort on the left. Right. The other thing is he's not getting levels off of this.
Right. The marksmen are starting to level. Ish.
Right, but the forts aren't leveling, and we absolutely swarm the marksmen.
They're close.
You might even win this round. If we do, that is...
Yeah, getting stormed and winning the round is a little off. Okay, so now we're leveling that wasp.
And our hounds should be leveled.
Yeah, the hounds.
Which will be huge for the chaff clear speed.
Yeah, okay. I like it.
Range our melter.
Yep. Well, at that point we're expounding what we can afford.
We want levels on the hounds, range on the melter, and another melter first.
That is
What are the
200,
options?
200, 700. That is, sorry, 200, 500, 900. Subsidized crawler would get us a free upgrade. Fortified Mustangs seems wrong.
We need 4 for it to pay for itself. I think shield is really good for us.
Yeah, I feel like the shield break is pretty good for him. I might want to try anti-interference.
He does have a spell, and more spells could come. If we play the shield defensively to where it just covers our Mustangs that are leveled on the back, I think that's high value. That works. Something like that, yeah.
Yeah.
And then missile out.
Hold up.
Yep. Range and melter.
Leaves us missing a deploy. Do we sell or no?
Let's sell a wasp. Wait, no, the wasp's been putting in value. We don't sell a wasp.
Don't sell a wasp. We just skip a deploy.
Okay, then we definitely want, yeah, let's take that melting point. Mirror what we do on the other side. Yep. Missile out his chaff on that side and the 2 marksmen with it. The hounds, yeah. Beautiful. He could level that marksman and it won't die.
Oh, right. Okay.
Let's snag storms. There is a world we want storms.
We already have.
Oh, perfect.
And we guessed correctly. He has taken rapid reload on the marksman. He's going to try to
Makes
clear
sense for what he's trying to do.
He's going to try to clear the hounds with the rapid reload, right?
Oh, look at those fort locks.
Those poor forts. Oh no. I feel guilty.
We woke up and chose violence.
We did.
By the way, next round we mech rage the hounds.
Yes.
We also lone range. I almost, but this might even be game.
It's real close. Not quite. 409 left for Allon Fire. 467 or 4670 for us. If we just want to fund something, we can sell any of them.
Kind of like hide and let's look at his board for a sec. He has no chaff and no chaff clear. Part of, I mean, we have another missile strike, which, by the way, I think that we should use on his 2 rightmost marksmen.
Way out there.
The least likely to get shielded, and I think we can play 2 rays that fly in on that side as well.
Right.
His quick reload marksman won't even 1-tap them.
Right. We just let.
So let's get that missile strike. Exactly. And then we lone, take our hound levels. I like that.
Get a crawler. I'm not loaning yet. We've got 40 seconds.
Mech
what else
rage.
do we want? Mech rage. I
like another melter
one more
mid,
melter.
just in case.
Yep.
Let's put it mid, just in case there's a fort there, and put wasp behind it.
Wasp swarm behind. At this point, we could loan for a melter level. We could loan for 2 wasp levels. We could loan for a.
We don't need levels here. I honestly kind of like us just being patient. We are winning incredibly
super hard. The other thing we could do is loan for 1 and 1.
I don't even know if that's. He doesn't have anything we do fair damage to.
He added another fort. Forts don't have AA yet. Did range them, so they don't get the insta-locks. Well, I mean, we get...
we pretty much do.
Those weren't instant, though. We had to lock something else first. Technically.
Couple of them.
Well, sir.
This is MMR bullying. Holy smokes. That was a masterclass.
Thank you. That's 1500 MMR legit, and that is the difference, right? Like,
to be fair, I think us together right now are punching at 2.1.
Yeah, I think
I'm not even kidding. I think right now
us together are definitely punching above weight for sure. But I think this is like this is a legit 1500 build, and this is a legit, at least this is a legit Amarok at normal strength build.
By the way, Shaq, are you the player that plays as Thoja's partner?
Does this man even understand how to play? He's a 1500. This is 1200 MMR. No, I don't think so.
Armor on forts is a choice.
Armor on forts.
Also, massing out hounds.
I am going to point out. I do want to point out that the odds were 15,000 to 1 against Lone Fire on that one. And let's make sure we pay out correctly.
Fox and Alpha Rock 2100.
Oh dear.
Maybe that should be my try hard alt, or my pair with
Alpha Rock. I love it.
That could be my when I play with you. Alpha Titan can be my norm, and Alpha Rock can be my Amarok partner alternate count.
Maybe it's Alpha Strike.
Well, no, it's Amarok and Alpha Rock.
Alpha Rock. Okay, Amarok. Yeah,
because
got it.
I'm gonna have I'm gonna be under the Rock brand.
Got it. You're coming for the rocks. Coming for the rocks. All right, that's a plus 12 for us at the moment. We'll swing over to Lone Fire's channel real quick.
Right.
Say GG's. We'll put him on. This last chat is Chaff is overrated.
Roxas, yes, you are on the homonym bandwagon of
Junge,
the rock side of things.
Hier, Alter. Oh.
By the way, for that guy's defense, we had a lot of small damage, and the armored forts made sense into that situation, and quick shot marksman can kill hounds.
Yes.
His problem was he never got into chaff clear. And committing forts in standard v standard when you don't have elite or anything to scale their damage is just melter food.
Right.
In theory, his marksman could beat melters, particularly if he ran EMP, but he just never cleared chaff. And honestly, the wasps, one thing I've learned from coaching you, Amarok, is unteched wasp pickups
is great.
Just use them.
Goods. Yes, it's just good.
It really is.
Let's step into it's like Park against Roger Bailey, maybe the longest running, but only
there's lots of time left.
Only if Roger Bailey makes a comeback. He says 349. It's true. Yeah. Mini Fortress. He says it's 3:49 a.m., but it's fine. You know the Fortress game better than me.
All right, so we have melting points with levels with Mustangs versus Spider melting point. Spiders in theory clear Mustangs. There's birds, which is a little antithetical, but honestly the single target is valuable. Looks like Rhino is going to get into tower. It looks like Defender is in a much stronger position overall.
He says, I just had not enough deploys for chaff somehow, so I told him for those, I think just one crawler each round would have helped. And I said, yes, it was so many deploys in the marksman. But he was. Yeah, they were double-teched, so that is why and what he was thinking there.
The turn that he added 3 marksmen and range to them was a pain turn, because he was so far behind, and the marksmen never justified their presence.
Right. So that was a turn for him to think about. You know, two marksmen, no marksman techs yet, and a chaff. There was no reason to range them because they were already behind the sledges, right?
What he needed was he didn't need more marksmen there at all. He needed real chaff clear.
Right.
He needed to not recruit marksmen. He needed to recruit arcs, hounds, or
spiders,
or mech rage the
save for a Vulcan.
sledges, right? If he
Right,
mech rages
or
the
commit the
sledges,
sledges.
if he mech rages the sledges, we wind up in the we don't wind up in the
Raiden.
melters, we wind up in the Raiden, and the build that he's trying to push, which is the marksman build, actually starts coming good.
Right. So ultimately, he just needed chaff clear. Ark is in some danger here. That oil is strong, but I worry. Okay, you're getting tower. That's good. I don't know. Were spider mines new this round? Because I think that if they were, they absolutely added to the impact.
Last thing we said to Alonfire, I told him, good luck, have fun the rest of the way. Please get me many minor points.
Very nice.
He says, good luck in the next round. And he said, one of his chats said he wanted to lose against the winner of the tournament, and Alonfire said, for sure, Amarok is going to win. So.
I mean, I'm here for it.
Let's go all the way.
What do you take here? 2 Vulcans with range is certainly tempting, although I don't think it's good for Park in the pushing. I think the Wasps are better for him in the push. Oh, no, not into the Mustangs.
Yeah, into the Mustangs, it's terrible, but Roger Bailey skipped those Wasps, and there's not great push on
right, that would have been phenomenal for Roger. That's what I meant, yeah.
Yeah. Oh, wait, he did take them. He does take them with and puts... He's running EMP on them.
That's ambitious.
So instead of just counting on them as chaff and ranging them to keep them alive, right?
Right, range would just make them so strong here.
He is just letting them run out front, where the many fangs are going to do their work, and the EMP isn't going to matter much. Mark says, I'm sorry for taking so long, guys.
Oh, you're good.
this oil gets blocked. Perfect shields from Park. And if Roger Bailey's going to play this oil, right, he could put a crawler here to take to draw the fire.
Exactly what I was thinking. A sacrificial chaff would have been huge for him, and he should also have played that oil a little deeper so as not to block it.
Yeah,
into his own territory, I mean.
Yeah, put the center line down this neutral zone, and then the shield can't possibly block it. The center line should be... You gotta measure the centers, that center line by these two. You can kind of see where it's... where the ground is chewed up is where the flank is able to deploy. It's not the first time they've fought on this battleground, you can tell. The oil was smart, but he almost... I mean, it could have gone so much better for him. He does get the steel balls to run into it and get it lit on fire. Other side, it goes down. I think that was a spider mine that got it. Could have been this level 3 saber. And then it becomes Melter versus Melter.
The Wasp would have been much stronger here.
Yeah. And our Park is through to round 3.
Very nice, Park. That was also a mismatch.
It's round 2. Everything's a mismatch.
That's right.
Round 2 is many mismatches. Okay, our winners are Mikazuki, Red Scare, AWM. You can see the favorites winning. It's just all down the left side. Z, Cloud, Black Moon Joker. I mean, even here the favorite wins. Park, Cody, Hots, Ranger, Nostradamus had a scare against Laplace's Shadow. Vibe, the favorite against ENS. You get down here, the 50-50 match went to Hecate. After that, you get Dreadmaker, Amarok with wins, Jacked and Raffo Dog with upsets over Abe Sal Jr. and Mumbo Dumbo. Aw. So streamers are starting to go down in round 2. Oh, good. Diana Sobman getting wins for chat. Let's go. I still don't know this person's name for this one. That's the 12 and the 10 right now. Phase Rain, Doxon, Arctorius, and Apucci. That's pretty much the top of the table here for the 501.
Right.
Get their wins. We have fallen down to 20th. Hecate and the number 1 seed Mikazuki have both abandoned. leaving us 23 unbeaten. Mumbo Jumbo, you'll be the spoiler, facing up against a Poochie. It's a dog-eat-dog world there. We'll have... Yeah, right?
Mumbo, I'm sure, is going to be really disappointed with that.
We're not necessarily... There's another abandoned. So it's no longer Mumbo Jumbo in the dog v dog. It's Raffo Dog. So things will add up to 23, which means Amarok is facing the number 4. Okay, we got Nostradamus.
Not too bad. Also, the rankings in the mid matches are a little strange just because it's based on minor points. So,
so the top folks.
5 is not better than Arctorius, for example.
Yep.
5 is great, but yeah, minor points make things a little squirrely in the mid brackets. If the game did not allow abandoning, then I think minor points would be a great way to track the mid brackets. But I think because of abandons, it should just be seed MMR all the way through.
Yeah, I kind of agree. Seed MMR makes more sense to me. Okay, we are up against Nostradamus. This is going to be a bit of a challenge, to say the least. Readied up.
So
we know this is a regular in chat. I've forgotten the name briefly. We get a hound. Hound Storm Farseer.
I like it.
No reason to go
Obviously, we play it defensive.
Yeah,
I think it's very solid.
And we're going to play the Forgotten Arbiter line with the storms in front of the towers and the hounds down the middle of the board.
I'm not quite sure I follow. Yes, that's how I play it.
Oh, well, that's also how Forgotten Arbiter plays it.
Okay, well, good company. I almost want
crawler, even into the tarantulas, slow it down, and vertical instead of horizontal.
I think so.
Sounded much more confident the second time. I don't believe you the first time, but I'm on the strength of that second one, we're taking it.
That's right, and that's why I was still pondering, but
okay, I'm thinking chipping them inside just a little bit. What do you think?
I don't hate it.
I hate it.
It trickles through the hounds. It kind of fans out.
Yeah, and some of it will still go out
hard
to the
pull.
Yeah, some of it'll still go out to the flank, and some of it'll still cross. He's deep. What is this marksman?
Is that marksman lost in Narnia, or is he just okay?
Okay, he was thinking about aggro. He decided to go standard. Got it. Garces. I mean, I suppose you could take Arbiter's build as good if you want. I mean, the guy didn't win that European tournament.
Oh my goodness!
He only ran into the final 3.
And he only lost to the tourney champ.
Only lost to the tourney champ, exactly.
And Mathesmite was playing kind of godlike.
Mathesmite was playing out of his gourd today. All right, there we go. Round 1 will be ours. Storms will beat these 2 marksmen. We still have a couple of hounds left.
We're lucky we get the tower experience, but I don't think we will. Sad.
Oh, we do. Look at that. The hounds get 50 hit points or 50 XP worth of participation in that kill. It all counts.
Ooh, I think we take Improved Wasp and we watch. I think it's just too strong not to take.
Yeah, I agree. We're not playing it this round. We're taking two more hounds and a crawler.
Yep, and the crawler deep.
Yeah,
mid as opposed to flank sides.
Yeah, it's for this guy.
Exactly. I like it vertical, yep, right at the back.
You want it all the way at the back? I've been starting to leave them 3 up.
Okay.
Because
Then
sometimes I will want a Mustang or a Wasp deeper,
okay.
if you don't mind. We'll do the 5 out so that there is room for a boat there if needed.
I don't think there's a world where we play boat into marksman
Marksman?
in standard v standard here.
Probably not. Come back over to 4.
We can. I like 4 because it lets us space out the next wave
There's another, yeah.
with giant pockets. Yeah.
Yeah, okay. I like it.
I think 5 is a good instinct when we're doing it with purpose.
Right.
He
sells
did not
one
take the
and
card.
takes... Ooh, fun. Okay, so he has sold... Yeah, maybe that makes sense. He's going into a Farseer specialist. Even then.
Yeah.
Goodness.
He's
sort of in a fork, right? Where
and we play 2 Wasp next turn, by the way. I think that is play. I think we establish them immediately, because if he goes Mustang, our hounds will absolutely chew them up.
Right.
And we don't want to give him time to try and figure, because I'm betting you money, he wants to go Vulcan.
Oh, I see. Yeah.
That's his plan, and the Wasps can farm that, and if level 2 improved Wasps are level 3 Wasps.
Yeah.
And from there, you can range them. I think...
He gets the efficient giant or the nano. He gets a nano. He sells this, 200 for the unlock. Buys his...
If we skip, we get 2 Wasps.
Yeah, I know.
If we don't skip...
I know. Hold on. So I'm saying he's going to sell the Tarantula. He's going to unlock Vulcan. He's going to take a Vulcan on one side or the other, right?
Maybe. He might delay a turn. It's also really hard to skip Nano if you're going to go Giants, so those being at the same time is a little bit of a boon for us since we're not planning on them. We could also take... Improved Sandworm was in theory a choice, but I think the Double Wasp is just too good.
Yep. Outside, flank screening in behind the crawlers, so they don't get insta-locked. They're 40 meters back, so even a anti-air aerial specialization only gives you 30, so they'll be...
I'd like them a little bit further back, actually.
Why?
Like 2 tiles. The reason for that is because we don't want them to fly in and start getting picked off by the marksman. We really want to make sure that our chaff gets up first.
Which chaff do you want to have beat them? This one and this one currently do. These ones and these ones will as well.
Okay.
I mean, if you're hard about it, I can do it, but
I'm not hard about it. I think it's the right call, but I don't... That's my gut from where I've seen it.
Okay. We don't have the 2 deeper crawlers yet.
Right.
And there are the Mustangs. Level 2.
Blue Mustang.
Elite recruits them.
Okay. So we range our hounds first, then.
We range the hounds. Are we selling out of the Wasps?
No. I don't think we sell out of the Wasps.
He's not going to get levels. Right. If we left them at level 1, we leave them at level 1, they're very useless to the Mustangs. The Wasps.
And our hounds beat their Mustangs late because we have armor and we can farm them. And so we just range our hounds.
Yeah. Like it.
We get a lot of value out of that.
And we still have Wasps alive. They almost leveled. They were gold damage at 10,000.
No, 1 hound level. That's unfortunate. There's a world where we take Phantom Ray and we armor them and we just put them in front of the Wasps. I don't know if that's the play.
Armor.
What else is he running right now? He didn't take Giant. He does have a Rhino coming. So maybe it's Triple Saber?
Triple Saber sell one?
Well, we played all 3 this round. That way we have one front, left, and right. And then when we know where his Rhino is, we can start selling out of them.
Okay.
It's also the best econ play.
Yeah. And you by putting them front, center, left. So wherever that rhino is coming from, we've kind of got it covered.
I like that on the right in the back. The yes, beautiful range. That's a nice. And then like 2 crawlers for sure to escort those wasps up.
Right, the 2
Unless
deep
you want more
crawlers.
hounds. Unless you want more hound.
No,
And then another
two deep
masked hound.
crawlers and a hound, yeah.
Mhm.
Do you want these
And then
super
attack.
deep? Hold on, do you want these super deep? Or do you want...
There was badger, so let's leave a 3-tile gap so we can put something to lock the badger if he takes them and flanks them with us.
Okay.
And for that reason, put the Farseer behind our wasp. That way, in case he no, I mean behind, not to the left of.
It's 5 seconds.
Okay. Yeah.
Missile goes on that guy, not on the storms. He's trying to keep them alive. He did take the scorpions and ranged them. So, this poor little, sorry, poor little Sabretooth had a bad day.
Yeah, but he sold his rhino.
Yeah.
And honestly, those sabers ate a missile, protected us, and still, like,
we're gonna win
look
around.
at our loss.
Yeah.
Not losing to elite recruited Mustangs.
Yeah, both wasps are both wasp passes are alive. We could conceivably range and level them this round.
Like levels, I think we don't range them yet. I think we still just let them passively be something we can pivot out of, and if he commits.
Round
What
5
round is it?
super
5?
supply.
I think we win without it. I actually like advanced tactics here. Hounds love the damage.
Increase the
Well,
attack.
it's expensive.
We're gonna have 250 in levels, 200 from selling a saber.
I like the damage. I think we have a lot of units that care about damage. I think it's valuable.
Old.
I like the wasp levels. I like the hound levels.
2, 4, 6. Who are we selling? And we could triple
Selling the
recruit.
middle saber.
We can triple recruit.
Right. Let's sell the middle saber. We want another hound, and I think we just want 2 more chaff.
Yeah,
more crawlers.
I'd sell, but I don't have a thing for it.
What do you mean?
The button.
Oh, did you not unlock it?
Oh wait, yes, okay, we didn't unlock it. I was so sure we had unlocked it.
That's recruit, hound, crawler. And I like it behind. I think that our timing is really good. So like flat against the back behind our vertical towers. Yeah.
Hit point. Range 3 seconds.
Yes.
2, 1.
Yes.
Correctly identified what we were going to sell. Dang it.
And look at him committing into the Mustangs.
Yeah, true.
And I'm happy with how we're playing this.
Yep.
We are devouring those Mustangs with our hounds.
Yeah, the hounds
mech
are
rage on our
loving the
hounds.
levels.
And the wasps are still getting in and distracting the marksmen really efficiently.
Gotta be maddening. That's gotta be
And we took damage.
frustrating. Yeah, we did take the damage. He did as well.
Interesting. I don't think it's as good for him with well, the Mustangs are good, but the Scorpion's a little bit less so.
Yeah. He was gonna win a round. Gets 700 damage. That's gonna drop us to 3,700. He's in 2028.
We should get a bunch of hound levels this round. There we go. And I love the amp core, I think. On a Mustang? Well, no, the Mustang, the Wasp. Or we get intensive. Okay. Yeah. We sell that.
This is the
take
side
our
with
levels.
doubles. So we're selling that side.
Mech rage 100%.
That means
Now we need something
in
big.
front.
Or, well, honestly, chaff in front is good. I think we want something that does damage but isn't vulnerable to Mustang. Maybe it is just wasp. Maybe we just commit the hounds to being our anti. Yeah, actually, let's rain or just 2 more wasps, and then temp range and speed.
We can't do 2 more wasps with temp range and speed.
Well, we would loan for it. I like it. Yeah, I think it's 2 wasp, temp range, loan, speed, and we just zoom into him.
Everything hits hard.
Mm-hmm.
I'm worried. I think the scorpions with mech rage now. I think our hounds take the first scorpion shots. So I think this is bad.
10 seconds. May have been massive chaff.
I think we want a crawler in front. Really, I
think that's fair.
I think that we're just gonna watch this set of locks. Right, they're killing. We literally the mech rage was bad.
The 1 chaff would be good.
Bad. Well, for this round.
It wasn't that we needed a chaff. I think it was a good choice, but we lacked the chaff to make it a great choice. We're crushing the left side though.
And the wasps actually dominate. Whoa.
Mm-hmm.
Excuse me.
Speed and range.
Excuse me, wasps? You guys are insane? What has happened? Okay, well, I stand corrected.
A chaff wins the game,
but chaff might have won the game. Yes, mech rage worked, but all right. We do not run production, so we don't do the overlord. Steel
question
ball.
About this is, I'm thinking about it. There are scorpions, but we can always put chaff in front of those.
Scorpions.
Also, he doesn't have scorpions much in the mid, and they're very tanky.
Yeah, we just
let's take it.
We just let the
lone range speed.
Run right.
Take our wasp levels.
Hold up. All right, now I'm ready. Levels for you guys. 1050.
Range on the wasps.
I'm thinking crawler. Range the wasps is another 300.
Yes.
That leaves us 550.
Okay. 550. We definitely want 2 crawlers.
Yep.
And we want to put those vertical to eat shots, and yes.
And they just eat those.
A little.
They just eat.
I think 2 tiles. Let's put them 2 or 3 tiles ahead because the hounds have mech rage, and I don't want them to clump.
No, it's fine. In fact, even here is fine.
So range the yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And I kind of, how much is armor on the balls? You don't run armor on the balls.
I used to. I took it off for fortified target lock for something stupid.
What are your wasp techs? We have 10 seconds.
We can do ground spec or energy.
Let's do ground. I think the damage is super good. Ground, massive chaff, another crawler, front, center. 8 seconds. Vertical. Yep, exactly.
Sure, he tried anti-missile on the stings. He's expecting us to light the ground on fire.
They shoot even less?
He's expecting us to light the ground on fire. He's playing around the thing that could beat us.
Gross. Holy, I've never played the game like this.
You've never played?
But it was
Elite.
I've literally
improved wasp
using
is
you
amazing.
Jesus, what is this?
Improved wasp is amazing. I would never have made the call on the 2 in the middle. Nostratatus this was as even a MMR fight as you're gonna get. 1678 to 1679. Could have run into that one on ladder.
Let's view the battlefield for a minute.
Yeah, sure.
Oh, I feel like I am seeing the future. This is crazy.
Okay, I feel much better though. This looks a lot more like my chaff boards have been, where I really was considered. This is right back to what we were saying at the start, which was I was running the hounds as not chaff, therefore I was running a whole bunch of chaff.
Well, this was because they added scorpions. So this was a response to the enemy's board, and it also is because mustangs were his chaff clear.
Right.
And so crawlers are efficient at eating scorpion shots, and then our hounds were clearing his mustangs, and then our wasps were clearing everything else.
And also, the crawlers are good against the mustangs. He doesn't have a chaff clear, really. He added
other than them.
He added the tarantulas on the last round. gave them anti-air and HE, but they never got to engage with the wasp because we added range into ground. And of course, the HE
Right.
was into the steel balls as well. It is good against steel balls. That's probably how the steel balls died, honestly. But
Some of them didn't. Like literally, the steel balls killed his new tarantulas in the back that he took
they
anti-air
actually
on.
got all the way in.
Yes, they literally killed towers and were alive at some of them at the end of the round.
Yep.
Wow.
Well then, you know,
And that's why what I've learned is if you just put wasps and you focus on killing mustangs and you just
rather
give the
than-
wasps levels, then if he commits to the mustangs, you can sell out of the wasps and punish. And if he doesn't commit to the mustangs, eventually improved wasp is too late.
Well, yeah, I mean, that's true for normal wasps. With improved wasp, it's just gross, right?
Mhm.
These guys did
By the way-
150,000 damage. These guys did 144,000 without the item. You know, nothing else on the board is close. Our best towns were doing 100,000. Over here, they're the ones that insta-deleted on that unfortunate round.
I am literally learning so much right now.
This is
Can't
good fun.
even-
This is good fun. It's exactly what I needed to be kind of like breaking a stagnant set of thought.
I think we are also going to be in much better 2v2 partner synchronicity after having so much board
Discussion, yeah,
not compatibility, but collaboration was the word
Yes.
I was looking for.
Thank you, Audrey 007. Welcome in. How are you doing? Welcome, welcome. Congrats to those that took Amarok there. This one was only 351 to 1. Odds got better. We finished faster than Abuchi did against Raffo Dog. That does not seem right.
Apucci was playing weird on ladder, if you may recall, though. He had like hodgepodge aggro going on, so I don't know if he's just kind of derping around a little bit. Or if he's just playing. Ooh, those are some high level hackers. Hello.
Well then, that's a board.
Yeah, this looks like hodgepodge Apucci.
We have just agreed to not fight on this side. We'll each have a level 2 tower. Leave it alone. It'll be fine.
Let's look here. We have healing sledges, tank, the. By the way, I think healing sledges are one of the best possible counters in the game to Hound in a head-to-head. Because the damage is slow enough that the sledges get value out of it, and if the sledges are even close to level parity, they are unkillable. Uh-oh, is the Vulcan not going to set the oil on fire? Okay, he did. I wasn't sure if he was going to set that oil on fire back there and torch anything or not.
Yikes.
Uh-oh, he actually launched fire into his own formation. What level are those wasps, by the way?
Oh yeah, we're getting another wasp game, aren't we? Apparently we don't have a mouse. Great. Idled out.
Uh-oh.
That's okay. I mean, I have it on other parts of the thing. I just need to go click on it.
Gotcha. Are those heavy hacker, or are they just regular? No, they're going down too fast to be heavy.
Well, there is a dub for Apucci.
Those red hackers look menacing, like
They
something out of an
really do.
evil sci-fi video.
They
Wow.
really do. We get our mouse cursor back. It was nothing special, just the quick supply. We hacked the Vulcan and brought it over to the other side with us. And, yeah, the hackers are levels 3 and 4. The wasps were level 5. They did 119,000 damage that round all by themselves. Nushex's hackers. So annoying. I mean, hacker's a good unit if there is, I would say, easy ways to beat it. Vibe and Ranger are in a close one. They are the last ones still ongoing, but we'll
Yes,
go
they
around
are.
the the room for the rest of the group here. Apuchi over Raffodog. Park beats Dreadmaker to get to 3-0. Arctorius beats Diana. Diana did not ready up. This could have been a potential matchup in that Mecha Mini Masters. Arctorius says Diana had a disconnect, unfortunately. And therefore, once she had that bug where once you've restarted the client, it doesn't get you all the way back into the tournament. So Arctorius says, I'm a fraudulent 3-0. Not in our hearts, man. Not in our hearts. You made it to the finals.
Baller has said that if you load back in and close and load back in and close 3 times, sometimes on the 3rd time, the game will actually let you reconnect, but it's a race against time.
I see. FaZe Rain gets the win against Sob. Black Moon Joker loses this one. Cloud lost that one. Cody beats Doxson. Nicely done.
Nice.
Cody. Red Scare over Hots. Amarok over Nostradatus. And AWN over Jacked. That has put us to a final 11. There's 11 left. Dreadmaker will be facing Vibe. Vibe is top of the table. Quick screenshot it.
Uh-oh. Wait, hold on. You're at the bottom of the bracket, unfortunately, which means you're the one that has
Rain.
Oof.
Yes, if there was one more person ahead of us, we'd have been facing.
Right, then you would face
Vibe. But,
that would be a welcome alternative.
Red Scare against Apuchi. Cody against Arctorius. AWM.
Again?
What?
Oh no, Arctorius was Diana. It was Cody who beat. Who did Cody beat? Doxson. Doxson was beating.
Yeah.
It was the other Mecha Mini Master tourney player. That was why I got them confused for a minute.
Ooh. Whoops, wait a minute. That actually happened to me last week. I was able to reconnect on the 3rd attempt. However, it counted me as an abandoned the following round. Oh my goodness, I have some facts for you. I'm still here, and I have more cute emotes. Thank you very much. Randrax, thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. Right, what do we know about FaZe Rain? Sob, any scouting report?
Dangerous.
Apparently, we just have to get them below 2166. Fun fact.
A magic number.
They have not won a match in this entire tournament where they've gotten below 2166.
That is definitely how statistics work.
It's exactly right. Right, we're just looking at FaZe Rain's near side and tech bar real quick.
Boats in standard. Oh, defensively. Okay.
Yeah, boats for defense with range launcher overload. Running does have charge shot on the arcs. Runs full carry arc. Ran it from marksman specialist with the efficient tech research. Mass-produced bird, sure. The scouting report is you want Scorpion. No, that's your scouting report for everybody, sir.
Take a look at another game. I guess we don't have time. I was going to say, because I do think that a proper arc commit can beat Hound boards.
I agree, and it is the right bar for it. So FaZe Rain 3-0 with a cute kitten. Amarok 3-0 with a wolf. Channel point predictions. Channel point. I hope not. Although we did, Kiddo did unfortunately lose one to a coyote.
Oh, sad.
It was particularly odd because then, 2 days after the cat had gone missing, Kiddo spotted a coyote sitting on a lawn out their window and took a picture, and only put it together much later. It was bad. Hey, wait a minute.
Decisions.
Yeah.
Oh.
We do not have hounds. I do like this giant spec.
I was going to say that's a solid option. Gives us the choice of how to counter. I think that's a play.
Like where
what is he running?
We are into a steel ball Fang supply specialist.
Fang, interesting. I wonder if that's going to be standard.
I kind of expect
it
will be.
You know my standard board shape for this.
I do not, actually.
Okay. So for me, the arc lights are 2 to the right. Actually 4 to the right from where they are now. On the ones at tower. Yep. No. And then matching on the other side where there's a 2-tile gap between the arc light and the tower.
2-tile gap?
Yes, like that.
Like that.
And then I make the third one parallel with it. And then I add 2 crawlers horizontally behind the towers. Kind of your standard crawler, yeah.
You like the overlap, or do you like the Amarok style?
I like it like that. That's fine.
I mean, they're different.
And then go ahead and do it your style. That's fine. We have time. And then the sledges, I position so that there's room for a 4-tile giant to be between them and the tower, and make like a little 4x4 grid space for them.
Space.
And and it comes parallel. Mm-hmm.
This is too far over. Hold on. So you want a 4x4 here?
Hmm. Especially if we're giant spec.
We are definitely giant spec. But, I mean, so there's no gap for it here, is what I'm saying.
Right, they would be behind as opposed to parallel.
Okay.
And they are standard.
Yeah, that was a good read, I think. And he's taken the arc lights. We know he likes the arc lights.
This could be an add Stormcaller game.
On round
although
2.
This
yeah.
Could be. The storm, the steel balls stop in a good place.
Yeah.
For that to potentially be a line.
Mm-hmm. If we wind up losing the only match that that we don't have the hound start, I'm going to be laughing.
Well, I mean, you say that, but it's also the match against the 2K plus player, so there's a lot of statistical anomaly here, just for the record.
No, we just got to get him below 2166, and he crumples. Have you seen this face? That's the face of a man who can't fight below 2166 points. We got this.
I'll take your word for it.
Ouch. We do not got this. Sorry, chat. We do have his channel point predictions up, and apparently I did not run an ad, so you guys are going to get one. We get
Blue Storm.
There we go. Love it.
That's really good for that left side.
Yep. Match it with
it also means that we
level 1 on the other
side. Other side. And then a crawler on the back flank to intercept his steel balls coming in from the left.
Right, so that he gets slowed down out there. Dodge till you die. Exactly.
Now the unlock is important because we're giant. We need to figure out what to do.
For me, the unlock is just obvious. Go unlock Melter.
There's a world where we're afraid of him getting Vulcan. And
is there?
I think that if he gets Vulcan, that's the hardest thing for us to fight against. I have found that Vulcan first and Melter second is better than a standard B standard, because Vulcan is so strong that denying them the option of that with free tempo is good.
Okay, I like it. Question: what do you think about vertical storm instead of horizontal?
I think the shape of how the steel balls crashed in made horizontal better, but he could sell out of them. It is worth noting that it messes up some of the giant shapes.
Yes, that's exactly what I was thinking. There is also this positioning.
We can do that. I honestly don't know the correct answer here. I think that the horizontal is better into the steel balls, but I don't know if he's going to plan it. Yeah. Did he helipad that? Or is that literally intentional?
That might be intentional.
Not terrible.
It's not awful. It's kind of aimed at this grouping. It doesn't really land very well early.
I think it was intended to snipe the arc light, and it
it just didn't quite. And I'm liking the way that the vertical worked. If you see that each of them is kind of locked on different things. So that worked out really nicely for me. Much better than you kind of expect it would.
I honestly think it would have been even better the other way, but it was better this way than I expected it to be.
Yeah. It wasn't as bad.
And it's better for our long-term positioning.
Mm-hmm. That's exactly it. Okay.
So
Intensive
intensive
for a
as the
giant.
giant spec is really tempting. ER Vulcan is a little dubious. The loss of health is kind of a big deal, and the lack of attack is also painful. To me, it's... Let's look at his board again. Our storms are doing well. I would expect him to storm us back potentially, or to get running crawlers going. A lot of that round was because of our splash.
Yep.
And the distraction of that early volley would wreck that a little bit. Not that we're going to try and quote-unquote fix that. I think we want to take the intensive. I think the ability to have that is really valuable.
Yep.
I think we want to unlock the melting point now. That way it can't drop.
Right.
And now we decide how we want to play. Are we playing Melter? Are we playing Vulcan, I mean? Because we don't have a great clear at the moment, and I kind of like playing the Vulcan on our strong side if
Vulcan
we want
right
to commit to a Vulcan board. Mm-hmm. It won't level this round, so we intensive it, but we don't take the level, but we have it.
Right, we have the level available.
Mm-hmm.
We're just inside.
And then
I'm thinking
we match crawler on the right. Crawler for the storms in the middle, behind the arc light vertically.
Right, and then it's going to be following the running crawlers, whichever direction they're going. We take this level on the arc light.
Sure, I think that's fair. It'll help win the arc light, the arc light.
And there's the.
There's the running crawler we expect.
Yep. Okay, you're missing out sledges. I'm not shocked. There are more storms. He's gone to 3 of them.
Also, we get to eat blue steel balls with our Vulcan.
That is pretty
Although
tasty.
the experience has moved this round.
Pretty tasty. 24,000 damage. Off of that, it's having a good round. We do still have the storms left behind. But he's going to win the round, so...
Not by much, although the tower timing means that we don't get to trade storms, but that's still very, very manageable damage.
Yep.
We haven't had the drop yet, but we've locked out the best giant in standard and the giant killer, and we get a heavy armor.
Yep.
Which I think is too valuable not to take. We do have to shield our Vulcan from smoke.
Right.
Now, I don't know that we played on the level 2, because that one has the ability to level. We could have played it on the one that needs the tankiness.
But the other side doesn't need the tankiness. Okay, I see where you're going. I see where you're going with it. But I was thinking, like, we just go ahead and shield this, right?
Right, and we need to place a forward chaff with a beacon of our own with crawler to try and just divert the storms from splashing into it too hard. So
we're not getting a second Vulcan this turn.
Not yet, I guess.
Which is fine. Right, I'm not opposed to that.
Right. We're prepared. We don't need to shield the other side. We do need a beacon. We want the crawlers not to be in line with his. We want them to be where they distract the volley to protect our shield. So start it on the left, kind of halfway in our shield, and then beacon it zigzaggy away from the Vulcan and then back to it. That way we pull his stuff.
Now, question, do we want Scorch or another chaff?
I think 2 chaff.
Wait, mass
mass
out another chaff?
Yes. Right now he's got a lot of storms. Crawlers are great for us to do that.
Okay. I'm going to take the backside fang as well. And
we'll put that one... Sure. Make sure there's a 3 tile. Perfect.
Shield blocked.
Yep.
There is smoke.
And look how that shield didn't take damage.
Yeah, that's great. With the running crawler, I like it.
Those steel balls didn't really do much as they zigzagged across the board.
Yeah, they just ran over here.
They had a death wish. They were eager. Eager beavers.
I mean, I think he was assuming they were going to connect with a new Vulcan on this side, right?
Sure. No, it got distracted from the tower.
Boy.
And
save our tower. Or save our shield,
And
even.
this
No!
maybe.
It's one of them's fighting from inside the shield. Why, you dummy? Why? Why would you do that? You numpty.
He almost got out.
He almost got out.
He still blocked the most important part of where the smoke landed. Ooh, we get the quad marksman. That is awesome for us. That's just the correct choice. He takes the rhinos almost certainly, but Blue Man group is so good for us.
Alright, we'll take the Blue Man group. Like it. Sorry, I had a quick text from Kiddo.
Oh, you're fine. And we definitely need to range the blue men. I think this is I think this is a we commit to the ranged men right away.
Right. I think they're wide. I think we wind up with a Vulcan here, a range on them, one more level 1 probably.
And I like
Marksman?
intensiving that Vulcan this turn.
Even if the new one.
Yes.
Yeah.
Which means we don't actually get range this round.
Oh, do you
But
want to
that's
actually
okay, 'cause
level
we
it?
do want. Yes, I think we want to take that level. We want it to start gaining experience because in Vulcan Marksman, the levels on the Vulcans are huge.
Yeah, they do matter a lot.
And I think we want another late Fang and then a late Crawler.
We can't afford both, so we'll do a late
Oh, gotcha.
Fang.
Then, is there a world where we click on that arc light that's blue in front of the marksman on the far side? Have a Vulcan now. He did 10,000 damage.
Temp range, possibly? Level for float.
He can float.
Oh, hello.
Although we should have taken our unlock.
It's okay.
Worm
We
makes
wind up
sense.
with double worms.
What are your Vulcan techs? Because I didn't think about asking. Do you run Ignite?
I
You
do
don't
not
run Ignite. Ha. That makes Worm dangerous.
But I do love forts, and we run double shot on, not double tap, but rapid reload on forts, which is great for taking care of these little guys, and then also taking care of the big guys. We've got some sledges we can sell. We can scorch these guys. They don't even really need range.
Yes.
We can double tap these guys. So scorch, 200. Double tap 250. That's 450, and we'll get back 100 this
got
round.
the worm,
So we'll be at
okay.
350. And
We don't have techs on our Vulcans yet. This was a really big round for us to deny him getting levels on his worms.
right.
Hopefully.
Yep.
Did we deny levels on his worms? Yes, we
One,
did.
but
Good.
not
So we
two.
want Scorch. Ooh, Orbital I think is too valuable not to take here.
We're gonna have to shield against it. We don't care about range.
Yes.
We don't care about redeploy.
No, I think we want Orbital is too valuable.
And
We want to orbital his middle, including one of his flanks. Yes, beautiful. Although I think the other side, because I think that he beacons the other direction this time.
That's why I'm doing this side.
Okay. Scorch. We want to rain. We want to bubble. Only 2 bubbles. Yes. 1 bubble around each tower, trying to include both marksmen. Yeah. Beacon towards that and then back.
Actually, 40 seconds. Next move. Selling a sledge.
Double tap on the marks.
Yep.
Double tap on the marks. We need the damage.
Yep.
And I think we want to lone range and add another crawler. And then okay, maybe not lone, then range is fine. 2 more crawlers is good.
Yeah.
And then honestly,
DPS.
that's another crawler. Damage is good. We could use damage. That's fair. And I think we just float the 50.
Yeah.
Really like
We
where we're at
haven't
here.
loaned.
Make sure
We
we get our
haven't
unlock. Let's take our unlock and let's block. Oh well. Did he mobile beacon? Or did he just let the worms just do their thing? Also, it's strange that he oils on an orbital round.
Yeah, that is a little
He
strange.
did beacon.
Yeah, they are coming in.
The armor the worms yet? No, he didn't. We are devouring them. Holy smokes. Hasn't even touched our right-hand worm yet.
Vulcan.
Yes, thank you, Vulcan.
We don't own worms.
Right, we range our marksman next round, and we take
Why?
best partner on our Vulcans.
Why do we range?
We can get earlier shots. I think that's
On
going to be
what?
valuable for us.
On what?
Maybe we don't?
We don't.
I just feel like...
It's all chat. It's
Okay.
all chat. We orbital again, right?
Yes, we did. We orbital again, we shield, we basically do all of our preparatory just like last time.
Yep.
Our marksman levels we want.
Yeah.
Actually, we take Vulcan and we intensive it, and then we best partner to get more marksmen with more damage.
Right.
And we so get our Vulcan and we intensive the Vulcan, so it's level 2. Then the marksman is level 2.
Hold up. Before that, am I selling a sledge?
I think this. I don't know. That's a good. We have 60 seconds, so we can breathe.
Mm-hmm.
Click on our sledges. Let's see what they did or didn't do.
They're basically hanging out with the worms.
Actually, I actually think they're put. I think we keep
They're
them. I
putting
think
in
that
shaft clear.
we'll one of us will watch for them next
Yep.
round. Let's go ahead and just get our Vulcan, intensive that Vulcan, so that way our best partner is double tapping
Right.
at level 2, and I think it goes middle. Yep,
Mid.
I think so, and in front of the arc. Yes. Well, put it next to the arc light and the marksman.
Better.
Yeah. And then we can mirror that out again, and we have an unlock. I think we don't want to see this. Actually, well, no, we have a bunch of leveled marksmen. We're not afraid of Abyss, so we're not afraid of air. I guess it's War Factory. Let's just make sure you can't get one of those.
Now he's gone.
There's
for
the armor.
armors.
And he didn't shield the orbital. Oh my gosh. We do need range on the marksman for this kind of late game cleanup.
Yeah, okay, I see it.
And I was kind of seeing that last time.
Yeah,
I
yeah,
just
got
knew
it.
that it was.
I
think,
we
honestly,
made the right choices on that previous
I
one.
also agree. I think delaying that was good. And now we have another Vulcan level. Ooh.
Boards.
No, I'm thinking steel balls
Steel
potentially.
balls for the
like,
locks, ranged.
we range them and we put them deep, and they will lock onto those worms that do nothing.
Yep.
And we play them. We separate them into those gaps we have. Yep. Because they could beak into a different direction.
Yeah, I knew that. That's why we're here.
Perfect. And I like horizontal. That way they kind of all lock and the worm can't. Yep. Range them for sure. Take our Vulcan level, our marksman level, and range our marksman. Temp range.
Smoke is up. We need some shields.
Yes, and we need 3 shields now.
Yep.
We need a shield more forward because we don't want to wander into the smoke. Yeah, that's perfect. And I think we go ahead and establish the next Vulcan in the spot we know we want it to fill out our board.
Mm-hmm.
Kind of in that pocket of space.
We are still shy the range on the mark.
Oh. We haven't unlocked cell yet, have we?
No.
Okay. How much is the range on the marksman? 500?
We can sell a sledge.
And let's loan for the range.
And then I'm going to take one more crawler.
Okay.
And I want it here-ish.
Sure. And then that one... I still think we should zigzag it for the storms.
Yeah. What have you done?
What has who done?
Why is there fire on the ground, sir? He's going with Stormcaller fire on the ground. Oh, I'm very glad we ranged the marksman this round.
Mm-hmm.
Great call on that.
And the steel balls put in a crap load of work.
Yeah, they did a ton.
We just gonna, like I said,
Are we just going to win this round? Got it. Okay, we have achieved the goal. We have him under 26, whatever that was, 2611. Who is coaching Randrax? Alpha Titan. Alpha Titan is coaching in here.
I don't know if Nano actually does enough healing for us.
I don't think it
Be
really
worth it
does.
against worms.
I don't think it does.
Well, there's storms. Let's think about our turn. Let's hide for a minute. We have 1400. We're going to intensive another Vulcan and fill in the gap.
Right, a level 2 Vulcan there.
We're going to level our Vulcan that has the level. We're going to level our marksman.
2, 6, okay. 2, 6, 7. We took the Nano.
Okay, then let's go ahead and take the Vulcan and level it like we know we want to.
Right. Okay.
Make sure we take that Vulcan level. You didn't actually take it yet.
True. Good point.
Let's go ahead and loan in range because we know we want that. Let's also oil. And we're going to put it so right in front of our crawlers zigzagging so that everything that he tries to run into, yep.
Here?
Yeah, a little bit diagonally up towards his worms. Not quite that much, but split the difference. Yeah, something like that.
Okay.
Let's loan and do our beacon because we want to put down those 3 shields I think are really important for us that we did last time. Then we can chaff. 10 seconds. And a Fang is beautiful and behind the crawlers. Not that's probably too deep.
Yeah. I just wanted a live late round. There's some wasps. We did get a shield out, but we let him light his own oil on the fire. Yep. He's also kind of delayed the steel balls so that they arrive.
I know.
At a good time for us.
He has wasps now.
Yeah, but this is part of why we have the super deep fangs. They have never walked into fire. We can range them if needed.
The steel balls are going to get tower on the left.
Yep.
This is game.
If we do, we have 3 giants left.
Just beat phase rain. Just casually with 3,600 HP left.
Wow.
Like it wasn't even close.
Yep. Without Ignite.
I think Ignite is what we wanted, but we got the steel balls. Ignite, steel balls was our bailout.
And Chris Roxas says, and the late fangs like a prophet. True. That was exactly why I put them that deep.
I would have liked them to be vertical behind the crawlers in that same conga line.
They didn't need to be.
Okay. But honestly, we just absolutely stomped that.
Yeah. That was amazing.
Mm-hmm. By the way, before I started coaching you today, but at the end of the last game that I had played, I actually added double tap to my marksman.
Ah,
and
excellent.
removed EMP.
Yep, seen, right? But we're here for the extra damage.
I've still got my bird EMP.
Uh-huh. I'm thinking about dropping EMP instead of quick reload, but I like quick reload for certain boards.
Not running air to me is criminal on the marksman. I think there are times it is essential.
BSC. Batshit crazy. Okay, we can switch that. We have made it to the next round. We're going to run our ads. We are going to go to the restroom real quick, and we're going to fix the tech bar for those marksmen. There, you are absolutely right about there being some boards that
essential anti-air.
have to have anti-air. Right.
Especially with like the like 3 level 4 marksman drop. It's like
Right.
sometimes you're facing Raidens or boats, and then you get that, and you're like, well,
Rest
I wish I could do 25,000 damage with priority, or at least preemptive
rest of
targeting,
the
not
game.
priority.
Dreadmaker in the spoiler role knocks off Vibe. Park with a win.
Oof.
Cody beats Artorias. Cody playing really well right now. AWM goes down
Wow.
to that fellow. Apuchi over Red Scare. And
It's
Amarok
not.
over Phase Rain. We are up
Reload is not a.
against Apuchi.
Oh, goodness. By the way, Kill Cannon, reload is not a DPS tech, it is a rate of fire tech. It helps you not get stuck, and it helps you against things that have, shield to double tap them. But the rate of, sorry, it doesn't, because it's reload, not double tap. So reload only, it cuts your damage in half and then doubles your rate of fire. So it's a straight 1-for-1 on damage. It's just less overkill damage. And are we sure we're playing Apuchi? There's no way minor points or ending matches can save us. Yep, we're against Apuchi, and then whoever, I guess Dreadmaker is the spoiler role against Park.
All right. If you gave any relevant coaching there, I missed it because I got up, walked away.
Oh, you're good.
Stretched a little bit.
I was just wondering if there was any way that we didn't have the Apuchi match. I wonder if Apuchi's confused or surprised to see you at the 4-0 out here. Let's catch him by surprise and see if he tries something wacky, and we can totally beat him.
We dropped into his chat to say, "Hey, good luck, have fun." Closed his chat.
Nice.
It's drag the game late enough that he's been streaming for 10 hours. Make it a war of attrition. I love it. I love it. Why does it give me no hounds?
Weak giant spec. Dangerous cost. I don't like much of any of these.
I hate it.
We can play.
But
Could.
Typhoon Specialist, run my attack.
Okay. My assistance will be.
I mean, we can run them.
But I
we
still
can run
think
them
valuable.
we can run them from deep, actually. But he's in storms.
Typhoons in standard is bad.
Yeah, he's in
So
storms.
if he's in storms, we aggro. Yeah. All Fang is also awkward.
All things terrible.
We have 5,200 HP. Oh, wait, we're running standard into storms as Typhoon spec.
No, we're not.
Oh, you're just putting the fangs up there. I see. If you play Scorpion and beat Apuchi, if he plays Scorpion into your Volfoon and
I beat it.
you beat him with it, then
then you'll agree. Then you'll agree that it's that it's a worthwhile thing.
I'll agree that it has merit. I still think it's wrong in some cases, and I think it's probably wrong in most cases. But I think that there are ways to beat it. And what specialist is Apuchi again? And where is his deploys? Oh, there they are.
Speed spec.
Speed.
He's coming out aggro on us as well. He's got his hounds right in there.
I think we are adding hounds. We may be adding triple hound next
We're
round.
definitely adding triple hound next round. Fine.
Okay. Also, this is totally not my style, but this is a formation where Wraith is good for us. Also, we are giant spec, so we need to be mindful of how to use it.
We're not giant spec.
Yes.
That was last game. Typhoon spec.
Good, thank you. We are Typhoon spec. We looked at the giant spec. We didn't take the giant spec.
sure, buddy.
I like the optimism.
Not need to see a whole bunch of bets from here on out. That's fine. Don't care.
Wonder how that's gonna go.
Yep.
I said Fangs killing hounds during debuff is somewhat satisfying.
Yep.
Oh, there's the Wraith. And the Marksman to kill the Wraith. And Apucci is probably taking the Marksman with the possibility of Asnan. He is running it. He's been running it a lot.
Okay. Good to know. Wraith, but we put it not over this side? No, we put it over this side, right?
Feel like it just dies to his Marksman. I almost think it's the sledges.
It's not the sledge.
Because blue sledges into hounds. Okay. If we're doing that, then we definitely need the crawler flank in the shallow.
Gonna take storms anyways. We are unlocking hound.
Deploying one or no?
Playing one probably.
I think one to support the left side would be helpful.
Side. Yeah, exactly.
So the balls get in.
Yep, because he's got to throw something down there. He can't just level the tower.
Mm.
Put that right in our normal.
I think we want to attack so our hounds can at least have something to do in case there's a Wraith v Wraith. There's a lot of potential mirrors where the stats matter.
Okay, Wraith v Wraith is a good argument. There is the marksman.
There's the orange man.
And flank out here. Okay. That is one
What
way
is
to
that?
protect
That's just
tower.
a hound crawler.
Yep. One way to
Okay.
protect.
Did he level tower by any chance?
No.
Okay. Oh,
Tower. Right up the middle.
that's such a sad tower timing.
So instead of attack, we should have taken the mobile beacon. Possibly. A thing to remember.
That's an alternate line, but I think that Pucci just had a good pull.
Next,
I think
next. Done.
all good.
Redeploy, I think. You?
Orbital is really strong, but we could redeploy the Wraith and use a beacon to try and force it into his other tower.
Right.
I think it's valuable. And I think the player who doesn't take it, if one does, has a huge edge, as long as we don't get hard tempoed out.
Yep. 3.
He almost won that round. We were tower scammed in a very sad way.
This guy's running deep. How do you want to play that with the hounds?
Typhoon? Like one Typhoon there, I think, actually is...
No. We're not playing a Typhoon. Oh, into the 2-unit flank.
Yes.
And we've got the redeploy. Okay. I buy it.
And we put it... Yeah. I think we want to put it where we draw the aggro of the crawlers and protect our crawlers, and then we beacon our Wraith and balls.
Okay.
And then we add a late crawler. We want the full ball pack. Maybe I'm wrong, but I think the Wraith clears for it, and we just beacon that straight to the tower.
Okay.
And then a crawler deep, or one maybe behind or behind the balls forward, yeah, to try and eat locks on the right-hand side in front of the marksman. Okay. We can pivot sides. We can fort our outside tower next time or later. Let's get our unlock. Nice.
Yeah, that's fine.
Doesn't have upshoot on the side with our Wraith.
Yep. He gets both towers. A bit unfortunate. See, this I think is just way overspending on the front. But,
which is, the Typhoons?
Yeah, I think it's way too much spend on that front.
I mean, a double tower debuff is definitely not the best use case to test that theory.
Right, but I'm just saying, as a general rule, I want to be pushing
We
forward.
get his,
I don't.
If we get his marksman,
No.
oh,
that you're playing way too defensively. We've got to be aggro. We've got to be in his face. We're the attacker, not the defender. Don't play the flanks. We are already so far out of my build that this isn't a good test for that build anymore.
Fair.
Quick teleport. We are coming there and there. This is our build. I'm not deviating off of it. Attack your face, sir. What are we redeploying and where? No, we've already massed. Okay. Want this thing off that stupid flank. That is what I want to redeploy. Let's go. Yeah, he's added a marksman. He's gone assault mode. Great. Might hurt over here.
Typhoon missiles are really good into Hound.
He's taking the wasp. He's playing it defensively, but we're going to hit it anyways. You have to play that and that to cover against it, which is fine because we wind up with the things we wanted. Back there, you're going to have range. You are no longer there. Part of the attack. Stations. What else can we do back here? Can we just... Let's stop it. You think missile. I think mech.
You gotten your mass deploy yet?
Yeah. Oh no, we
He
did not
loaned and then
mass.
floated 200.
Yeah, well. Lone float 200 is suboptimal. Mass deploy would have been nice. I ran myself out of time. But melting the marksman is nice. It gets our steel balls the levels we wanted. We'll go get the tower. That's more how it's supposed to go.
You can fort that left tower again, sell the Wraith.
Oh, we already sold the Wraith. Yep.
But if you fort that tower, then his 3 deploys back there can be stuck on a level 3 tower, and doing fair damage from a marksman and
Right.
a hound and a crawler will take an eternity +1 to try and finish.
Yep. actually did real damage last round. Good. Perfect. And level that guy again. The debate here is tower versus enhanced.
Right. You can slow it down sufficiently, then maybe 2 is enough. I don't know the math.
Try that. We've left exactly 1 steel ball going back to handle the assault mode fellow. He's added range. Oh, he's gone with a boat on the back line, huh? Okay.
He protected boat drop with boat drop.
Oh, I see, I see.
A lot of army left.
Yeah, that's too much. We're not going to beat that. I mean, the tower debuffs help. They don't help that much.
Nope.
What is missing? So it's triple tax on the marksman now.
Might actually be boat. Does marksman with Assman don't have the health to survive it? I don't know if it's, but well, I mean, if the game gets you both, then it's boat.
Range or overload or just 2 of them? Just 2 of them, right?
I actually think this is a overload because you're moving fast. You're the one getting tower. He doesn't really have something to insta-lock you with. That's my instinct on the matter, but I'm not an expert on it, but I think it's overload plus boat.
We'd also take 450 in Typhoon levels. Gives us 450 left. Would be 150. We don't have anything to get that.
Typhoon levels are also very valuable. The loans are hurting at this point, obviously.
Yeah.
But
That is underground.
Drill also put in a lot of work that round.
Yeah, it did.
With the crawler call
40
in.
seconds.
Okay.
Underground's over there. That's fine. Does he tech them? No. Yeah, they are down hard. And he's got AA. But that is GG's. I think the line on that last round was a sell. Let's see if we can figure it out.
Okay.
Yeah, the marksman ate the boat, and they had it has a -2. Love it. Ah, well. All right. I like defending that tower just by abandoning it a lot more than I liked playing the Typhoon down there. I think the Typhoon that round was probably the biggest. It would have answered what he had, but it really played poorly into the long term. Okay, let's look at Saber and Cell as a potential. What would we have done with Saber and Cell? Bye-bye. You. This becomes this.
Definitely need range and speed.
Yep, range speed. That leaves us 500. Now we could conceivably answer that.
We've already level 3'd the tower.
Right, so it's better to just play the attack, right? Are you doing anything useful?
How much is missiles on the Typhoon?
Missiles on the Typhoon would be 700 at this point. What I'm
Could theoretically loan for it. I'm not saying you should, I'm just mathing.
I like it. It's good thinking. What I'm thinking
Alternatively,
is
it's another Typhoon and Ball.
Yeah, Typhoon and Ball on the strong side. Might even, no, it's Typhoon, Loan to Crawler.
I think the Typhoons are just getting eaten by leveled marksmen.
That is why we're adding the crawlers. I don't have my actual crawler board on that side. Take...
Missiles are valuable here on the to clear the way for the tower. But did he tech those sledges, by the way?
Hmm?
Did he tech those sledges that he got off the drop?
Oh, I can't click. I don't have a mouse.
I see.
I did not missile mobile beacon this group. Oil on that right side and one extra Typhoon was actually enough to win that side. We've lost the whole rest of the board. In part because we didn't do the mobile beacon we needed to. That's interesting. That was close.
We were down from like 300 econ off of loans.
Well, we're down 100.
In the mid game.
We're also down 100 on a stupid loan, right? That's the real.
Right.
That's the real issue. That round again. Mobile.
I think that beacon just gets stuffed by his deploys.
Right.
Not that we know that.
We don't know about that. Thinking we liked almost this, isn't it?
I'm not sure that actually contributed as much as you think it did. Maybe it did, but I didn't think the oil mattered.
Now what? Oh, that's right. Hello on fire with the raid. Thank you for the good luck. I appreciate it. We have lost to Apuchi. We're trying to figure out if there was a way to salvage it. Rather than running... we didn't get the starts for the board that we really wanted. I probably messed up round 1. And we're not going to get to find out. Because there is a minute and a half to go till the next round. Of going around the group. Park beat Dreadmaker, so there's no spoiler. Park 5-0. Well done, man. Cody with the win. Poochie beats Amarok. So we made it to the final 5 unbeaten before taking a loss. Now we're down in with the dogs. We just need a Poochie to win it and give us a bunch of minor points. We're sitting down at 11. That's no good. But thank you very much for the raid, Elle on Fire. Yeah, we definitely had a problem. Probably should have just blue card. What do you mean? What do you mean by car?
He means blue
War
car
Factory,
is the
War
blue
Factory.
War Factory.
Got it. War Factory. Got it. Interesting. Yeah. Okay, wait. So Park, yeah, this is true. Park versus Cody. Our 201 guest, if the 201 guest can beat a Poochie, that would end the tournament and make one of Park or Cody the tournament champion. That's amazing. There was I think a fort drop at some point in that round in that game, and I hadn't at that point detected the typhoons. I think maybe I needed to pivot to the forts there much earlier. Now we draw Arctorius. Oh dear.
Oh my goodness.
So we're gonna go. We're gonna manage to go 4-0 and finish out 4-3, right? By drawing into
a winning
amazing
line on that
people.
round.
Oh yeah, good. I'd love to hear it, but
For later.
Let's skip that for now. Still no hounds. 3 games in a row with no hound start. Getting a little annoyed. But we could quick supply for triple hound.
Okay.
That's a hound start, right?
I'll start. Let's see what we got.
We're into hounds and sledges. I mean, I'm literally thinking just triple hound.
Okay.
The whole board is riding.
We don't have our chaff clear.
Yeah. We don't
the alternative is that we double hound and float our 200 to try and arrange them next round, as opposed to tripling out. Because, like, using it for mass versus an early tech to leverage the deploys, we may still mass with it, but I think having it for the possibility of arranging them is valuable. I don't know which the correct line is. I just wanted to float that out there. It's also possible that we get some kind of really important unit drop or response to his board by saving the 200 for one round. But I don't hate the hounds.
No, none of those.
It's like, nope, none of these are standard.
We came up with an identity. It's Alpha Rock. He knows it's Alpha Rock. The word is out,
Did
my
Arctorius
friend.
say so?
Yes. Yes,
Oh,
indeed.
nice.
He knows the word is out. I want you this deep already. No.
I think you want it parallel with the hounds, kind of like that.
Here?
The vertical behind those hounds, with the rest of your fangs, kind of, yeah, something like that.
All right, I'll just let them be where they be.
Mm-hmm. Good for call in stopping.
Yeah,
I can
that
get that tongue twister out.
Makes good sense. All right. We've achieved hound parity. We've given away our advantage. Arctorius on the far side, giant specialist. European Advanced Group 1 2v2 champion with that voice in my ear, Alpha Titan. Congratulations to both of you guys.
We're planning on playing America's 2v2 tomorrow.
Oh,
I know that you and I are doing European.
You and Arctorius are going to play America's. I love it. So you get back to back. That makes good sense. I've got kiddo in the evenings. I'm not really ever going to get to do this Americans.
Exactly.
We liked the Wasp play. He's got no upshoot. He's not taking the Typhoon from standard.
It also gums up the sniper angle.
And the Phoenix angle.
Mm-hmm.
So we're going to pull that.
Marksman or Phoenix.
Yep.
And then
it is probably 2 hounds and a crawler.
Okay. Definitely think we need a crawler for the mid to try and get better lock there. And 2 hound to kind of get our 5 hounds going. I don't hate that at all.
Now, you're thinking a crawler mid. I was thinking a crawler outside. Not outside, but tower.
Last time our hounds split on his sledges, and his hounds ate our middle hounds, having some middle chaff there that fans through the hounds. So like behind and parallel, perfect. Then the crawlers will fan through them. It'll also pull other things in, and it'll save our hounds.
Okay, I didn't see that line, so I'm going to take your word for it. Do we want the wasps in the middle?
I actually kind of like that as well. We already have fangs, so the odds of getting wasp flanked is low.
I mean, it
So
still
I actually like
wins
the way
against... I mean,
it would win
wasp
if he
flank
did
would
it.
win.
I think he won't do it
Okay.
because we have our fangs there. And I think that I like the way we're doing this middle, actually. It's a
Okay.
little unconventional, but I think that it really complements how we played it.
Yeah, and this is, again, remains very ridenable.
Yes. By the way, Artorias is historically poor into Raiden.
Oh, okay. And
He also likes Raiden.
Ah, and he is giant specialist, so we are less ridenable than he is, but not by much at the moment.
Right. We do have the late fangs.
Which helps.
Right.
It could be scaring him out of it. A little bit.
No. He will force Raiden into Mustang.
I don't think...
As we've seen in
Mustang's
tournament.
not a counter. Forcing
Raiden?
Raiden into
Kind of.
Mustang's fine. It's forcing Raiden into Shield Fang that's painful.
To me, if they have a strong Mustang board pre-established, forcing Raiden unless you have strong anti-Mustang already on board is not an optimal line.
Might not be optimal, but you can do it. Round 3, supply?
We could. That haste module is value.
On what?
Kind of like the haste on the wasps, honestly. The damage is not for nothing, and the speed is valuable because we already have fast stuff running in with it. I honestly am not a huge fan of supply spec in general. It takes forever to pay off, and it's such a low payoff once it does. To me, haste module is more value.
Okay.
And I kind of like
the
possibility. I almost like 2 wasps. Like our wasp did work, and we just kind of get 3 wasps in the corner. If we force him into Mustangs, then our hounds can try to eat them.
Beast.
I don't know if it works.
I'd like to build out the chaff board and see if he's already in Mustangs. So for me, the board would be 3 crawlers.
Okay, we aren't improved wasps, so that's fair. We can do another 2 or 3 crawlers, even, I guess.
Yeah, I'm thinking 3 crawlers.
One behind the tower, and then
yeah, tower,
2 late ones.
Oh,
I like that.
You're thinking
I think the towers are a good placements. And then 1 outside. I think the outside needs some extra chaff coming in.
Okay.
Wait a minute. Is it outside or is it? Maybe it's on the sides to escort our hounds. Well, our hounds have range. So we'll get the locks first. I like them back deeper.
Just gonna do that. We're kind of out of time.
That works. That's fair.
Still no Mustangs.
He also ranged the hounds, I think.
Yep.
He did.
6. He's got 6.
So
he's got more Mustangs.
Did he take the
hounds.
mass thing? Did he take the Mustang? He did take
Phoenix,
mass bird. Okay, then he's gonna be birding. We are gonna be wasping, and anti-air wasps can eat mass bird.
Yep.
And he might get $100 wasp or Phoenix, but we get boatloads of bodies per deploy.
Right. Why'd this round go so heavy for him? 1 extra hound, right? That was the big difference.
He has a hound level.
One of them has the
and
haste.
our sabers are kind of dead weight.
Yeah, our sabers are dead.
The bard is so good here. Nobody can skip it. It's too strong. Yeah. I like including. I would scoot it so that it includes the middle that's coming forward, but that's nuance. I like that wasp level. Do we instantly anti-air the wasps? I'm tempted to say yes, but I don't know if it's correct. It may just be better to range them and take, because we could anti-air them and take 2. Although into the orbital turn is a little dubious.
It's a little sketchy, but I don't mind it. It could also be 1 and 2 more hounds, because we are behind on hounds.
If we
We can also
wasp
be
and we
selling a
double
saber.
hound,
Do we sell a saber because they're dead weight?
probably. And mass a hound, then we can also range the wasp.
Right.
I don't even know which side he picks to orbital, but surely he does.
Right.
Let's play it into the side that we orbital.
Yep.
I like that.
We're gonna range them.
Let's get our unlock.
We care.
On...
Mustang.
I think Mustang is probably a good choice. Now, whose RNG reigns supreme?
Okay.
So far, both of us have kind of been unscathed. That was some good missile. We got the better end of that trade.
Yeah, we did. Now he's going to win the right side pretty hard, but we've got
Yes.
haste wasps still cleaning up in the middle, and
Not the best tower timing, but not the worst.
Not
He
terrible.
only has a pair of Phoenix.
yeah, there's very little upshoot, right? He's trying to get
Onto
by
the blue
without
wasp.
going to the Mustangs, and we've got to remember that we can
Right.
still sell out of those, right? They're
Can.
not a dead weight because of the 300 investment. It's fine to sell out of them.
I don't think we should at this point,
No,
though.
I'm not saying we
have
should.
them itemized and teched and leveled.
Yeah, absolutely. But if there is the right point for it,
MP.
like the little EMP, do we want that, or do we want the photon?
We tag hounds with it. We tag 2 hounds with it. I think it's too valuable not to have.
Yeah, we tag the hounds.
We tag the 2 hounds on the left side tower, where we are kind of stronger, where we already have a hound level.
Okay.
Yeah. There's also a world where he techs those sledges, although I don't think it's probable.
Oh, no, it's not likely. But this also picks up the crawlers on that side.
Mm-hmm.
I'm thinking
Before we click
the obvious wasp
mech
on the
rage
right
is really
side.
tempting. If we mech rage, we can
500
wasp, hound, and mech
and,
rage.
Yeah,
I think that's valuable for us. We also can sell a saber if we have something to do with the money, although I don't necessarily think we do.
do we need deeper chaff now? Crawler.
Chaff is always good, but
Yes, crawler
we've
and-
double teched our hounds. I think hounds are really valuable for us.
Right, but the sell would be to mass recruit.
Can you click on our saber? We have a little bit of time. What was its stats?
The 8,000
It did a lot of damage last round.
Right,
think-
because it's working on level 2 sledges.
Right.
Okay.
Let's just get a hound. And put it up in parallel with our hound line on our that works. And our unlock, we're fine. Missile.
That's a
Not the
decent
best missile. We
missile.
kind of splits.
Yeah.
Gets like half of 2 packs.
Yep. Is that your own wasps, sir?
Did I have AA already taken?
Again, we have had the game eat the mouse cursor. It does not look like they have AA on them yet.
We want to take AA immediately and almost elite some wasps.
Yeah, if he's going to commit to that as his wasp answer, right?
Yeah.
That's just silly.
This is also part of why I actually have dropped ground spec on my wasps.
Oh, I see. For elite
elite.
marksman at this point? Try and win the head-to-head there.
Because improved wasp is just so strong. And even when
These
it's not improved wasp,
Yeah, these aren't improved.
it's just... We are ahead on levels a lot. Ooh, and we have a laser sight for another wasp. Absolutely.
That goes on the level 3.
We anti-air. And before we do anything else, we can't elite 2 wasp. I was going to see. Otherwise, I think it's
actually-
hound levels.
Hold on. Yes, we can. We've got a saber.
We definitely want hound levels. So let's sell our saber.
Saber fell off to 952.
Mm-hmm.
Take 1 hound level.
All of our hound levels. We can't afford to fall behind.
You don't want the double elite recruited wasps.
I actually think bodies are valuable here as much as I think paying the 100 is too much. I think we want the
So
hound levels.
Okay, so we could also go triple recruit or even triple
Right.
wasp.
Right. I think that's the play. We level our hound, we triple wasp.
Okay.
What are you thinking? We do have time, so
I'm nervous about him going like triple leveled Mustangs, but
that's what the hounds are
no.
for. We either have to trust the build
Yep.
works or we don't.
Yep. Okay.
And if he goes Mustang, then his wasp deploys were very wasted.
Yes, that was the
Deciding factor.
the factor that convinced me that, like, you said trust the build, sure, but like there's also
Put that one on the left side because they can be a little bit ahead of our laser sighted wasp.
see,
Exactly.
yeah.
There might have been a loan for temp range.
Temp range and speed. Yep. More wasps.
I'll need to
for
know
him.
what his wasp techs are.
Game. Please. No, that's mine. This is our exact mirror
What
and
is he
range, but not
doing?
AA.
Does he have? He doesn't have elite either.
No, it's the exact mirror,
Okay.
but he got through the
getting
ground
in.
game.
Did he temp range?
He has to
That's
to
a
have
bad
the
round.
to have his hounds win that hard.
I'm actually curious what went.
Had to have been temp range.
Scorpions, right? We need hound clear. He doesn't have chaff. We scorpion up his hounds, and we line it up one with his. We range them. We line one up with each of his sledges.
Yep. And where is his highest level hound? There. His next highest is outside. So you're going to be the next. No. In front of the wasp. No, we're just going to buy one more, right?
Okay. Yeah, and we at this point I think it's loaning and temp range. I also think we need to have two sacrificial crawlers close
Up
or
front.
forward-ish.
Yep.
To try and draw some of those missiles that he's been using. Not quite that close. Yeah, there you go. Something like that.
Yep. Next, part of how he won that is the 1-on-1.
Okay, I like the 1-on-1, and I think let's missile out his left hound pack.
How do you feel about loan for an oil?
I don't think it's worth it for. I don't know.
How do you feel about loan for 2 shields?
2 forward shield is valuable. He doesn't have a whole lot of shield break.
Right, but he might have taken the scorpions. We'll just skip for now. And
okay, then let's missile the left hound, the blue pack on the far left, and yep, like that.
User. Well, hello there, level 3 sabers.
We hit chaff, which isn't the end of the world, but it's not like great.
Yeah, it's fine. We still need that outside hound, I think.
I think the scorpions really help. He does have AA on the wasps, it's clear.
Yep. So his wasps are going to beat our wasps. But also, we can range our fangs in a minute if they are going to live long enough.
That's
still
expensive.
get another round. It's 300. What are you talking about?
Think we get another round?
Another round, yeah.
I think the hound levels are where he got us on this game. I think he just got the scaling on them.
I think it's the 1-on-1.
Additional deploy intensive on our wasps. Okay. And we'll have to beacon ours as well. Or shield. We also have EMP to disable another pod of his. I think the hounds even are more dangerous than the wasps.
Yeah. Good spot. No way.
Next to his right tower, the two hounds there.
Yeah, I'm just trying to think if there's a way to pull just enough.
60
I
seconds.
think so.
You definitely want range.
Yep.
You've got alone this round. There's too much to potentially do to not.
Shields would be the loan, right?
With these clicks, yes.
He's out of it. Okay. Yeah, it's this is the other spot, right, where we're just not engaging with those guys early enough.
In there.
Come on, baby. Come on. Get her done. And
Nice.
I think that's GG. I think I know what our lines are.
Okay. Obviously, levels. Orbital.
Orbital's up, right? So we're going to be shielding. Kind of need
Definitely want our hound levels.
Yeah.
We've got to use 3 shields for our chaff at least, maybe 4. Yeah.
Yeah, it's 4 shields for board here.
Get our orbital placed. Hit both of his high-level wasp packs, I think.
In the middle, yeah. Speaking of which, that grouping needs a fang.
Two more wasp.
2 more crawlers. Deep, we just don't have deep crawler.
$200 monies left. Scorpion level put in a lot of work.
Mm-hmm. This guy's gonna... this guy died, huh?
And I still think a missile on the left. I know he's got chaff there. I guess we could level a thing. Okay.
Of course we level the one in under the orbital, but, you know. He did take the shields for his wasps as well.
So much small arms fire, it's hard to see.
Yeah, it's really hard to tell who's coming out ahead here. The Fangs have done a lot of work. I just kind of feel like we needed... Well, there's still a couple alive.
This is too much wasp, I think.
We're still alive.
And this is where having elite would be the absolute scale tipper.
Yep. Well, he took ground. Ground is what I was thinking was going to be the game winner there. So if we ground and there... It actually turns out to be one of you out here. Holy heck. One more of you, I don't know where. Oh, over here, because that's where you've got a zillion.
Photon his strong side or yours?
His, I think.
Okay. Then pull it back enough to include the wasps, because you're kind of
Get there.
more forward than you need to be.
Okay. Go 5 meters. For a second, they move forward 80 before it gets in. I mean, 10, like...
Okay.
Sorry, they're moving 16. They move 80 meters before this thing gets in. That's the mistake everybody makes with these. I think we've moved it over just enough. Here-ish. Is there a cell anywhere?
Did the balls do any work?
No.
I mean, they didn't do damage, but I don't know if that means they did work.
Yeah. Oh, sold the wrong pack. Should have left the pack that was going to be in under that, but that's okay.
Right.
No! We were a turn late going to the ground and shields. It is GG's for Arctorius, not the other way around.
I think that the shielded fangs was a money trap.
Maybe, but it's what's going on with them is for anywhere that they are tanking the wasps that are doing, for example, let's take this guy as an example. He's doing 3,900 damage per shot,
But
and
the lost
every
overkill because they often shoot the same thing multiple times, so the extra shot hits an already dead fang or a shielded fang just the same.
Early in the game, yes, but by the end game, a lot of them are getting separated and doing different targets. I think.
Maybe.
Maybe
I'd be
not.
curious to run your round. It'd be interesting to test that. Is run this back, doing everything the same, but floating 700 and seeing the difference that it makes.
Right.
And if it's negligible,
yeah,
then that's a good way to test that. I think it was a huge money sink. I think what we needed was more wasp.
Yeah.
And I think what we needed was
he
maybe
went
some
more
way
wasps.
to actually what we might have needed is pound fire to try and torch the ground with fire missiles
instead of the that's a fun line.
Instead of the shield fangs, because we had enough hounds to set the entire ground on fire.
Yeah, and he wasn't going to defend it. Elsewhere, Poochie goes down. Does not get us any minor points, unfortunately. Goes down to the 201 player. That means that Park versus Cody was the championship. Cody wins that 3209 to -197. So Cody is your Weekend Tournament America's number 104 champion. Congratulations, sir. Runner-up here, Park third, Arctorius fourth, Apucci, Doxson, AWTM, and Hots. Rounding out the top 10 is Vibe. Congratulations, sir. First time I've seen him in the top 10 in a long, long while. Well done, man. Yours truly comes in 14th. We were 11th last week, so about the same area, but we made some pretty rarefied air. So really appreciate the coaching there, my friend. And
also, only lost to Apucci and Arctorius.
True. And
so, rankings are rankings, but the rounds we won, and we stomp won, and the rounds we lost were with unfortunate packs and against 2K2 players. So, as always, the ranking tells half the story.
Exactly.
And this was a really, really impressive tournament.
Yeah, thank you. That was a lot of fun. So, congratulations again to Cody, our tournament champion. Well done, sir. That is going to bring our cast for the day to a completion. We've closed in on Diamond. Let's see if there's we should report in on Rookie Group. They have not yet finished, so they've still got a championship to come up between Exil Dirt and this fellow. So, good luck to them. And that brings a weekend of action to a close. Thank you guys very, very much. We will put up we're going to remember this time we're going to remember to put up the thank you. There we go. Thanks very much. We saw Whooped GG for the first time in a long while. Glad to see you again, my friend. Alpha Titan, Cat Same You. No, it wasn't Whooped. It was Woof Factory that we saw for the first time in a long while. So mods, Whooped GG, Alpha Titan, Cat Same You, Tab Target, Cody, the champion tonight, and we had Zalex much, much earlier in the stream. Thank you very much, guys. Zach and Ghosters, the other two that are around Decaf as well. VIP sponsors tonight include Toast94, Blue Feral, Just Nash XYZ, Fab4200, Xfire X, Ocelotus Gaming, Mr. John Thursday, and Salt Monkey Zach. Appreciate you guys. Blue, long-time supporter. Just Nash XYZ, the very first follower. So, or very first subscriber, I believe. Right there with Jerry Hattrick. Thank you guys very much. as always. We do need to get Jerry Hattrick added to the mods list. And appreciate you guys so much. Good night, and thank you for watching. We'll raid you on somewhere. Thanks very much, Alpha Titan. I really appreciate you being here. Can 100 gorillas beat one penny feather in an MMR losing contest? Coming up. Hey, I just read the stream titles, man. I don't write them. So what did I learn from this coaching session? I learned to take hounds. I pretty much learned to take hounds. And Rydens. Already liked Rydens. Alright. Yep. Yeah. Okay. Interesting.